Section 14 of Crime and Punishment. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Crime and Punishment by Fyodor Dostoevsky. Translated by Constance Garnett. Part 2, Chapter 7. An elegant carriage stood in the middle of the road with a pair of spirited grey horses. There was no one in it, and the coachman had got off his box and stood by. The horses were being held by the bridle. A mass of people had gathered round, the police standing in front. One of them held a lighted lantern, by which he was turning on something lying close to the wheels. Everyone was talking, shouting, exclaiming. The coachman seemed at a loss, and kept repeating,
"What a misfortune! Good Lord, what a misfortune!"
Raskolnikov pushed his way in as far as he could, and succeeded at last in seeing the object of the commotion and interest. On the ground, a man who had been run over lay apparently unconscious, and covered with blood. He was very badly dressed, but not like a workman. Blood was flowing from his head and face. His face was crushed, mutilated, and disfigured. He was evidently badly injured.
"Merciful heaven!"
wailed the coachman.
"What more could I do? If I'd been driving fast, I had not shouted to him, but I was going quietly, not in a hurry. Everyone could see I was going along just like everybody else. A drunken man can't walk straight, we all know. I saw him crossing the street, staggering and almost falling. I shouted again, and a second, and a third time. Then I held the horses in. But he fell straight under their feet. Either he did it on purpose, or he was very tipsy. The horses are young and ready to take fright. They started. He screamed. That made them worse. That's how it happened."
"That's just how it was,"
a voice in the crowd confirmed.
"He shouted, that's true, he shouted 3 times,"
another voice declared.
3 times it was, we all heard it,"
shouted a third. But the coachman was not very much distressed and frightened. It was evident that the carriage belonged to a rich and important person who was awaiting it somewhere. The police, of course, were in no little anxiety to avoid upsetting his arrangements. All they had to do was to take the injured man to the police station and the hospital. No one knew his name. Meanwhile, Raskolnikov had squeezed in, and stooped closer over him. The lantern suddenly lighted up the unfortunate man's face. He recognized him.
"I know him! I know him!"
he shouted, pushing to the front.
"It's a government clerk retired from the service, Marmeladov. He lives close by in Kozel's house. Make haste for a doctor. I will pay, see?"
He pulled money out of his pocket and showed it to the policeman. He was in a violent agitation. The police were glad that they had found out who the man was. Raskolnikov gave his own name and address, and, as earnestly as if it had been his father, he besought the police to carry the unconscious Marmeladov to his lodging at once.
"Just here, 3 houses away,"
he said eagerly.
"The house belongs to Kozel, a rich German. He was going home, no doubt drunk. I know him. He is a drunkard. He has a family there, a wife, children. He has 1 daughter. It will take time to take him to the hospital, and there is sure to be a doctor in the house. I'll pay. At least he will be looked after at home. They will help him at once. But he'll die before you get him to the hospital."
He managed to slip something unseen into the policeman's hand, but the thing was straightforward and legitimate, and in any case help was closer here. They raised the injured man. People volunteered to help. Kozel's house was 30 yards away. Raskolnikov walked behind, carefully holding Marmeladov's head and showing the way.
This way, this way. We must take him upstairs, head foremost. Turn round, I'll pay. I'll make it worth your while,"
he muttered. Katerina Ivanovna had just begun, as she always did at every free moment, walking to and fro in her little room, from window to stove and back again, with her arms folded across her chest, talking to herself and coughing. Of late she had begun to talk more than ever to her eldest girl, Polenka, a child of 10, who, though there was very much she did not understand, understood very well that her mother needed her, and so always watched her with big clever eyes, and strove her utmost to appear to understand. This time Polenka was undressing her little brother, who had been unwell all day and was going to bed. The boy was waiting for her to take off his shirt, which had to be washed at night. He was sitting straight and motionless on a chair, with a silent, serious face, with his legs stretched out straight before him, heels together and toes turned out. He was listening to what his mother was saying to his sister, sitting perfectly still with pouting lips and wide open eyes, just as all good little boys have to sit when they are undressed to go to bed. A little girl, still younger, dressed literally in rags, stood at the screen, waiting for her turn. The door onto the stairs was open to relieve them a little from the clouds of tobacco smoke which floated in from the other rooms, and brought on long, terrible fits of coughing in the poor, consumptive woman. Katerina Ivanovna seemed to have grown even thinner during that week, and the hectic flush on her face was brighter than ever.
"You wouldn't believe, you can't imagine, Polenka,"
she said, walking about the room,
"what a happy, luxurious life we had in my papa's house, and how this drunkard has brought me, and will bring you all, to ruin. Papa was a civil colonel, and only a step from being a governor, so that everyone who came to see him said, 'We look upon you, Ivan Mikhailovich, as our governor.' When
she coughed violently.
Oh, cursed life!"
she cried, clearing her throat and pressing her hands to her breast.
When at the last ball, at the Marshal's, Princess Bezemelny saw me, who gave me the blessing when your father and I were married, Polenka. She asked at once, 'Isn't that the pretty girl who danced the shawl dance at the breaking up? You must mend that tear. You must take your needle and darn it as I showed you, or tomorrow he will make the hole bigger,'
she articulated with effort.
Prince Shagolskoy, a kammerjunker, had just come from Petersburg then. He danced the mazurka with me and wanted to make me an offer next day, but I thanked him in flattering expressions, and told him that my heart had long been another's. That other was your father, Polya. Papa was fearfully angry. Is the water ready? Give me the shirt and the stockings. Lida,"
said she to the youngest one,
"you must manage without your chemise tonight, and lay your stockings out with it. I'll wash them together. How is it that drunken vagabond doesn't come in? He has worn his shirt till it looks like a dishclout. He has torn it to rags. I'll do it all together so as not to have to work 2 nights running. Oh, dear." "Again? What's this?"
she cried, noticing a crowd in the passage in the men who were pushing into her room, carrying a burden.
"What is it? What are they bringing? Mercy on us!"
"Where are we to put him?"
asked the policeman, looking round when Marmeladov, unconscious and covered with blood, had been carried in.
"On the sofa. Put him straight on the sofa, with his head this way."
Raskolnikov showed him.
Run over in the road. Drunk.
Someone shouted in the passage. Katerina Ivanovna stood, turning white and gasping for breath. The children were terrified. Little Lida screamed, rushed to Polenka, and clutched at her, trembling all over. Having laid Marmeladov down, Raskolnikov flew to Katerina Ivanovna.
"For God's sake, be calm. Don't be frightened,"
he said, speaking quickly.
"He was crossing the road and was run over by a carriage. Don't be frightened. He will come to. I told them bring him here. I've been here already, you remember. He will come to. I'll pay."
"He's done it this time."
Katerina Ivanovna cried despairingly, and she rushed to her husband. Raskolnikov noticed at once that she was not one of those women who swoon easily. She instantly placed under the luckless man's head a pillow, which no one had thought of, and began undressing and examining him. She kept her head, forgetting herself, biting her trembling lips and stifling the screams which were ready to break from her. Raskolnikov meanwhile induced someone to run for a doctor. There was a doctor, it appeared, next door but one.
"I've sent for a doctor,"
he kept reassuring Katerina Ivanovna.
"Don't be uneasy. I'll pay. Haven't you water? And give me a napkin or towel, anything, as quick as you can. He is injured but not killed, believe me. We shall see what the doctor says."
Katerina Ivanovna ran to the window. There, on a broken chair in the corner, a large earthenware basin full of water had been stood in readiness for washing her children's and husband's linen that night. This washing was done by Katerina Ivanovna at night at least twice a week, if not oftener, for the family had come to such a pass that they were practically without change of linen, and Katerina Ivanovna could not endure uncleanliness, and, Rather than see dirt in the house, she preferred to wear herself out at night, working beyond her strength when the rest were asleep, so as to get the wet linen hung on the line and dry by the morning. She took up the basin of water at Raskolnikov's request, but almost fell down with her burden. But the latter had already succeeded in finding a towel, wetted it, and began washing the blood off Marmeladov's face. Katerina Ivanovna stood by, breathing painfully and pressing her hands to her breast. She was in need of attention herself. Raskolnikov began to realize that he might have made a mistake in having the injured man brought here. The policeman, too, stood in hesitation.
Polenka,
cried Katerina Ivanovna.
Run to Sonia. Make haste. If you don't find her at home, leave word that her father has been run over and that she is to come here at once when she comes in. Run, Polenka. There, put on the shawl.
Run your fastest,
cried the little boy on the chair suddenly, after which he relapsed into the same dumb rigidity, with round eyes, his heels thrust forward and his toes spread out. Meanwhile the room had become so full of people that you couldn't have dropped a pin. The policemen left, all except one, who remained for a time, trying to drive out the people who came in from the stairs. Almost all Madame Lebevegzel's lodgers had streamed in from the inner rooms of the flat. At first they were squeezed together in the doorway, but afterwards they overflowed into the room. Katerina Ivanovna flew into a fury.
You might let him die in peace, at least,
she shouted at the crowd.
Is it a spectacle for you to gape at? With cigarettes? You might as well keep your hats on. And there's one in his hat. Get away. You should respect the dead, at least.
Her cough choked her, but her reproaches were not without result. They evidently stood in some awe of Katerina Ivanovna. The lodgers, one after another, squeezed back into the doorway with that strange inner feeling of satisfaction which may be observed in the presence of a sudden accident, even in those nearest and dearest to the victim, from which no living man is exempt, even in spite of the sincerest sympathy and compassion. Voices outside were heard, however, speaking of the hospital, and saying that they had no business to make a disturbance here.
No business to die,
cried Katerina Ivanovna, and she was rushing to the door to vent her wrath upon them, but in the doorway came face to face with Madame Lebevegzel, who had only just heard of the accident, and ran in to restore order. She was a particularly quarrelsome and irresponsible German.
Ah, my God!
she cried, clasping her hands.
Your husband's drunken horses have trampled. To the hospital with him. I am the landlady.
Amalia Ludvigovna, I beg you to recollect what you are saying.
Katerina Ivanovna began haughtily. She always took a haughty tone with the landlady, that she might remember her place, and even now could not deny herself this satisfaction.
Amalia Ludvigovna.
I have you once before told that you to call me Amalia Ludvigovna may not dare. I am Amalia Ivanovna.
You are not Amalia Ivanovna, but Amalia Ludvigovna. And as I am not one of your despicable flatterers, like Mr. Lebeziatnikov, who's laughing behind the door at this moment.
A laugh and a cry of, "They are at it again," was in fact audible at the door.
So I shall always call you Amalia Ludvigovna, though I fail to understand why you dislike that name. You can see for yourself what has happened to Semyon Zaharovich. He is dying. I beg you to close that door at once and to admit no one. Let him at least die in peace. Or I warn you, the Governor-General himself shall be informed of your conduct tomorrow. The prince knew me as a girl. He remembers Semyon Zaharovich well and has often been a benefactor to him. Everyone knows that Semyon Zaharovich had many friends and protectors, who he abandoned himself from an honorable pride, knowing his unhappy weakness. But now,
she pointed to Raskolnikov,
a generous young man has come to our assistance, who has wealth and connections, and whom Semyon Zaharovich has known from a child. You may rest assured, Amalia Ludvigovna.
All this was uttered with extreme rapidity, getting quicker and quicker, but a cough suddenly cut short Katerina Ivanovna's eloquence. At that instant the dying man recovered consciousness and uttered a groan. She ran to him. The injured man opened his eyes, and without recognition or understanding, gazed at Raskolnikov, who was bending over him. He drew deep, slow, painful breaths. Blood oozed at the corners of his mouth, and drops of perspiration came out on his forehead. Not recognizing Raskolnikov, he began looking round uneasily. Katerina Ivanovna looked at him with a sad but stern face, and tears trickled from her eyes.
My God! His whole chest is crushed. How he is bleeding!
She said in despair.
We must take off his clothes. Turn a little, Semyon Zaharovich, if you can,
she cried to him. Marmeladov recognized her.
A priest?
He articulated huskily. Katerina Ivanovna walked to the window, laid her head against the window frame, and exclaimed in despair.
Oh, cursed life!
A priest?
The dying man said again after a moment's silence.
They've gone for him,
Katerina Ivanovna shouted to him. He obeyed her shout and was silent. With sad and timid eyes he looked for her. She returned and stood by his pillow. He seemed a little easier, but not for long. Soon his eyes rested on little Lida, his favorite, who was shaking in the corner, as though she were in a fit, and staring at him with her wondering childish eyes. He signed towards her uneasily. He wanted to say something.
What now?
Cried Katerina Ivanovna.
Barefoot?
He muttered, indicating with frenzied eyes the child's bare feet.
Be silent,
Katerina Ivanovna cried irritably.
You know why she is barefooted.
Thank God, the doctor!
Exclaimed Raskolnikov, relieved. The doctor came in, a precise little old man, a German, looking about him mistrustfully. He went up to the sick man, took his pulse, carefully felt his head, and with the help of Katerina Ivanovna he unbuttoned the blood-stained shirt, and bared the injured man's chest. It was gashed, crushed, and fractured. Several ribs on the right side were broken. On the left side, just over the heart, was a large, sinister-looking, yellowish-black bruise. A cruel kick from the horse's hoof. The doctor frowned. The policeman told him that he was caught in the wheel, and turned round with it for 30 yards on the road.
It's wonderful that he has recovered consciousness,
the doctor whispered softly to Raskolnikov.
What do you think of him?
He asked.
He will die immediately.
Is there really no hope?
Not the faintest. He is at the last gasp. His head is badly injured, too. I could bleed him if you like, but it would be useless. He is bound to die within the next 5 or 10 minutes.
Better bleed him, then.
If you like, but I warn you, it will be perfectly useless.
At that moment other steps were heard. The crowd in the passage parted, and the priest, a little grey old man, appeared in the doorway bearing the sacrament. A policeman had gone for him at the time of the accident. The doctor changed places with him, exchanging glances with him. Raskolnikov begged the doctor to remain a little while. He shrugged his shoulders and remained. All stepped back. The confession was soon over. The dying man probably understood little. He could only utter indistinct, broken sounds. Katerina Ivanovna took little Lida, lifted the boy from the chair, knelt down in the corner by the stove, and made the children kneel in front of her. The little girl was still trembling, but the boy, kneeling on his little bare knees, lifted his hand rhythmically, crossing himself with precision, and bowed down, touching the floor with his forehead, which seemed to afford him especial satisfaction. Katerina Ivanovna bit her lips, and held back her tears. She prayed too, now and then pulling straight the boy's shirt, and managed to cover the girl's bare shoulders with a kerchief, which she took from the chest without rising from her knees or ceasing to pray. Meanwhile the door from the inner rooms was opened inquisitively again. In the passage the crowd of spectators from all the flats on the staircases grew denser and denser, but they did not venture beyond the threshold. A single candle end lighted up the scene. At that moment Polenka forced her way through the crowd at the door. She came in panting from running so fast, took off her kerchief, looked for her mother, went up to her, and said,
"She's coming. I met her in the street."
Her mother made her kneel beside her. Timidly and noiselessly a young girl made her way through the crowd, and strange was her appearance in that room, in the midst of want, rags, death, and despair. She too was in rags. Her attire was all of the cheapest, but decked out in gutter finery of a special stamp, unmistakably betraying its shameful purpose. Sonia stopped short in the doorway, and looked about her bewildered, unconscious of everything. She forgot her fourth-hand gaudy silk dress, so unseemly here with its ridiculous long train, and her immense crinoline that filled up the whole doorway, and her light-coloured shoes, and the parasol she brought with her, though it was no use at night, and the absurd round straw hat with its flaring flame-colored feather. Under this rakishly tilted hat was a pale, frightened little face, with lips parted and eyes staring in terror. Sonia was a small, thin girl of 18, with fair hair, rather pretty, with wonderful blue eyes. She looked intently at the bed and the priest. She, too, was out of breath with running. At last whispers, some words in the crowd probably, reached her. She looked down and took a step forward into the room, still keeping close to the door. The service was over. Katerina Ivanovna went up to her husband again. The priest stepped back and turned to say a few words of admonition and consolation to Katerina Ivanovna on leaving.
What am I to do with these?
She interrupted sharply and irritably, pointing to the little ones.
God is merciful. Look to the Most High for succor.
The priest began.
Ah, he is merciful, but not to us.
That's a sin, madam,
observed the priest, shaking his head.
And isn't that a sin?
Cried Katerina Ivanovna, pointing to the dying man.
Perhaps those who have involuntarily caused the accident will agree to compensate you, at least for the loss of his earnings.
You don't understand,
cried Katerina Ivanovna, angrily waving her hand.
And why should they compensate me? Why, he was drunk and threw himself under the horses. What earnings? He brought us nothing but misery. He drank everything away, the drunkard. He robbed us to get drink. He wasted their lives and mine for drink. And thank God he's dying. One less to keep.
You must forgive in the hour of death. That's a sin, madam. Such feelings are a great sin.
Katerina Ivanovna was busy with the dying man. She was giving him water, wiping the blood and sweat from his head, setting his pillow straight, and had only turned now and then for a moment to address the priest. Now she flew at him, almost in a frenzy.
Ah, Father, that's words, only words. Forgive. If he had not been run over, he'd have come home today drunk, and his only shirt dirty and in rags. And he'd have fallen asleep like a log, and I should have been sousing and rinsing till daybreak, washing his rags and the children's, and then drying them by the window, and as soon as it was daylight, I should have been darning them. That's how I spend my nights. What's the use of talking of forgiveness? I have forgiven as it is.
A terrible hollow cough interrupted her words. She put her handkerchief to her lips and showed it to the priest, pressing her other hand to her aching chest. The handkerchief was covered with blood. The priest bowed his head and said nothing. Marmeladov was in the last agony. He did not take his eyes off the face of Katerina Ivanovna, who was bending over him again. He kept trying to say something to her. He began moving his tongue with difficulty and articulating indistinctly, but Katerina Ivanovna, understanding that he wanted to ask her forgiveness, called peremptorily to him.
Be silent. No need. I know what you want to say.
And the sick man was silent, but at the same instant his wandering eyes strayed to the doorway, and he saw Sonia. Till then he had not noticed her. She was standing in the shadow in a corner.
Who's that? Who's that?
He said suddenly in a thick, gasping voice, in agitation turning his eyes in horror towards the door where his daughter was standing, and trying to sit up.
Lie down. Lie down,
cried Katerina Ivanovna. With unnatural strength he had succeeded in propping himself on his elbow. He looked wildly and fixedly for some time on his daughter, as though not recognizing her. He had never seen her before in such attire. Suddenly he recognized her, crushed and ashamed in her humiliation and gaudy finery, meekly awaiting her turn to say good-bye to her dying father. His face showed intense suffering.
Anya, daughter, forgive,
he cried, and he tried to hold out his hand to her, but losing his balance he fell off the sofa, face downwards on the floor. They rushed to pick him up. They put him on the sofa, but he was dying. Sonia, with a faint cry, ran up, embraced him, and remained so without moving. He died in her arms.
He's got what he wanted.
Katerina Ivanovna cried, seeing her husband's dead body.
Well, what's to be done now? How am I to bury him? What can I give them tomorrow to eat?
Raskolnikov went up to Katerina Ivanovna.
Katerina Ivanovna,
He began.
last week your husband told me all his life and circumstances. Believe me, he spoke of you with passionate reverence. From that evening, when I learnt how devoted he was to you all, and how he loved and respected you especially, Katerina Ivanovna, in spite of his unfortunate weakness, from the evening we became friends. Allow me now to do something, to repay my debt to my dead friend. Here are 20 rubles, I think, and if that can be of any assistance to you, then in short, I will come again. I will be sure to come again. I shall perhaps come again tomorrow. Goodbye.
And he went quickly out of the room, squeezing his way through the crowd to the stairs. But in the crowd he suddenly jostled against Nicodim Fomitch, who had heard of the accident and had come to give instructions in person. They had not met since the scene at the police station, but Nicodim Fomitch knew him instantly.
Ah, is that you?
He asked him.
He's dead,
answered Raskolnikov.
The doctor and the priest have been. All is as it should have been. Don't worry the poor woman too much. She is in consumption as it is. Try and cheer her up if possible. You are a kind-hearted man, I know.
He added with a smile, looking straight in his face.
But you are spattered with blood,
observed Nicodim Fomitch, noticing in the lamplight some fresh stains on Raskolnikov's waistcoat.
Yes, I am covered with blood,
Raskolnikov said with a peculiar air. Then he smiled, nodded, and went downstairs. He walked down slowly and deliberately, feverish but not conscious of it, entirely absorbed in a new, overwhelming sensation of life and strength that surged up suddenly within him. This sensation might be compared to that of a man condemned to death, who has suddenly been pardoned. Halfway down the staircase he was overtaken by the priest on his way home. Raskolnikov let him pass, exchanging a silent greeting with him. He was just ascending the last steps when he heard rapid footsteps behind him. Someone overtook him. It was Polenka. She was running after him, calling,
"Wait! Wait!"
He turned round. She was at the bottom of the staircase, and stopped short a step above him. A dim light came in from the yard. Raskolnikov could distinguish the child's thin but pretty little face, looking at him with a bright, childish smile. She had run after him with a message which she was evidently glad to give.
"Tell me, what is your name, and where do you live?"
she said hurriedly, in a breathless voice. He laid both hands on her shoulders and looked at her with a sort of rapture. It was such a joy to him to look at her. He could not have said why.
Who sent you?
Sister Sonia sent me,
answered the girl, smiling still more brightly.
I knew it was Sister Sonia sent you.
Mamma sent me too. When Sister Sonia was sending me, Mamma came up too and said, "Run fast, Polenka."
Do you love Sister Sonia?
I love her more than anyone,
Polenka answered with peculiar earnestness, and her smile became graver.
And will you love me?
By way of answer he saw the little girl's face approaching him, her full lips naively held out to kiss him. Suddenly her arms as thin as sticks held him tightly, her head rested on his shoulder, and the little girl wept softly, pressing her face against him.
"I am sorry for father,"
she said a moment later, raising her tear-stained face and brushing away the tears with her hands.
"It's nothing but misfortunes now,"
she added suddenly, with that peculiarly sedate air which children try hard to assume when they want to speak like grown-up people.
Did your father love you?
"He loved Lida most,"
she went on very seriously without a smile, exactly like grown-up people.
"He loved her because she is little and because she is ill too, and he always used to bring her presents. But he taught us to read and me grammar and scripture too,"
she added with dignity.
"And mother never used to say anything, but we knew that she liked it, and father knew it too, and mother wants to teach me French, for it's time my education began."
And do you know your prayers?
"Of course we do. We knew them long ago. I say my prayers to myself as I am a big girl now, but Kolya and Lida say them aloud with mother. First they repeat the Ave Maria, and then another prayer, Lord forgive and bless Sister Sonia, and then another, Lord forgive and bless our second father, for our elder father is dead and this is another one, but we do pray for the other as well."
Polenka, my name is Radion. Pray sometimes for me too. And thy servant Radion, nothing more.
"I'll pray for you all the rest of my life,"
the little girl declared hotly, and suddenly smiling again, she rushed at him and hugged him warmly once more. Raskolnikov told her his name and address, and promised to be sure to come next day. The child went away, enchanted with him. It was past 10 when he came out into the street. In 5 minutes he was standing on the bridge at the spot where the woman had jumped in.
Enough,
he pronounced resolutely and triumphantly.
I've done with fancies, imaginary terrors, and phantoms. Life is real. Haven't I lived just now? My life has not yet died with that old woman. The kingdom of heaven to her. And now enough, madam, leave me in peace. Now for the reign of reason and light, and of will, and of strength. And now we will see. We will try our strength,
he added defiantly, as though challenging some power of darkness.
And I was ready to consent to live in a square of space. I am very weak at this moment, but I believe my illness is all over. I knew it would be over when I went out. By the way, Potchinkov's house is only a few steps away. I certainly must go to Razumihin, even if it were not close by. Let him win his bet. Let us give him some satisfaction, too. No matter. Strength. Strength is what one wants. You can get nothing without it, and strength must be won by strength. That's what they don't know,
he added proudly and self-confidently, and walked with flagging footsteps from the bridge. Pride and self-confidence grew continually stronger in him. He was becoming a different man every moment. What was it had happened to work this revolution in him? He did not know himself. Like a man catching at a straw, he suddenly felt that he, too, could live, that there was still life for him, that his life had not died with the old woman. Perhaps he was in too great a hurry with his conclusions, but he did not think of that.
But I did ask her to remember thy servant Radion in her prayers.
The idea struck him.
Well, that was in case of emergency,
he added, and laughed himself at his boyish sally. He was in the best of spirits. He easily found Razumihin. The new lodger was already known at Potchinkov's, and the porter at once showed him the way. Halfway upstairs he could hear the noise and animated conversation of a big gathering of people. The door was wide open on the stairs. He could hear exclamations and discussion. Razumihin's room was fairly large. The company consisted of 15 people. Raskolnikov stopped in the entry, where 2 of the landlady's servants were busy behind a screen with 2 samovars, bottles, plates, and dishes of pie and savories, brought up from the landlady's kitchen. Raskolnikov sent in for Razumihin. He ran out delighted. At the first glance it was apparent that he had had a great deal to drink, and, though no amount of liquor made Razumihin quite drunk, this time he was perceptibly affected by it.
Listen,
Raskolnikov hastened to say.
I've only just come to tell you you've won your bet, and that no one really knows what may not happen to him. I can't come in. I am so weak that I shall fall down directly. And so, good evening and goodbye. Come and see me tomorrow.
Do you know what? I'll see you home. If you say you're weak yourself, you must...
And your visitors? Who is the curly-headed one who has just peeped out?
He? Goodness only knows. Some friend of Uncle's, I expect. Or perhaps he has come without being invited. I'll leave Uncle with them. He is an invaluable person. Pity I can't introduce you to him now. But confound them all now. They won't notice me, and I need a little fresh air. For you've come just in the nick of time. Another 2 minutes, and I should have come to blows. They are talking such a lot of wild stuff. You simply can't imagine what men will say. Though, why shouldn't you imagine? Don't we talk nonsense ourselves? And let them. That's the way to learn not to. Wait a minute, I'll fetch Zosimov.
Zosimov pounced upon Raskolnikov almost greedily. He showed a special interest in him. Soon his face brightened.
You must go to bed at once,
he pronounced, examining the patient as far as he could.
And take something for the night. Will you take it? I got it ready some time ago. A powder.
2, if you like,
answered Raskolnikov. The powder was taken at once.
It is a good thing you are taking him home,
observed Zosimov to Razumihin.
We shall see how he is tomorrow. Today he's not at all amiss. A considerable change since the afternoon. Live and learn.
Do you know what Zosimov whispered to me when we were coming out?
Razumihin blurted out, as soon as they were in the street.
I won't tell you everything, brother, because they are such fools. Zosimov told me to talk freely to you on the way, and get you to talk freely to me. And afterwards I am to tell him about it, for he's got a notion in his head that you are mad or close on it. Only fancy. In the first place, you've 3 times the brains he has. In the second, if you are not mad, you needn't care a hang that he has got such a wild idea. And thirdly, that piece of beef, whose specialty is surgery, has gone mad on mental diseases, and what's brought him to this conclusion about you was your conversation today with Zamyatov.
Zamyatov told you about it?
Yes, and he did well. Now I understand what it all means, and so does Zamyatov. Well, the fact is, Rodya, the point is, I am a little drunk now. But that's no matter. The point is that this idea, you understand, was just being hatched in their brains. You understand? That is, no one ventured to say it aloud, because the idea is too absurd, and especially since the arrest of that painter. That bubble's burst and gone forever. But why are they such fools? I gave Zamyatov a bit of a thrashing at the time. That's between ourselves, brother. Please don't let out a hint that you know of it. I've noticed he is a ticklish subject. It was at Louisa Ivanovna's. But today it's all cleared up. That Ilya Petrovich is at the bottom of it. He took advantage of your fainting at the police station, but he is ashamed of it himself now. I know that.
Raskolnikov listened greedily. Razumihin was drunk enough to talk too freely.
I fainted then because it was so close and the smell of paint,
said Raskolnikov.
No need to explain that. And it wasn't the paint only. The fever had been coming on for a month. Zosimov testifies to that. But how crushed that boy is now, you wouldn't believe. I am not worth his little finger, he says. Yours, he means. He has good feelings at times, brother. But the lesson you gave him today at the Palais de Cristal, that was too good for anything. You frightened him at first, you know. He nearly went into convulsions. You almost convinced him again of the truth of all that hideous nonsense, and then you suddenly put out your tongue at him. There now, what do you make of it? It was perfect. He is crushed, annihilated now. It was masterly, by Jove. It's what they deserve. Ah, that I wasn't there. He was hoping to see you awfully. Porfiri, too, wants to make your acquaintance.
Ah, he too. But why did they put me down as mad?
Oh, not mad. I must have said too much, brother. What struck him, you see, was that only that subject seemed to interest you. Now it's clear why it did interest you. Knowing all the circumstances, and how that irritated you and worked in with your illness. I am a little drunk, brother. Only, confound him, he has some idea of his own. I tell you, he's mad on mental diseases. But don't you mind him.
For half a minute, both were silent.
Listen, Razumihin,
began Raskolnikov.
I want to tell you plainly. I've just been at a deathbed. A clerk who died. I gave them all my money. And besides, I've just been kissed by someone who, if I had killed anyone, would just the same. In fact, I saw someone else there, with a flame-colored feather. But I am talking nonsense. I am very weak. Support me. We shall be at the stairs directly.
What's the matter? What's the matter with you?
Razumihin asked anxiously.
I am a little giddy. But that's not the point. I am so sad, like a woman. Look, what's that? Look.
What is it?
Don't you see? A light in my room, you see, through the crack.
They were already at the foot of the last flight of stairs, at the level of the landlady's door, and they could, as a fact, see from below that there was a light in Raskolnikov's garret.
Queer. Nastasia, perhaps,
observed Razumihin.
She is never in my room at this time, and she must be in bed long ago, but I don't care. Goodbye.
What do you mean? I am coming with you. We'll come in together.
I know we are going in together, but I want to shake hands here and say goodbye to you here. So give me your hand. Goodbye.
What's the matter with you, Rodya?
Nothing. Come along, you shall be witness.
They began mounting the stairs, and the idea struck Razumihin that perhaps Zosimov might be right after all.
Ah, I've upset him with my chatter,
he muttered to himself. When they reached the door, they heard voices in the room.
What is it?
cried Razumihin. Raskolnikov was the first to open the door. He flung it wide and stood still in the doorway, dumbfounded. His mother and sister were sitting on his sofa, and had been waiting an hour and a half for him. Why had he never expected, never thought of them, though the news that they had started, were on their way and would arrive immediately, had been repeated to him only that day? They had spent that hour and a half plying Nastasia with questions. She was standing before them, and had told them everything by now. They were beside themselves with alarm when they heard of his running away today, ill and, as they understood from her story, delirious.
Good heavens! What had become of him?
Both had been weeping. Both had been in anguish for that hour and a half. A cry of joy, of ecstasy, greeted Raskolnikov's entrance. Both rushed to him. But he stood like one dead. A sudden, intolerable sensation struck him like a thunderbolt. He did not lift his arms to embrace them. He could not. His mother and sister clasped him in their arms, kissed him, laughed and cried. He took a step, tottered, and fell to the ground, fainting. Anxiety, cries of horror, moans. Razumihin, who was standing in the doorway, flew into the room, seized the sick man in his strong arms, and in a moment had him on the sofa.
Oh, it's nothing, nothing,
he cried to the mother and sister.
It's only a faint, a mere trifle. Only just now the doctor said he was much better, that he is perfectly well. Water. See, he is coming to himself. He is all right again.
And seizing Dunya by the arm so that he almost dislocated it, he made her bend down to see that.
He is all right again.
The mother and sister looked on him with emotion and gratitude as their providence. They had heard already from Nastasia that all had been done for their Rodya during his illness by this
very competent young man,
as Pulcheria Alexandrovna Raskolnikova called him that evening in conversation with Dunya. End of Part 2, Chapter 7. Section 15 of Crime and Punishment. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Crime and Punishment by Fyodor Dostoevsky, translated by Constance Garnett. Part 3, Chapter 1. Raskolnikov got up and sat down on the sofa. He waved his hand weakly to Razumihin to cut short the flow of warm and incoherent consolations he was addressing to his mother and sister, took them both by the hand, and for a minute or two gazed from one to the other without speaking. His mother was alarmed by his expression. It revealed an emotion agonizingly poignant, and at the same time something immovable, almost insane. Pulcheria Alexandrovna began to cry. Avdotya Romanovna was pale. Her hand trembled in her brother's.
Go home. With him,
he said in a broken voice, pointing to Razumihin.
Goodbye till tomorrow. Tomorrow everything. Is it long since you arrived?
This evening, Rodya,
answered Pulcheria Alexandrovna.
The train was awfully late. But, Rodya, nothing would induce me to leave you now. I will spend the night here, near you.
Don't torture me,
he said with a gesture of irritation.
I will stay with him,
cried Razumihin.
I won't leave him for a moment. Bother all my visitors. Let them rage to their hearts' content. My uncle is presiding there.
How can I thank you?
Pulcheria Alexandrovna was beginning, once more pressing Razumihin's hands, but Raskolnikov interrupted her again.
I can't have it. I can't have it,
he repeated irritably.
Don't worry me. Enough. Go away. I can't stand it.
Come, Mamma. Come out of the room, at least for a minute,
Dunya whispered in dismay.
We are distressing him, that's evident.
Mayn't I look at him after 3 years?
Wept Pulcheria Alexandrovna.
Stay.
He stopped them again.
You keep interrupting me, and my ideas get muddled. Have you seen Lurin?
No, Rodya, but he knows already of our arrival. We have heard, Rodya, that Pyotr Petrovitch was so kind as to visit you today.
Pulcheria Alexandrovna added somewhat timidly.
Yes. He was so kind, Donya. I promised Lurin I'd throw him downstairs and told him to go to hell.
Rodya, what are you saying? Surely you don't mean to tell us.
Pulcheria Alexandrovna began in alarm, but she stopped, looking at Dunya. Avdotya Romanovna was looking attentively at her brother, waiting for what would come next. Both of them had heard of the quarrel from Nastasia, so far as she had succeeded in understanding and reporting it, and were in painful perplexity and suspense.
Donia,
Raskolnikov continued with an effort.
I don't want that marriage, so, at the first opportunity tomorrow, you must refuse Lurin, so that we may never hear his name again.
Good heavens!
Cried Pulcheria Alexandrovna.
Brother, think what you are saying.
Avdotia Romanovna began impetuously, but immediately checked herself.
You are not fit to talk now, perhaps. You are tired.
She added gently.
You think I am delirious? No. You are marrying Lurin for my sake, but I won't accept the sacrifice, and so write a letter before tomorrow to refuse him. Let me read it in the morning, and that will be the end of it.
That I can't do,
the girl cried, offended.
What right have you?
Dunya, you are hasty too. Be quiet. Tomorrow, don't you see?
The mother interposed in dismay.
Better come away.
He is raving.
Razumihin cried tipsily.
Or how would he dare? Tomorrow all this nonsense will be over. Today he certainly did drive him away. That was so. And Luzhin got angry, too. He made speeches here, wanted to show off his learning, and he went out crestfallen.
Then it's true?
Cried Pulcheria Alexandrovna.
Goodbye till tomorrow, brother,
said Dunya compassionately.
Let us go, mother. Goodbye, Rodya.
Do you hear, sister?
He repeated after them, making a last effort.
I am not delirious. This marriage is an infamy. Let me act like a scoundrel. But you mustn't. One is enough. And though I am a scoundrel, I wouldn't own such a sister. It's me or Lurin. Go now.
But you're out of your mind. Despot.
Roared Razumihin, but Raskolnikov did not and perhaps could not answer. He lay down on the sofa and turned to the wall, utterly exhausted. Avdotia Romanovna looked with interest at Razumihin. Her black eyes flashed. Razumihin positively started at her glance. Pulcheria Alexandrovna stood overwhelmed.
Nothing would induce me to go,
she whispered in despair to Razumihin.
I will stay somewhere here. Escort Dunya home.
You'll spoil everything.
Razumihin answered in the same whisper, losing patience.
Come out onto the stairs anyway. Nastasia, show a light. I assure you,
he went on in a half-whisper on the stairs,
that he was almost beating the doctor and me this afternoon. Do you understand? The doctor himself. Even he gave way and left him, so as not to irritate him. I remained downstairs on guard, but he dressed at once and slipped off. And he will slip off again if you irritate him at this time of night, and will do himself some mischief.
What are you saying?
And Avdotia Romanovna can't possibly be left in those lodgings without you. Just think where you are staying. That blackguard Pyotr Petrovitch couldn't find you better lodgings. But you know I've had a little to drink, and that's what makes me swear. Don't mind it.
But I'll go to the landlady here.
Pulcheria Alexandrovna insisted.
I'll beseech her to find some corner for Dunya and me for the night. I can't leave him like that. I cannot.
This conversation took place on the landing just before the landlady's door. Nastasia lighted them from a step below. Razumihin was in extraordinary excitement. Half an hour earlier, while he was bringing Raskolnikov home, he had indeed talked too freely, but he was aware of it himself, and his head was clear in spite of the vast quantities he had imbibed. Now he was in a state bordering on ecstasy, and all that he had drunk seemed to fly to his head with redoubled effect. He stood with the two ladies, seizing both by their hands, persuading them, and giving them reasons with astonishing plainness of speech, and at almost every word he uttered, probably to emphasize his arguments, he squeezed their hands painfully as in a vice. He stared at Avdotia Romanovna without the least regard for good manners. They sometimes pulled their hands out of his huge bony paws, but far from noticing what was the matter, he drew them all the closer to him. If they'd told him to jump head foremost from the staircase, he would have done it without thought or hesitation in their service. Though Pulcheria Alexandrovna felt that the young man was really too eccentric and pinched her hand too much, in her anxiety over her Rodya she looked on his presence as providential, and was unwilling to notice all his peculiarities. But though Avdotia Romanovna shared her anxiety and was not of timorous disposition, she could not see the glowing light in his eyes without wonder and almost alarm. It was only the unbounded confidence inspired by Nastasia's account of her brother's queer friend which prevented her from trying to run away from him and to persuade her mother to do the same. She realized, too, that even running away was perhaps impossible now. 10 minutes later, however, she was considerably reassured. It was characteristic of Razumihin that he showed his true nature at once, whatever mood he might be in, so that people quickly saw the sort of man they had to deal with.
"You can't go to the landlady. That's perfect nonsense,"
he cried.
"If you stay, though you are his mother, you'll drive him to a frenzy, and then goodness knows what will happen. Listen, I'll tell you what I'll do. Nastasia will stay with him now, and I'll conduct you both home. You can't be in the streets alone. Petersburg is an awful place in that way. But no matter. Then I'll run straight back here, and a quarter of an hour later, on my word of honor, I'll bring you news how he is, whether he is asleep and all that. Then listen. Then I'll run home in a twinkling. I've a lot of friends there, all drunk. I'll fetch Zosimov. That's the doctor who is looking after him. He is there too, but he is not drunk. He is not drunk. He is never drunk. I'll drag him to Rodya, and then to you, so that you'll get 2 reports in the hour. From the doctor, you understand, from the doctor himself. That's a very different thing from my account of him. If there's anything wrong, I swear I'll bring you here myself. But if it's all right, you go to bed. And I'll spend the night here in the passage. He won't hear me. And I'll tell Zosimov to sleep at the landlady's to be at hand. Which is better for him, you or the doctor? So come home then. But the landlady is out of the question. It's all right for me, but it's out of the question for you. She wouldn't take you, for she's a fool. She'd be jealous on my account of Avdotia Romanovna, and of you, too, if you want to know. Of Avdotia Romanovna, certainly. She is an absolutely unaccountable character. But I am a fool, too. No matter. Come along. Do you trust me? Come, do you trust me or not?
"Let us go, mother,"
said Avdotia Romanovna.
"He will certainly do what he has promised. He has saved Rodya already, and if the doctor really will consent to spend the night here, what could be better?"
You see, you understand me, because you are an angel,
Razumihin cried in ecstasy.
"Let us go. Nastasia, fly upstairs and sit with him with a light. I'll come in a quarter of an hour."
Though Pulcheria Alexandrovna was not perfectly convinced, she made no further resistance. Razumihin gave an arm to each and drew them down the stairs. He still made her uneasy, as, though he was competent and good-natured, was he capable of carrying out his promise? He seemed in such a condition.
"Ah, I see you think I am in such a condition."
Razumihin broke in upon her thoughts, guessing them, as he strolled along the pavement with huge steps, so that the 2 ladies could hardly keep up with him, a fact he did not observe, however.
"Nonsense. That is, I am drunk like a fool, but that's not it. I am not drunk from wine. It's seeing you has turned my head. But don't mind me. Don't take any notice. I am talking nonsense. I am not worthy of you. I am utterly unworthy of you. The minute I've taken you home, I'll pour a couple of pailfuls of water over my head in the gutter here, and then I shall be all right. If only you knew how I love you both. Don't laugh, and don't be angry. You may be angry with anyone, but not with me. I am his friend, and therefore I am your friend too. I want to be. I had a presentiment. Last year there was a moment, though it wasn't a presentiment really, for you have seemed to have fallen from heaven, and I expect I shan't sleep all night. Zosimov was afraid a little time ago that he would go mad. That's why he mustn't be irritated."
"What do you say?"
cried the mother.
"Did the doctor really say that?"
asked Avdotia Romanovna, alarmed.
"Yes, but it's not so, not a bit of it. He gave him some medicine, a powder, I saw it, and then you're coming here. It would have been better if you had come tomorrow. It's a good thing we went away. And in an hour Zosimov himself will report to you about everything. He is not drunk, and I shan't be drunk. And what made me get so tight? because they got me into an argument, damn them! I've sworn never to argue. They talk such trash. I almost came to blows. I've left my uncle to preside. Would you believe they insist on complete absence of individualism, and that's just what they relish. Not to be themselves, to be as unlike themselves as they can. That's what they regard as the highest point of progress. If only our nonsense were their own, but as it is...
Listen,
Pulcheria Alexandrovna interrupted timidly, but it only added fuel to the flames.
What do you think?
Shouted Vrazumihin, louder than ever.
You think I am attacking them for talking nonsense? Not a bit. I like them to talk nonsense. That's man's one privilege over all creation. Through error you come to the truth. I am a man because I err. You never reach any truth without making 14 mistakes, and very likely 114. And a fine thing, too, in its way. But we can't even make mistakes on our own account. Talk nonsense, but talk your own nonsense, and I'll kiss you for it. To go wrong in one's own way is better than to go right in someone else's. In the first case, you are a man. In the second, you're no better than a bird. Truth won't escape you, but life can be cramped. There have been examples. And what are we doing now? In science, development, thought, invention, ideals, aims, liberalism, judgment, experience, and everything, we are still in the preparatory class at school. We prefer to live on other people's ideas. It's what we are used to. Am I right? Am I right?
Cried Vrazumihin, pressing and shaking the two ladies' hands.
oh mercy, I do not know,
cried poor Pulcheria Alexandrovna.
Yes, though I don't agree with you in everything,
added Avdotia Romanovna earnestly, and at once uttered a cry, for he squeezed her hand so painfully.
Yes, you say yes. Well, after that, you...
he cried in a transport.
You are a fount of goodness, purity, sense, and perfection. Give me your hand, and give me yours too. I want to kiss your hands here at once, on my knees.
And he fell on his knees on the pavement, fortunately at that time deserted.
Leave off, I entreat you. What are you doing?
Pulcheria Alexandrovna cried, greatly distressed.
Get up,
said Dunya, laughing, though she too was upset.
Not for anything till you let me kiss your hands. That's it. Enough. I get up and we will go on. I'm a luckless fool. I am unworthy of you and drunk, and I am ashamed. I am not worthy to love you, but to do homage to you is the duty of every man who is not a perfect beast. And I've done homage. Here are your lodgings, and for that alone, Rodya was right in driving your Pyotr Petrovitch away. How dare he? How dare he put you in such lodgings? It's a scandal. Do you know the sort of people they take in here? And you his betrothed. You are his betrothed. Yes? Well then, I'll tell you, your fiancé is a scoundrel.
Excuse me, Mr. Razumichin, you are forgetting.
Pulcheria Alexandrovna was beginning.
Yes, you are right. I did forget myself. I am ashamed of it.
Razumichin made haste to apologize.
But you can't be angry with me for speaking so. For I speak sincerely, and not because... That would be disgraceful. In fact, not because I'm in... Well, anyway, I won't say why, I daren't. But we all saw today, when he came in, that man is not of our sort. Not because he had his hair curled at the barber's, not because he was in such a hurry to show his wit, but because he is a spy, a speculator, because he has a skinflint and a buffoon. That's evident. Do you think him clever? No, he is a fool. A fool. And is he a match for you? Good heavens! Do you see, ladies?
He stopped suddenly on the way upstairs to their rooms.
Though all my friends there are drunk, yet they are all honest, and though we do talk a lot of trash, and I do too, yet we shall talk our way to the truth at last. For we are on the right path, while Pyotr Petrovitch is not on the right path. Though I've been calling him all sorts of names just now, I do respect them all. Though I don't respect Zemietov. I like him, for he's a puppy, and that Bolog Zelsimov, because he is an honest man and knows his work. But enough, it's all said and forgiven. Is it forgiven? Well then, let's go on. I know this corridor. I've been here. There was a scandal here at number 3. Where are you here? Which number? 8? Well, lock yourselves in for the night, then. Don't let anybody in. In a quarter of an hour I'll come back with news, and half an hour later I'll bring Zosimov. You'll see. Goodbye. I'll run.
Good heavens, Dunya, what is going to happen?
Said Pulcheria Alexandrovna, addressing her daughter with anxiety and dismay.
Don't worry yourself, mother,
said Dunya, taking off her hat and cape.
God has sent this gentleman to our aid, though he has come from a drinking party. We can depend on him, I assure you, and all that he has done for Rodia.
Ah, Dunya, goodness knows whether he will come. How could I bring myself to leave Rodia? And how different I had fancied our meeting. How sullen he was, as though not pleased to see us.
Tears came into her eyes.
No, it is not that, mother. You didn't see you were crying all the time. He is quite unhinged by serious illness. That's the reason.
Ah, that illness. What will happen? What will happen? And how he talked to you, Dunya,
said the mother, looking timidly at her daughter, trying to read her thoughts, and already half consoled by Dunya's standing up for her brother, which meant that she had already forgiven him.
I am sure he will think better of it tomorrow,
she added, probing her further.
And I am sure he will say the same tomorrow. About that,
Avdotia Romanovna said finally. And of course there was no going beyond that, for this was a point which Pulcheria Alexandrovna was afraid to discuss. Dunya went up and kissed her mother. The latter warmly embraced her without speaking. Then she sat down to wait anxiously for Razumihin's return, timidly watching her daughter, who walked up and down the room with her arms folded, lost in thought. This walking up and down when she was thinking was a habit of Avdotia Romanovna's, and the mother was always afraid to break in on her daughter's mood at such moments. Razumihin, of course, was ridiculous in his sudden drunken infatuation for Avdotia Romanovna, yet, apart from his eccentric condition, many people would have thought it justified if they had seen Avdotia Romanovna, especially at that moment when she was walking to and fro with folded arms, pensive and melancholy. Avdotia Romanovna was remarkably good-looking. She was tall, strikingly well-proportioned, strong, and self-reliant. The latter quality was apparent in every gesture, though it did not the least detract from the grace and softness of her movements. In face she resembled her brother, but she might be described as really beautiful. Her hair was dark brown, a little lighter than her brother's. There was a proud light in her almost black eyes, and yet at times a look of extraordinary kindness. She was pale, but it was a healthy pallor. Her face was radiant with freshness and vigor. Her mouth was rather small. The full red lower lip projected a little, as did her chin. It was the only irregularity in her beautiful face, but it gave a peculiarly individual and almost haughty expression. Her face was always more serious and thoughtful than gay, but how well smiles, how well youthful, light-hearted, irresponsible laughter suited her face. It was natural enough that a warm, open, simple-hearted, honest giant like Razumihin, who had never seen anyone like her, and was not quite sober at the time, should lose his head immediately. Besides, as chance would have it, he saw Dunya for the first time transfigured by her love for her brother, and her joy at meeting him. Afterwards he saw her lower lip quiver with indignation at her brother's insolent, cruel, and ungrateful words, and his fate was sealed. He had spoken the truth, moreover, when he blurted out in his drunken talk on the stairs that Praskovya Pavlovna, Raskolnikov's eccentric landlady, would be jealous of Pulcheria Alexandrovna as well as of Avdotia Romanovna on his account. Although Pulcheria Alexandrovna was 43, her face still retained traces of her former beauty. She looked much younger than her age indeed, which is almost always the case with women who retain serenity of spirit, sensitiveness, and pure sincere warmth of heart to old age. We may add in parenthesis that to preserve all this is the only means of retaining beauty to old age. Her hair had begun to grow grey and thin. There had long been little crow's-foot wrinkles round her eyes. Her cheeks were hollow and sunken from anxiety and grief, and yet it was a handsome face. She was Dunya over again, 20 years older, but without the projecting under lip. Pulcheria Alexandrovna was emotional, but not sentimental, timid and yielding, but only to a certain point. She could give way and accept a great deal even of what was contrary to her convictions, but there was a certain barrier fixed by honesty, principle, and the deepest convictions, which nothing would induce her to cross. Exactly 20 minutes after Razumihin's departure, there came 2 subdued but hurried knocks at the door. He had come back.
"I won't come in. I haven't time," he
hastened to say when the door was opened.
"He sleeps like a top, soundly, quietly, and God grant he may sleep 10 hours. Nastasia's with him. I told her not to leave until I came. Now I am fetching Zosimov. He will report to you, and then you'd better turn in. I can see you are too tired to do anything.
And he ran off down the corridor.
What a very competent and devoted young man,
cried Pulcheria Alexandrovna, exceedingly delighted.
He seems a splendid person.
Avdotia Romanovna replied with some warmth, resuming her walk up and down the room. It was nearly an hour later when they heard footsteps in the corridor and another knock at the door. Both women waited this time, completely relying on Razumihin's promise. He actually had succeeded in bringing Zosimov. Zosimov had agreed at once to desert the drinking party to go to Raskolnikov's, but he came reluctantly, and with the greatest suspicion, to see the ladies, mistrusting Razumihin in his exhilarated condition. But his vanity was at once reassured and flattered. He saw that they were really expecting him as an oracle. He stayed just 10 minutes, and succeeded in completely convincing and comforting Pulcheria Alexandrovna. He spoke with marked sympathy, but with the reserve and extreme seriousness of a young doctor at an important consultation. He did not utter a word on any other subject, and did not display the slightest desire to enter into more personal relations with the two ladies. Remarking at his first entrance the dazzling beauty of Avdotia Romanovna, he endeavoured not to notice her at all during his visit, and addressed himself solely to Pulcheria Alexandrovna. All this gave him extraordinary inward satisfaction. He declared that he thought the invalid at this moment going on very satisfactorily. According to his observations, the patient's illness was due partly to his unfortunate material surroundings during the last few months, but it had partly also a moral origin.
Was, so to speak, the product of several material and moral influences, anxieties, apprehensions, troubles, certain ideas, and so on.
Noticing stealthily that Avdotia Romanovna was following his words with close attention, Zosimov allowed himself to enlarge on this theme. On Pulcheria Alexandrovna's anxiously and timidly inquiring as to
some suspicion of insanity,
he replied with a composed and candid smile that his words had been exaggerated, that certainly the patient had some fixed idea, something approaching a monomania. He, Zosimov, was now particularly studying this interesting branch of medicine, but that it must be recollected that until today the patient had been in delirium and that no doubt the presence of his family would have a favourable effect on his recovery and distract his mind.
If only all fresh shocks can be avoided,
he added significantly. Then he got up, took leave with an impressive and affable bow, while blessings, warm gratitude, and entreaties were showered upon him, and Avdotia Romanovna spontaneously offered her hand to him. He went out exceedingly pleased with his visit, and still more so with himself.
"We'll talk tomorrow. Go to bed at once,"
Razumihin said in conclusion, following Zosimov out.
"I'll be with you tomorrow morning as early as possible with my report."
"That's a fetching little girl, Avdotia Romanov,"
remarked Zosimov, almost licking his lips as they both came out into the street.
"Fetching? You said fetching?"
roared Razumihin as he flew at Zosimov and seized him by the throat.
"If you ever dare! Do you understand? Do you understand?"
he shouted, shaking him by the collar and squeezing him against the wall.
"Do you hear?"
"Let me go, you drunken devil,"
said Zosimov, struggling, and when he had let go of him, he stared at him and went off into a sudden guffaw. Razumihin stood facing him in gloomy and earnest reflection.
"Of course, I am an ass,"
he observed, sombre as a storm cloud.
"But still, you are another."
"No, brother, not at all such another. I am not dreaming of any folly."
They walked along in silence, and only when they were close to Raskolnikov's lodgings, Razumihin broke the silence in considerable anxiety.
"Listen,"
he said.
"You're a first-rate fellow, but among your other failings, you're a loose fish, that I know, and a dirty one, too. You are a feeble, nervous wretch, and a mass of whims. You're getting fat and lazy and can't deny yourself anything, and I call that dirty because it leads one straight into the dirt. You've let yourself get so slack that I don't know how it is you are still a good, even a devoted doctor. You, a doctor, sleep on a feather bed and get up at night to your patients. In another 3 or 4 years, you won't get up for your patients. But hang it all, that's not the point. You are going to spend tonight in the landlady's flat here. Hard work I've had to persuade her. And I'll be in the kitchen. So here's a chance for you to get to know her better. It's not as you think. There's not a trace of anything of the sort, brother."
"But I don't think."
"Here you have modesty, brother, silence, bashfulness, a savage virtue. And yet she's sighing and melting like wax, simply melting. Save me from her, by all that's unholy. She's most prepossessing. I'll repay you. I'll do anything."
Zosimov laughed more violently than ever.
"Well, you are smitten. But what am I to do with her?
It won't be much trouble, I assure you. Talk any rot you like to her, as long as you sit by her and talk. You're a doctor, too. Try curing her of something. I swear you won't regret it. She has a piano, and, you know, I strum a little. I have a song there, a genuine Russian one. I shed hot tears. She likes the genuine article. And, well, it all began with that song. Now, you're a regular performer, a maître, a Rubinstein. I assure you, you won't regret it.
But have you made her some promise? Something signed? A promise of marriage, perhaps?
Nothing. Nothing. Absolutely nothing of the kind. Besides, she is not that sort at all. Chebarov tried that.
Well then, drop her.
But I can't drop her like that.
Why can't you?
Well, I can't. That's all about it. There's an element of attraction here, brother.
Then why have you fascinated her?
I haven't fascinated her. Perhaps I fascinated myself in my folly. But she won't care a straw whether it's you or I, so long as somebody sits beside her, sighing. I can't explain the position, brother. Look, here. You are good at mathematics, and working at it now. Begin teaching her the integral calculus. Upon my soul, I'm not joking. I'm in earnest. It'll be just the same to her. She will gaze at you and sigh for a whole year together. I talked to her once for 2 days at a time about the Prussian House of Lords, for one must talk of something. She just sighed and perspired. And you mustn't talk of love. She's bashful to hysterics. But just let her see you can't tear yourself away. That's enough. It's fearfully comfortable. You're quite at home. You can read, sit, lie about, write. You may even venture on a kiss, if you're careful.
But what do I want with her?
I can't make you understand. You see, you are made for each other. I have often been reminded of you. You'll come to it in the end. So does it matter whether it's sooner or later? There's the feather-bed element here, brother. And not only that, there's an attraction here. Here you have the end of the world, an anchorage, a quiet haven, the navel of the earth, the 3 fishes that are the foundation of the world, the essence of pancakes, of savory fish pies, of the evening samovar, of soft sighs and warm shawls, and hot stoves to sleep on, as snug as though you were dead, and yet you're alive. The advantages of both at once. Well, hang it, brother, what stuff I'm talking, it's bedtime. Listen, I sometimes wake up at night, so I'll go in and look at him. But there's no need, it's all right. Don't you worry yourself, yet if you like, you might just look in once, too. But if you notice anything, delirium or fever, wake me at once. But there can't be.
End of Part 3, Chapter 1. Section 16 of Crime and Punishment. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Crime and Punishment by Fyodor Dostoevsky, translated by Constance Garnett. Part 3, Chapter 2. Razumihin waked up next morning at 8 o'clock, troubled and serious. He found himself confronted with many new and unlooked-for perplexities. He had never expected that he would ever wake up feeling like that. He remembered every detail of the previous day, and he knew that a perfectly novel experience had befallen him, that he had received an impression unlike anything he had known before. At the same time, he recognized clearly that the dream which had fired his imagination was hopelessly unattainable, so unattainable that he felt positively ashamed of it, and he hastened to pass to the other more practical cares and difficulties bequeathed him by that
thrice accursed yesterday.
The most awful recollection of the previous day was the way he had shown himself base and mean, not only because he had been drunk, but because he had taken advantage of the young girl's position to abuse her fiancé in his stupid jealousy, knowing nothing of their mutual relations and obligations, and next to nothing of the man himself. And what right had he to criticize him in that hasty and unguarded manner? Who had asked for his opinion? Was it thinkable that such a creature as Avdotia Romanovna would be marrying an unworthy man for money? So there must be something in him. The lodgings? But after all, how could he know the character of the lodgings? He was furnishing a flat. Phoo! How despicable it all was! And what justification was it that he was drunk? Such a stupid excuse was even more degrading. In wine is truth, and the truth had all come out.
That is, all the uncleanness of his coarse and envious heart.
And would such a dream ever be permissible to him, Razumihin? What was he beside such a girl? He, the drunken, noisy braggart of last night. Was it possible to imagine so absurd and cynical a juxtaposition? Razumihin blushed desperately at the very idea, and suddenly the recollection forced itself vividly upon him of how he had said last night on the stairs that the landlady would be jealous of Avdotia Romanovna. That was simply intolerable. He brought his fist down heavily on the kitchen stove, hurt his hand, and sent one of the bricks flying.
Of course,
he muttered to himself a minute later with a feeling of self-abasement.
Of course, all these infamies can never be wiped out or smoothed over, and so it's useless even to think of it, and I must go to them in silence and do my duty. In silence, too. And not ask forgiveness and say nothing, for all is lost now.
And yet as he dressed, he examined his attire more carefully than usual. He hadn't another suit. If he had, perhaps he wouldn't have put it on.
I would have made a point of not putting it on.
But in any case, he could not remain a cynic and a dirty Slaven. He had no right to offend the feelings of others, especially when they were in need of his assistance and asking him to see them. He brushed his clothes carefully. His linen was always decent. In that respect he was especially clean. He washed that morning scrupulously. He had got some soap from Nastasia. He washed his hair, his neck, and especially his hands. When it came to the question whether to shave his stubbly chin or not, Praskovya Pavlovna had capital razors that had been left by her late husband. The question was angrily answered in the negative.
Let it stay as it is. What if they think I shaved it on purpose to... They certainly would think so. Not on any account. And the worst of it was he was so coarse, so dirty. He had the manners of a pothouse. And even admitting that he knew he had some of the essentials of a gentleman. What was there in that to be proud of? Everyone ought to be a gentleman, and more than that. And all the same,
he remembered,
he, too, had done little things. Not exactly dishonest, and yet... And what thoughts he sometimes had. And to set all that aside, Avdotia Romanovna! Confound it! So be it. Well, he'd make a point, then, of being dirty, greasy, pothouse in his manners, and he wouldn't care. He'd be worse.
He was engaged in such monologues when Zosimov, who had spent the night in Praskovya Pavlovna's parlor, came in. He was going home and was in a hurry to look at the invalid first. Razumihin informed him that Raskolnikov was sleeping like a dormouse. Zosimov gave orders that they shouldn't wake him, and promised to see him again about 11.
If he is still at home,
he added.
Damn it all! If one can't control one's patients, how is one to cure them? Do you know whether he will go to them, or whether they are coming here?
They are coming, I think,
said Razumihin, understanding the object of the question.
And they will discuss their family affairs, no doubt. I'll be off. You, as the doctor, have more right to be here than I.
But I am not a father confessor. I shall come and go away. I've plenty to do, besides looking after them.
One thing worries me,
interposed Razumihin, frowning.
On the way home, I talked a lot of drunken nonsense to him. All sorts of things. And amongst them that you were afraid that he might become insane.
You told the ladies so, too.
I know it was stupid. You may beat me if you like. Did you think so seriously?
That's nonsense, I tell you. How could I think it seriously? You yourself described him as a monomaniac when you fetched me to him. And we added fuel to the fire yesterday. You did, that is, with your story about the painter. It was a nice conversation, when he was, perhaps, mad on that very point. If only I'd known what happened then at the police station, and that some wretch had insulted him with this suspicion. I would not have allowed that conversation yesterday. These monomaniacs will make a mountain out of a molehill, and see their fancies as solid realities. As far as I remember, it was Zamitov's story that cleared up half the mystery to my mind. Why, I know one case in which a hypochondriac, a man of 40, cut the throat of a little boy of 8 because he couldn't endure the jokes he made every day at table. And in this case is Rags, the insolent police officer, the fever and this suspicion. All that working on a man half frantic with hypochondria, and with his morbid exceptional vanity. That may well have been the starting point of illness. Well, bother it all. And by the way, that Zamitov certainly is a nice fellow. But, he shouldn't have told all that last night. He is an awful chatterbox.
But whom did he tell it to? You and me?
And Porphyry.
What does that matter?
And by the way, have you any influence on them? His mother and sister? Tell them to be more careful with him today.
They'll get on all right.
Razumihin answered reluctantly.
Why is he so set against this Lurin? A man with money, and she doesn't seem to dislike him. And they haven't a farthing, I suppose. Eh?
But what business is it of yours?
Razumihin cried with annoyance.
How can I tell whether they've a farthing? Ask them yourself, and perhaps you'll find out.
Foo! What an ass you are sometimes. Last night's wine has not gone off yet. Goodbye. Thank your Praskovia Pavlovna from me for my night's lodging. She locked herself in, made no reply to my bonjour through the door. She was up at 7 o'clock. The samovar was taken into her from the kitchen. I was not vouchsafed a personal interview.
At 9 o'clock precisely, Razumihin reached the lodgings at Bakaleyev's house. Both ladies were waiting for him with nervous impatience. They had risen at 7 o'clock, or earlier. He entered looking black as night, bowed awkwardly, and was at once furious with himself for it. He had reckoned without his host. Pulcheria Alexandrovna fairly rushed at him, seized him by both hands, and was almost kissing them. He glanced timidly at Avdotia Romanovna, but her proud countenance wore at that moment an expression of such gratitude and friendliness, such complete and unlooked-for respect, in place of the sneering looks and ill-disguised contempt he had expected, that it threw him into greater confusion than if he had been met with abuse. Fortunately there was a subject for conversation, and he made haste to snatch at it. Hearing that everything was going well, and that Rodya had not yet waked, Pulcheria Alexandrovna declared that she was glad to hear it, because she had something which it was very, very necessary to talk over beforehand. Then followed an enquiry about breakfast, and an invitation to have it with them. They had waited to have it with him. Avdotia Romanovna rang the bell. It was answered by a ragged, dirty waiter, and they asked him to bring tea, which was served at last, but in such a dirty and disorderly way that the ladies were ashamed. Razumihin vigorously attacked the lodgings, but, remembering Luzhin, stopped in embarrassment, and was greatly relieved by Pulcheria Alexandrovna's questions, which showered in a continual stream upon him. He talked for 3/4 of an hour, being constantly interrupted by their questions, and succeeded in describing to them all the most important facts he knew of the last year of Raskolnikov's life, concluding with a circumstantial account of his illness. He omitted, however, many things which were better omitted, including the scene at the police station, with all its consequences. They listened eagerly to his story, and, when he thought he had finished and satisfied his listeners, he found that they considered he had hardly begun.
Tell me, what do you think— Excuse me, I still don't know your name.
Pulcheria Alexandrovna put in hastily.
Dmitri Prokofitch.
I should very, very much like to know, Dmitri Prokofitch, how he looks on things in general now. That is, how can I explain? What are his likes and dislikes? Is he always so irritable? Tell me, if you can, what are his hopes and, so to say, his dreams? Under what influences is he now? In a word, I should like—
Ah, mother, how can he answer all that at once?
Observed Dunya.
Good heavens, I had not expected to find him in the least like this, Dmitri Prokofitch.
Naturally,
answered Razumihin.
I have no mother, but my uncle comes every year, and almost every time he can scarcely recognize me, even in appearance, though he is a clever man. And your 3 years of separation means a great deal. What am I to tell you? I have known Rodion for 1.5 years. He is morose, gloomy, proud and haughty, and of late, and perhaps for a long time before, he has been suspicious and fanciful. He has a noble nature and a kind heart. He does not like showing his feelings, and would rather do a cruel thing than open his heart freely. Sometimes, though, he is not at all morbid, but simply cold and inhumanly callous. It's as though he were alternating between two characters. Sometimes he is fearfully reserved. He says he is so busy that everything is a hindrance, and yet he lies in bed doing nothing. He doesn't jeer at things, not because he hasn't the wit, but as though he hadn't time to waste on such trifles. He never listens to what is said to him. He is never interested in what interests other people at any given moment. He thinks very highly of himself, and perhaps he is right. Well, what more? I think your arrival will have a most beneficial influence upon him.
God grant it may,
cried Pulcheria Alexandrovna, distressed by Razumihin's account of her Rodya. And Razumihin ventured to look more boldly at Avdotya Romanovna at last. He glanced at her often while he was talking, but only for a moment, and looked away again at once. Avdotya Romanovna sat at the table, listening attentively, then got up again and began walking to and fro with her arms folded and her lips compressed, occasionally putting in a question, without stopping her walk. She had the same habit of not listening to what was said. She was wearing a dress of thin dark stuff, and she had a white transparent scarf round her neck. Razumihin soon detected signs of extreme poverty in their belongings. Had Avdotya Romanovna been dressed like a queen, he felt that he would not be afraid of her, but perhaps just because she was poorly dressed, and that he noticed all the misery of her surroundings, his heart was filled with dread, and he began to be afraid of every word he uttered, every gesture he made, which was very trying for a man who already felt diffident.
You've told us a great deal that is interesting about my brother's character, and have told it impartially. I am glad. I thought that you were too uncritically devoted to him,
observed Avdotya Romanovna with a smile.
I think you are right that he needs a woman's care,
she added thoughtfully.
I didn't say so, but I dare say you are right. Only...
What?
He loves no one, and perhaps he never will,
Razumihin declared decisively.
You mean he is not capable of love?
Do you know, Avdotya Romanovna, you are awfully like your brother, in everything, indeed,
he blurted out suddenly, to his own surprise, but remembering at once what he had just said before of her brother, he turned as red as a crab and was overcome with confusion. Avdotya Romanovna couldn't help laughing when she looked at him.
You may both be mistaken about Rodya,
Pulcheria Alexandrovna remarked, slightly piqued.
I am not talking of our present difficulty, Dunya. What Pyotr Petrovitch writes in his letter, and what you and I have supposed, may be mistaken. But you can't imagine, Dmitri Prokofitch, how moody and, so to say, capricious he is. I never could depend on what he would do when he was only 15. And I'm sure that he might do something now that nobody else would think of doing. Well, for instance, do you know how a year and a half ago he astounded me and gave me a shock that nearly killed me when he had the idea of marrying that girl, what was her name, his landlady's daughter?
Did you hear about that affair?
Asked Avdotya Romanovna.
Do you suppose,
Pulcheria Alexandrovna continued warmly,
do you suppose that my tears, my entreaties, my illness, my possible death from grief, our poverty would have made him pause? No, he would calmly have disregarded all obstacles. And yet it isn't that he doesn't love us.
He has never spoken a word of that affair to me,
Razumihin answered cautiously.
But I did hear something from Praskovya Pavlovna herself, though she is by no means a gossip. And what I heard certainly was rather strange.
And what did you hear?
Both the ladies asked at once.
Well, nothing very special. I only learned that the marriage, which only failed to take place through the girl's death, was not at all to Praskovya Pavlovna's liking. They say, too, the girl was not at all pretty. In fact, I am told positively ugly. And such an invalid. And queer. But she seems to have had some good qualities. She must have had some good qualities, or it's quite inexplicable. She had no money either, and he wouldn't have considered her money. But it's always difficult to judge in such matters.
I am sure she was a good girl,
Avdotya Romanovna observed briefly.
God forgive me, I simply rejoiced at her death, though I don't know which of them would have caused most misery to the other, he to her or she to him,
Pulcheria Alexandrovna concluded. Then she began tentatively questioning him about the scene on the previous day with Luzhin, hesitating and continually glancing at Dunya, obviously to the latter's annoyance. This incident, more than all the rest, evidently caused her uneasiness, even consternation. Razumihin described it in detail again, but this time he added his own conclusions. He openly blamed Raskolnikov for intentionally insulting Pyotr Petrovitch, not seeking to excuse him on the score of his illness.
He had planned it before his illness,
he added.
I think so too,
Pulcheria Alexandrovna agreed with a dejected air. But she was very much surprised at hearing Razumihin express himself so carefully, and even with a certain respect, about Pyotr Petrovitch. Avdotya Romanovna, too, was struck by it.
So, this is your opinion of Pyotr Petrovitch?
Pulcheria Alexandrovna could not resist asking.
I can have no other opinion of your daughter's future husband,
Razumihin answered firmly and with warmth.
And I don't say it simply from vulgar politeness, but simply because Avdotia Romanovna has of her own free will deigned to accept this man. If I spoke so rudely of him last night, it was because I was disgustingly drunk, and mad besides. Yes, mad, crazy. I lost my head completely, and this morning I am ashamed of it.
He crimsoned and ceased speaking. Avdotia Romanovna flushed, but did not break the silence. She had not uttered a word from the moment they began to speak of Luzhin. Without her support, Pulcheria Alexandrovna obviously did not know what to do. At last, faltering and continually glancing at her daughter, she confessed that she was exceedingly worried by one circumstance.
"You see, Dmitri Prokofitch,"
she began.
"I'll be perfectly open with Dmitri Prokofitch, Dunya."
"Of course, mother,"
said Avdotia Romanovna emphatically.
"This is what it is,"
she began in haste, as though the permission to speak of her trouble lifted a weight off her mind.
"Very early this morning we got a note from Pyotr Petrovitch in reply to our letter announcing our arrival. He promised to meet us at the station, you know. Instead of that, he sent a servant to bring us the address of these lodgings and to show us the way. And he sent a message that he would be here himself this morning. But this morning this note came from him. You'd better read it yourself. There is one point in it which worries me very much. You will soon see what that is, and tell me your candid opinion, Dmitri Prokofitch. You know Rodya's character better than anyone, and no one can advise us better than you can. Dunya, I must tell you, made her decision at once, but I still don't feel sure how to act, and I've been waiting for your opinion."
Razumihin opened the note, which was dated the previous evening, and read as follows.
Dear Madam Pulcheria Alexandrovna, I have the honor to inform you that, owing to unforeseen obstacles, I was rendered unable to meet you at the railway station. I sent a very competent person with the same object in view. I likewise shall be deprived of the honor of an interview with you tomorrow morning, by business in the Senate that does not admit of delay, and also that I may not intrude on your family circle while you are meeting your son and Avdotia Romanovna, her brother. I shall have the honor of visiting you and paying you my respects at your lodgings no later than tomorrow evening at 8 o'clock precisely, and herewith I venture to present my earnest, and I may add imperative request that Rodion Romanovich may not be present at our interview, as he offered me a gross and unprecedented affront on the occasion of my visit to him in his illness yesterday. And, moreover, since I desire from you personally an indispensable and circumstantial explanation upon a certain point in regard to which I wish to learn your own interpretation, I have the honor to inform you in anticipation that if, in spite of my request, I meet Rodion Romanovich, I shall be compelled to withdraw immediately, and then you have only yourself to blame. I write on the assumption that Rodion Romanovich, who appeared so ill at my visit, suddenly recovered 2 hours later, and so, being able to leave the house, may visit you also. I was confirmed in that belief by the testimony of my own eyes in the lodging of a drunken man who was run over and has since died, to whose daughter, a young woman of notorious behavior, he gave 25 roubles on the pretext of the funeral, which gravely surprised me, knowing what pains you were at to raise that sum. Herewith expressing my special respect to your estimable daughter Avdotia Romanovna, I beg you to accept the respectful homage of your humble servant, P. Luzhin.
"What am I to do now, Dmitri Prokofitch?"
began Pulcheria Alexandrovna, almost weeping.
"How can I ask Rodya not to come? Yesterday he insisted so earnestly on our refusing Pyotr Petrovitch, and now we are ordered not to receive Rodya. He will come on purpose if he knows, and what will happen then?"
Act on Avdotia Romanovna's decision.
Razumihin answered calmly at once.
"Oh, dear me. She says, goodness knows what she says. She doesn't explain her object. She says that it would be best, at least, not that it would be best, but that it's absolutely necessary, that Rodia should make a point of being here at 8 o'clock, and that they must meet. I didn't want even to show him the letter, but to prevent him from coming by some stratagem with your help, because he is so irritable. Besides, I don't understand about that drunkard who died, and that daughter, and how he could have given the daughter all the money, which
cost you such sacrifice, mother,
put in Avdotia Romanovna.
He was not himself yesterday,
Razumihin said thoughtfully.
If you only knew what he was up to in a restaurant yesterday, though there was sense in it, too. He did say something, as we were going home yesterday evening, about a dead man and a girl, but I didn't understand a word. But last night, I myself...
The best thing, mother, will be for us to go to him ourselves, and there I assure you, we shall see at once what's to be done. Besides, it's getting late. Good heavens, it's past 10.
She cried, looking at a splendid gold-enamelled watch which hung round her neck on a thin Venetian chain, and looked entirely out of keeping with the rest of her dress.
A present from her fiancé,
thought Razumihin.
We must start, Dunya, we must start,
her mother cried in a flutter.
He will be thinking we are still angry after yesterday from our coming so late. Merciful heavens!
While she said this, she was hurriedly putting on her hat and mantle. Dunya, too, put on her things. Her gloves, as Razumihin noticed, were not merely shabby, but had holes in them, and yet this evident poverty gave the two ladies an air of special dignity, which is always found in people who know how to wear poor clothes. Razumihin looked reverently at Dunya, and felt proud of escorting her.
The queen who mended her stockings in prison,
he thought,
must have looked then every inch a queen, and even more a queen, than at sumptuous banquets and levées.
My God!
Exclaimed Pulcheria Alexandrovna.
Little did I think that I should ever fear seeing my son, my darling, darling Rodya. I am afraid, Dmitri Prokofyevitch,
she added, glancing at him timidly.
Don't be afraid, mother,
said Dunya, kissing her.
Better have faith in him.
Oh, dear, I have faith in him, but I haven't slept all night,
exclaimed the poor woman. They came out into the street.
Do you know, Dunya, when I dozed a little this morning, I dreamed of Marfa Petrovna. She was all in white. She came up to me, took my hand and shook her head at me, but so sternly, as though she were blaming me. Is that a good omen? Oh, dear me, you don't know, Dmitri Prokofyevitch, that Marfa Petrovna's dead?
No, I didn't know. Who is Marfa Petrovna?
She died suddenly, and only fancy.
Afterwards, mamma,
put in Dunya.
He doesn't know who Marfa Petrovna is.
Oh, you don't know, and I was thinking that you knew all about us. Forgive me, Dmitri Prokofyevitch, I don't know what I am thinking about these last few days. I look upon you really as a providence for us, and so I took it for granted that you knew all about us. I look on you as a relation. Don't be angry with me for saying so. Dear me, what's the matter with your right hand? Have you knocked it?
Yes, I bruised it,
muttered Razumihin, overjoyed.
Sometimes I speak too much from the heart, so that Dunya finds fault with me, but, dear me, what a cupboard he lives in! I wonder whether he is awake. Does this woman, his landlady, consider it a room? Listen, you say he does not like to show his feelings, so perhaps I annoy him with my weaknesses. Do advise me, Dmitri Prokofyevitch. How am I to treat him? I feel quite distracted, you know.
Don't question him too much about anything if you see him frown. Don't ask him too much about his health. He doesn't like that.
Ah, Dmitri Prokofyevitch, how hard it is to be a mother. But here are the stairs. What an awful staircase.
Mother, you are quite pale. Don't distress yourself, darling,
said Dunya, caressing her. Then, with flashing eyes, she added,
He ought to be happy at seeing you, and you are tormenting yourself so.
Wait, I'll peep in and see whether he has waked up.
The ladies slowly followed Razumihin, who went on before, and when they reached the landlady's door on the 4th story, they noticed that her door was a tiny crack open, and that 2 keen black eyes were watching them from the darkness within. When their eyes met, the door was suddenly shut with such a slam that Pulcheria Alexandrovna almost cried out. End of Part 3, Chapter 2.
Section 17 of Crime and Punishment. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Crime and Punishment by Fyodor Dostoevsky, translated by Constance Garnett. Part 3, Chapter 3.
He is well, quite well.
Zosimov cried cheerfully as they entered. He had come in 10 minutes earlier, and was sitting in the same place as before, on the sofa. Raskolnikov was sitting in the opposite corner, fully dressed and carefully washed and combed, as he had not been for some time past. The room was immediately crowded, yet Nastasia managed to follow the visitors in and stayed to listen. Raskolnikov really was almost well, as compared with his condition the day before, but he was still pale, listless, and somber. He looked like a wounded man, or one who had undergone some terrible physical suffering. His brows were knitted, his lips compressed, his eyes feverish. He spoke little and reluctantly, as though performing a duty, and there was a restlessness in his movements. He only wanted a sling on his arm or a bandage on his finger to complete the impression of a man with a painful abscess or a broken arm. The pale, somber face lighted up for a moment when his mother and sister entered, but this only gave it a look of more intense suffering, in place of its listless dejection. The light soon died away, but the look of suffering remained, and Zosimov, washing and studying his patient with all the zest of a young doctor beginning to practice, noticed in him no joy at the arrival of his mother and sister, but a sort of bitter, hidden determination to bear another hour or two of inevitable torture. He later saw that almost every word of the following conversation seemed to touch on some sore place and irritate it, but at the same time he marveled at the power of controlling himself and hiding his feelings in a patient who the previous day had, like a monomaniac, fallen into a frenzy at the slightest word.
Yes, I see myself that I am almost well,
said Raskolnikov, giving his mother and sister a kiss of welcome, which made Pulcheria Alexandrovna radiant at once.
And I don't say this as I did yesterday,
he said, addressing Razumihin, with a friendly pressure of his hand.
Yes, indeed. I am quite surprised at him today,
began Zosimov, much delighted at the lady's entrance, for he had not succeeded in keeping up a conversation with his patient for 10 minutes.
In another 3 or 4 days, if he goes on like this, he will be just as before. That is, as he was a month ago, or 2, or perhaps even 3. This has been coming on for a long while, eh? Confess now that it has been perhaps your own fault,
he added with a tentative smile, as though still afraid of irritating him.
It is very possible,
answered Raskolnikov coldly.
I should say, too,
continued Zosimov with zest,
that your complete recovery depends solely on yourself. Now that one can talk to you, I should like to impress upon you that it is essential to avoid the elementary, so to speak, fundamental causes tending to produce your morbid condition. In that case, you will be cured. If not, it will go from bad to worse. These fundamental causes I don't know, but they must be known to you. You are an intelligent man, and must have observed yourself, of course. I fancy the first stage of your derangement coincides with your leaving the university. You must not be left without occupation, and so work in a definite aim set before you might, I fancy, be very beneficial.
Yes, you are perfectly right. I will make haste and return to the university, and then everything will go smoothly.
Zosimov, who had begun his sage advice partly to make an effect before the ladies, was certainly somewhat mystified when, glancing at his patient, he observed unmistakable mockery on his face. This lasted an instant, however. Pulcheria Alexandrovna began at once thanking Zosimov, especially for his visit to their lodging on the previous night.
What? He saw you last night?
Raskolnikov added, as though startled.
Then you have not slept either after your journey.
Ah, Rodya, that was only till 2 o'clock. Dunya and I never go to bed before 2 at home.
I don't know how to thank him either,
Raskolnikov went on, suddenly frowning and looking down.
Setting aside the question of payment, forgive me for referring to it.
He turned to Zosimov.
I really don't know what I have done to deserve such special attention from you. I simply don't understand it, and it weighs upon me, indeed, because I don't understand it. I tell you so candidly.
Don't be irritated.
Zosimov forced himself to laugh.
Ha 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 ha. Assume that you are my first patient. Well, we fellows just beginning to practice love our first patients, as if they were our children, and some almost fall in love with them. And, of course, I am not rich in patience.
I say nothing about him,
added Raskolnikov, pointing to Razumihin.
Though he has had nothing from me either, but insult and trouble.
What nonsense he is talking! Why, you are in a sentimental mood today, are you?
Shouted Razumihin. If he had had more penetration, he would have seen that there was no trace of sentimentality in him, but something indeed quite the opposite. But Avdotia Romanovna noticed it. She was intently and uneasily watching her brother.
As for you, mother, I don't dare to speak.
He went on, as though repeating a lesson learned by heart.
It is only today that I have been able to realize a little how distressed you must have been here yesterday, waiting for me to come back.
When he had said this, he suddenly held out his hand to his sister, smiling without a word. But in this smile there was a flash of real, unfeigned feeling. Dunya caught it at once, and warmly pressed his hand, overjoyed and thankful. It was the first time he had addressed her since their dispute the previous day. The mother's face lighted up with ecstatic happiness at the sight of this conclusive, unspoken reconciliation.
Yes, that is what I love him for.
Razumihin, exaggerating it all, muttered to himself with a vigorous turn in his chair.
He has these movements.
And how well he does it all.
The mother was thinking to herself.
What generous impulses he has, and how simply, how delicately he put an end to all the misunderstanding with his sister, simply by holding out his hand at the right minute and looking at her like that. And what fine eyes he has, and how fine his whole face is. He's even better looking than Dunya, but good heavens, what a suit! How terribly he's dressed! Vasya, the messenger boy in Afanasy Ivanitch's shop, is better dressed. I could rush at him and hug him, weep over him. But I'm afraid. Oh dear, he's so strange. He's talking kindly, but I'm afraid. Why, what am I afraid of? Oh, Rodya, you wouldn't believe,
she began suddenly, in haste to answer his words to her,
how unhappy Dunya and I were yesterday. Now that it's all over and done with and we are quite happy again, I can tell you. Fancy, we ran here almost straight from the train to embrace you, and that woman, here she is. Good morning, Nastasia. She told us at once that you were lying in a high fever and had just run away from the doctor in a delirium, and they were looking for you in the streets. You can't imagine how we felt. I couldn't help thinking of the tragic end of Lieutenant Potanchikov, a friend of your father's, you can't remember him, Rodya, who ran out in the same way in a high fever and fell into the well in the courtyard, and they couldn't pull him out till the next day. Of course, we exaggerated things. We were on the point of rushing to find Pyotr Petrovitch to ask him to help, because we were alone, utterly alone,
she said plaintively, and stopped short, suddenly recollecting it was still somewhat dangerous to speak of Pyotr Petrovitch, although...
We are quite happy again.
Yes, of course, it's very annoying,
Raskolnikov muttered in reply, but with such a preoccupied and inattentive air that Dunya gazed at him in perplexity.
What else was it I wanted to say?
He went on, trying to recollect.
Oh, yes, Mother. And you too, Donya. Please don't think that I didn't mean to come and see you today, and was waiting for you to come first.
What are you saying, Rodya?
Cried Pulcheria Alexandrovna. She too was surprised.
Is he answering us as a duty?
Dunya wondered.
Is he being reconciled and asking forgiveness, as though he were performing a rite or repeating a lesson?
I've only just waked up and wanted to go to you, but was delayed owing to my clothes. I forgot yesterday to ask her, Nastasia, to wash out the blood. I've only just dressed.
Blood? What blood?
Pulcheria Alexandrovna asked in alarm.
Oh, nothing. Don't be uneasy. It was when I was wandering about yesterday, rather delirious. I chanced upon a man who had been run over. A clerk.
Delirious? But you remember everything.
Razumihin interrupted.
That's true,
Raskolnikov answered with special carefulness.
I remember everything, even to the slightest detail, and yet, why I did that, and went there, and said that, I can't clearly explain now.
A familiar phenomenon,
interposed Zosimov.
Actions are sometimes performed in a masterly and most cunning way. While the direction of the actions is deranged and dependent on various morbid impressions, it is like a dream.
Perhaps it's a good thing, really, that he should think me almost a madman,
thought Raskolnikov.
Why, people in perfect health act in the same way too,
observed Dunya, looking uneasily at Zosimov.
There is some truth in your observation,
the latter replied.
In that sense, we are certainly all not infrequently like madmen, but with the slight difference that the deranged are somewhat madder. For we must draw a line. A normal man, it is true, hardly exists. Among dozens, perhaps hundreds of thousands, hardly one is to be met with.
At the word madman, carelessly dropped by Zosimov in his chatter on his favorite subject, everyone frowned. Raskolnikov sat seeming not to pay attention, plunged in thought with a strange smile on his pale lips. He was still meditating on something.
Well, what about the man who was run over? I interrupted you.
Razumihin cried hastily.
What?
Raskolnikov seemed to wake up.
Oh, I got splattered with blood helping to carry him to his lodging. By the way, Mama, I did an unpardonable thing yesterday. I was literally out of my mind. I gave away all the money you sent me to his wife for the funeral. She's a widow now, in consumption, a poor creature. 3 little children, starving, nothing in the house. There's a daughter, too. Perhaps you'd have given it yourself, if you'd seen them. But I had no right to do it, I admit, especially as I knew how you needed the money yourself. To help others, one must have the right to do it, or else così chien, si vous n'êtes pas content.
He laughed.
That's right, isn't it, Donia?
No, it's not,
answered Dunya firmly.
Bah! You two have ideals,
he muttered, looking at her almost with hatred and smiling sarcastically.
I ought to have considered that. Well, that's praiseworthy, and it's better for you. And if you reach a line you won't overstep, you will be unhappy. And if you overstep it, maybe you will be still unhappier. But all that's nonsense,
he added irritably, vexed at being carried away.
I only meant to say that I beg your forgiveness, Mother, he concluded, shortly and abruptly.
That's enough, Rodya. I'm sure that everything you do is very good,
said his mother, delighted.
Don't be too sure,
he answered, twisting his mouth into a smile. A silence followed. There was a certain constraint in all this conversation, and in the silence, and in the reconciliation, and in the forgiveness, and all were feeling it.
It is as though they were afraid of me.
Raskolnikov was thinking to himself, looking askance at his mother and sister. Pulcheria Alexandrovna was indeed growing more timid the longer she kept silent.
Yet in their absence I seemed to love them so much,
flashed through his mind.
Do you know, Rodya, Marfa Petrovna is dead?
Pulcheria Alexandrovna suddenly blurted out.
What Marfa Petrovna?
Oh, mercy on us, Marfa Petrovna Svidrigailov. I wrote you so much about her.
Ah, yes, I remember. So she's dead. Oh, really?
He roused himself suddenly, as if waking up.
What did she die of?
Only imagine, quite suddenly.
Pulcheria Alexandrovna answered hurriedly, encouraged by his curiosity.
On the very day I was sending you that letter. Would you believe it? That awful man seems to have been the cause of her death. They say he beat her dreadfully.
Why, were they on such bad terms?
He asked, addressing his sister.
Not at all. Quite the contrary, indeed. With her he was always very patient, considerate even. In fact, all those 7 years of their married life, he gave way to her, too much so indeed, in many cases. All of a sudden he seems to have lost patience.
Then he could not have been so awful if he controlled himself for 7 years. You seem to be defending him, Donia.
No, he's an awful man. I can imagine nothing more awful,
Dunya answered, almost with a shudder, knitting her brows and sinking into thought.
That had happened in the morning,
Pulcheria Alexandrovna went on hurriedly.
And directly afterwards she ordered the horses to be harnessed to drive to town immediately after dinner. She always used to drive to the town in such cases. She ate a very good dinner, I am told.
After the beating?
That was always her habit, and immediately after dinner, so as not to be late in starting, she went to the bath-house. You see, she was undergoing some treatment with baths. They have a cold spring there, and she used to bathe in it regularly every day. And no sooner had she got into the water when she suddenly had a stroke.
I should think so,
said Zosimov.
And did he beat her badly?
What does that matter?
Put in Dunya.
But I don't know why you want to tell us such gossip, Mother,
said Raskolnikov irritably, as it were in spite of himself.
Ah, my dear, I don't know what to talk about,
broke from Pulcheria Alexandrovna.
Why, are you all afraid of me?
He asked with a constrained smile.
That's certainly true,
said Dunya, looking directly and sternly at her brother.
Mother was crossing herself with terror as she came up the stairs.
His face worked as though in convulsion.
Ah, what are you saying, Dunya? Don't be angry, please, Rodya. Why did you say that, Dunya?
Pulcheria Alexandrovna began, overwhelmed.
You see, coming here I was dreaming all the way in the train how we should meet, how we should talk over everything together, and I was so happy I did not notice the journey. But what am I saying? I am happy now. You should not, Dunya. I am happy now, simply in seeing you, Rodya.
Hush, mother.
He muttered in confusion, not looking at her, but pressing her hand.
We shall have time to speak freely of everything.
As he said this, he was suddenly overwhelmed with confusion and turned pale. Again that awful sensation he had known of late passed with deadly chill over his soul. Again it became suddenly plain and perceptible to him that he had just told a fearful lie, that he would never now be able to speak freely of everything, that he would never again be able to speak of anything to anyone. The anguish of this thought was such that for a moment he almost forgot himself. He got up from his seat, and not looking at anyone, walked towards the door.
"What are you about?"
cried Razumihin, clutching him by the arm. He sat down again and began looking about him in silence. They were all looking at him in perplexity.
But what are you all so dull for?
He shouted, suddenly and quite unexpectedly.
Do say something. What's the use of sitting like this? Come, do speak. Let us talk. We'll meet together and sit in silence. Come, anything.
Thank God. I was afraid the same thing as yesterday was beginning again,
said Pulcheria Alexandrovna, crossing herself.
What is the matter, Rodya?
Asked Avdotia Romanovna, distrustfully.
Oh, nothing. I remembered something.
He answered, and suddenly laughed.
Well, if you remembered something, that's all right. I was beginning to think,
muttered Zosimov, getting up from the sofa.
It is time for me to be off. I will look in again, perhaps, if I can.
He made his bows and went out.
What an excellent man,
observed Pulcheria Alexandrovna.
Yes, excellent, splendid, well-educated, intelligent.
Raskolnikov began, suddenly speaking with surprising rapidity, and a liveliness he had not shown till then.
I can't remember where I met him before my illness. I believe I have met him somewhere. And this is a good man, too.
He nodded at Razumihin.
Do you like him, Donya?
He asked her, and suddenly, for some unknown reason, laughed.
Very much,
answered Dunya.
Phoo! What a pig you are!
Razumihin protested, blushing in terrible confusion, and he got up from his chair. Pulcheria Alexandrovna smiled faintly, but Raskolnikov laughed aloud.
Where are you off to?
I must go.
You need not at all. Stay. Zosimov is gone, so you must. Don't go. What's the time? Is it 12 o'clock? What a pretty watch you've got, Donya. But why are you all silent again? I do all the talking.
It was a present from Marfa Petrovna,
answered Dunya.
And a very expensive one,
added Pulcheria Alexandrovna.
Ah, what a big one. Hardly like a lady's.
I like that sort,
said Dunya.
So it is not a present from her fiancé,
thought Razumihin, and was unreasonably delighted.
I thought it was Lurin's present,
observed Raskolnikov.
No, he has not made Dunya any presents yet.
Ah, and do you remember, Mother? I was in love and wanted to get married,
he said suddenly, looking at his mother, who was disconcerted by the sudden change of subject and the way he spoke of it.
Oh, yes, my dear.
Pulcheria Alexandrovna exchanged glances with Dunya and Razumihin.
Yes. What shall I tell you? I don't remember much indeed. She was such a sickly girl,
he went on, growing dreamy and looking down again.
Quite an invalid. She was fond of giving alms to the poor and was always dreaming of a nunnery. And once she burst into tears when she began talking to me about it. Yes, I remember. I remember very well. She was an ugly little thing. I really don't know what drew me to her then. I think it was because she was always ill. If she had been lame or hunchback, I believe I should have liked her better still.
He smiled dreamily.
Yes, it was a sort of spring delirium.
No, it was not only spring delirium,
said Dunya with warm feeling. He fixed a strained, intent look on his sister, but did not hear or did not understand her words. Then, completely lost in thought, he got up, went up to his mother, kissed her, went back to his place, and sat down.
You love her even now?
Said Pulcheria Alexandrovna, touched.
Her? Now? Oh, yes. You ask about her? No. That's all now, as it were, in another world, and so long ago. And indeed everything happening here seems somehow far away.
He looked attentively at them.
You, now. I seem to be looking at you from 1,000 miles away, but goodness knows why we are talking of that. What's the use of asking about it?
He added with annoyance, and biting his nails, fell into dreamy silence again.
What a wretched lodging you have, Rodya. It's like a tomb,
said Pulcheria Alexandrovna, suddenly breaking the oppressive silence.
I am quite sure it's half through your lodging you have become so melancholy.
My lodging?
He answered listlessly.
Yes, the lodging had a great deal to do with it. I thought that, too. If only you knew, though, what a strange thing you said just now, Mother.
He said, laughing strangely. A little more, in their companionship, this mother and this sister, with him after 3 years' absence, this intimate tone of conversation, in face of the utter impossibility of really speaking about anything, would have been beyond his power of endurance. But there was one urgent matter which must be settled one way or the other that day, so he had decided when he woke. Now he was glad to remember it as a means of escape.
Listen, Donia,
he began, gravely and dryly.
Of course, I beg your pardon for yesterday, but I consider it my duty to tell you again that I do not withdraw from my chief point. It is me or Lurin. If I am a scoundrel, you must not be. One is enough. If you marry Lurin, I cease at once to look on you as a sister.
Rodya, it is the same as yesterday again,
Pulcheria Alexandrovna cried mournfully.
And why do you call yourself a scoundrel? I can't bear it. You said the same yesterday.
Brother,
Dunya answered firmly and with the same dryness.
In all this there is a mistake on your part. I thought it over at night, and found out the mistake. It is all because you seem to fancy I am sacrificing myself to someone and for someone. That is not the case at all. I am simply marrying for my own sake, because things are hard for me. Though, of course, I shall be glad if I succeed in being useful to my family, but that is not the chief motive for my decision.
She is lying,
he thought to himself, biting his nails vindictively.
Proud creature. She won't admit she wants to do it out of charity. Too haughty. Oh, base characters. They only love as though they hate. Oh, how I hate them all.
In fact,
continued Dunya,
I am marrying Pyotr Petrovitch because of 2 evils I choose the less. I intend to do honestly all he expects of me, so I am not deceiving him. Why did you smile just now?
She, too, flushed, and there was a gleam of anger in her eyes.
All?
He asked with a malignant grin.
Within certain limits. Both the manner and form of Pyotr Petrovitch's courtship showed me at once what he wanted. He may, of course, think too well of himself, but I hope he esteems me too. Why are you laughing again?
And why are you blushing again? You are lying, sister. You are intentionally lying, simply from feminine obstinacy. Simply to hold your own against me. You cannot respect Lurin. I have seen him and talked with him. So you are selling yourself for money. And so in any case you are acting basely. And I am glad at least that you can blush for it.
It is not true. I am not lying,
cried Dunya, losing her composure.
I would not marry him if I were not convinced that he esteems me and thinks highly of me. I would not marry him if I were not firmly convinced that I can respect him. Fortunately, I can have convincing proof of it this very day. And such a marriage is not a vileness as you say. And even if you were right, if I really had determined on a vile action, is it not merciless on your part to speak to me like that? Why do you demand of me a heroism that perhaps you have not either? It is despotism, it is tyranny. If I ruin anyone, it is only myself. I am not committing a murder. Why do you look at me like that? Why are you so pale? Rodya, darling, what's the matter?
Good heavens, you have made him faint,
cried Pulcheria Alexandrovna.
No, nonsense. It's nothing. A little giddiness, not fainting. You have fainting on the brain. Yes, what was I saying? Oh, yes. In what way will you get convincing proof today that you can respect him? And that he esteems you, as you said. I think you said today?
Mother, show Rodya Pyotr Petrovitch's letter, said Dunya.
It is strange,
he said slowly, as though struck by a new idea.
What am I making such a fuss for? What is it all about? Marry whom you like.
He said this as though to himself, but said it aloud, and looked for some time at his sister as though puzzled. He opened the letter at last, still with the same look of strange wonder on his face. Then, slowly and attentively, he began reading, and read it through twice. Pulcheria Alexandrovna showed marked anxiety, and all indeed expected something particular.
What surprises me,
he began after a short pause, handing the letter to his mother, but not addressing anyone in particular,
is that he is a businessman, a lawyer, and his conversation is pretentious indeed, and yet he writes such an uneducated letter.
They all started. They had expected something quite different.
But they all write like that, you know,
Razumihin observed abruptly.
Have you read it?
Yes.
We showed him, Rodya. We consulted him just now.
Pulcheria Alexandrovna began, embarrassed.
That's just the jargon of the courts,
Razumihin put in.
Legal documents are written like that to this day.
Legal? Yes, it's just legal. Business language. Not so very uneducated, and not quite educated. Business language.
Pyotr Petrovitch makes no secret of the fact that he had a cheap education. He is proud indeed of having made his own way,
Avdotia Romanovna observed, somewhat offended by her brother's tone.
Well, if he's proud of it, he has reason. I don't deny it. You seem to be offended, sister, at my making only such a frivolous criticism on the letter, and to think that I speak of such trifling matters on purpose to annoy you. It is quite the contrary. An observation apropos of the style occurred to me that is by no means irrelevant as things stand. There is one expression, blame yourselves, put in very significantly and plainly, and there is besides a threat that he will go away at once if I am present. That threat to go away is equivalent to a threat to abandon you both if you are disobedient, and to abandon you now after summoning you to Petersburg. Well, what do you think? Can one resent such an expression from Lurin, as we should if he
pointed to Razumihin,
had written it? A Zosimov, or one of us?
No,
answered Dunya with more animation.
I saw clearly that it was too naively expressed, and that perhaps he simply has no skill in writing. That is a true criticism, brother. I did not expect, indeed.
It is expressed in legal style, and sounds coarser than perhaps he intended. But I must disillusion you a little. There is one expression in the letter, one slander about me, and rather a contemptible one. I gave the money last night to the widow, a woman in consumption, crushed with trouble, and not on the pretext of the funeral, but simply to pay for the funeral, and not to the daughter, a young woman, as he writes, of notorious behavior, whom I saw last night for the first time in my life, but to the widow. In all this I see a too hasty device to slander me, and to raise dissension between us. It is expressed again in legal jargon, that is to say, with too obvious display of the aim, and with a very naive eagerness. He is a man of intelligence, and to act sensibly, intelligence is not enough. It all shows the man, and I don't think he has great esteem for you. I tell you this simply to warn you, because I sincerely wish for your good.
Dunya did not reply. Her resolution had been taken. She was only awaiting the evening.
Then what is your decision, Rodya?
asked Pulcheria Alexandrovna, who was more uneasy than ever at the sudden, new business-like tone of his talk.
What decision?
You see, Pyotr Petrovitch writes that you are not to be with us this evening, and that he will go away if you come. So, will you come?
That, of course, is not for me to decide, but for you first, if you are not offended by such a request. And secondly, by Donya, if she, too, is not offended. I will do what you think best,
he added dryly.
Dunya has already decided, and I fully agree with her,
Pulcheria Alexandrovna hastened to declare.
I decided to ask you, Rodya, to urge you not to fail to be with us at this interview,
said Dunya.
Will you come?
Yes.
I will ask you, too, to be with us at 8 o'clock,
she said, addressing Razumihin.
Mother, I am inviting him too.
Quite right, Dunya. Well, since you have decided,
added Pulcheria Alexandrovna,
so be it. I shall feel easier myself. I do not like concealment and deception. Better let us have the whole truth. Pyotr Petrovitch may be angry or not now.
End of Part 3, Chapter 3. Section 18 of Crime and Punishment. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Crime and Punishment by Fyodor Dostoevsky, translated by Constance Garnett. Part 3, Chapter 4. At that moment the door was softly opened, and a young girl walked into the room, looking timidly about her. Everyone turned towards her with surprise and curiosity. At first sight, Raskolnikov did not recognize her. It was Sofya Semyonovna Marmeladov. He had seen her yesterday for the first time, but at such a moment, in such surroundings and in such a dress, that his memory retained a very different image of her. Now she was a modestly and poorly dressed young girl, very young indeed, almost like a child, with a modest and refined manner, with a candid but somewhat frightened-looking face. She was wearing a very plain indoor dress, and had on a shabby old-fashioned hat, but she still carried a parasol. Unexpectedly finding the room full of people, she was not so much embarrassed as completely overwhelmed with shyness, like a little child. She was even about to retreat.
"Oh, it's you,"
said Raskolnikov, extremely astonished, and he too was confused. He at once recollected that his mother and sister knew through Luzhin's letter of some young woman of notorious behavior. He had only just been protesting against Luzhin's calumny and declaring that he had seen the girl last night for the first time, and suddenly she had walked in. He remembered too that he had not protested against the expression of notorious behavior. All this passed vaguely and fleetingly through his brain, but looking at her more intently, he saw that the humiliated creature was so humiliated that he felt suddenly sorry for her. When she made a movement to retreat in terror, it sent a pang to his heart.
"I did not expect you,"
he said hurriedly, with a look that made her stop.
"Please sit down. You come, no doubt, from Katerina Ivanovna. Allow me, not there. Sit here."
At Sonia's entrance, Razumihin, who had been sitting on one of Raskolnikov's 3 chairs close to the door, got up to allow her to enter. Raskolnikov had first shown her the place on the sofa where Zosimov had been sitting, but feeling that the sofa, which served him as a bed, was too familiar a place, he hurriedly motioned her to Razumihin's chair.
"You sit here,"
he said to Razumihin, putting him on the sofa. Sonia sat down, almost shaking with terror, and looked timidly at the 2 ladies. It was evidently almost inconceivable to herself that she could sit down beside them. At the thought of it, she was so frightened that she hurriedly got up again, and in utter confusion addressed Raskolnikov.
I have come for 1 minute. Forgive me for disturbing you,
she began falteringly.
I come from Katerina Ivanovna, and she had no one to send. Katerina Ivanovna told me to beg you to be at the service in the morning at Mitrofanievsky, and then to us, to her, to do her the honor. She told me to beg you.
Sonia stammered and ceased speaking.
"I will try, certainly, most certainly,"
answered Raskolnikov. He too stood up, and he too faltered and could not finish his sentence.
"Please sit down,"
he said suddenly.
"I want to talk to you. You are perhaps in a hurry, but please be so kind, spare me 2 minutes."
And he drew up a chair for her. Sonia sat down again, and again timidly she took a hurried, frightened look at the 2 ladies and dropped her eyes. Raskolnikov's pale face flushed, a shudder passed over him. His eyes glowed.
"Mother,"
he said, firmly and insistently.
"This is Sofya Simonovna Marmeladov, the daughter of that unfortunate Mr. Marmeladov, who was run over yesterday before my eyes, and of whom I was just telling you."
Pulcheria Alexandrovna glanced at Sonia and slightly screwed up her eyes. In spite of her embarrassment before Rodia's urgent and challenging look, she could not deny herself that satisfaction. Dunya gazed gravely and intently into the poor girl's face, and scrutinized her with perplexity. Sonia, hearing herself introduced, tried to raise her eyes again, but was more embarrassed than ever.
"I wanted to ask you,"
said Raskolnikov hastily,
"how things were arranged yesterday. You were not worried by the police, for instance?"
No, that was all right. It was too evident, the cause of death. They did not worry us. Only the lodgers are angry.
"Why?"
"At the body's remaining so long. You see, it is hot now, so that today they will carry it to the cemetery, into the chapel, until tomorrow. At first Katerina Ivanovna was unwilling, but now she sees herself that it's necessary."
"Today, then?"
"She begs you to do us the honor to be in the church tomorrow for the service, and then to be present at the funeral lunch."
"She is giving a funeral lunch?"
"Yes, just a little. She told me to thank you very much for helping us yesterday. But for you, we should have had nothing for the funeral."
All at once her lips and chin began trembling, but with an effort she controlled herself, looking down again. During the conversation, Raskolnikov watched her carefully. She had a thin, very thin, pale little face. rather irregular and angular, with a sharp little nose and chin. She could not have been called pretty, but her blue eyes were so clear, and when they lighted up, there was such a kindness and simplicity in her expression that one could not help being attracted. Her face, and her whole figure, indeed, had another peculiar characteristic. In spite of her 18 years, she looked almost a little girl, almost a child. And in some of her gestures, this childishness seemed almost absurd.
But has Katerina Ivanovna been able to manage with such small means? Does she even mean to have a funeral lunch?
Raskolnikov asked, persistently keeping up the conversation.
The coffin will be plain, of course, and everything will be plain, so it won't cost much. Katerina Ivanovna and I have reckoned it all out, so there will be enough left, and Katerina Ivanovna was very anxious it should be so. You know one can't... It's a comfort to her. She's like that, you know.
I understand, of course. Why do you look at my room like that? My mother has just said it is like a tomb.
You gave us everything yesterday,
Sonia said suddenly, in reply, in a loud, rapid whisper. And again she looked down in confusion. Her lips and chin were trembling once more. She had been struck at once by Raskolnikov's poor surroundings, and now these words broke out spontaneously. A silence followed. There was a light in Dunya's eyes, and even Pulcheria Alexandrovna looked kindly at Sonia.
Rodya,
she said, getting up.
We shall have dinner together, of course. Come, Dunya, and you, Rodya, had better go for a little walk, and then rest and lie down before you come to see us. I'm afraid we have exhausted you.
Yes, I'll come,
he answered, getting up fussily.
But I have something to see to.
But surely we'll have dinner together,
cried Razumihin, looking in surprise at Raskolnikov.
What do you mean?
Yes, I am coming, of course. And you stay a minute. You do not want him just now, do you, Mother? Or perhaps I am taking him from you.
Oh, no. And will you, Dmitri Prokofitch, do us the favour of dining with us?
Please do,
added Dunya. Razumihin bowed, positively radiant. For one moment they were all strangely embarrassed.
Goodbye, Rodya. That is, till we meet. I do not like saying goodbye. Goodbye, Nastasia. I have said goodbye again.
Pulcheria Alexandrovna meant to greet Sonia too, but it somehow failed to come off, and she went in a flutter out of the room. But Avdotya Romanovna seemed to await her turn, and following her mother out, gave Sonia an attentive, courteous bow. Sonia, in confusion, gave a hurried, frightened curtsy. There was a look of poignant discomfort in her face, as though Avdotya Romanovna's courtesy and attention were oppressive and painful to her.
Donya, goodbye,
called Raskolnikov in the passage.
Give me your hand.
Why, I did give it to you. Have you forgotten?
Said Dunya, turning warmly and awkwardly to him.
Never mind, give it to me again.
And he squeezed her fingers warmly. Dunya smiled, flushed, pulled her hand away, and went off quite happy.
Come, that's capital,
he said to Sonia, going back and looking brightly at her.
God give peace to the dead. The living have still to live. That is right, isn't it?
Sonia looked surprised at the sudden brightness of his face. He looked at her for some moments in silence. The whole history of the dead father floated before his memory in those moments.
Heavens, Dunya,
Pulcheria Alexandrovna began as soon as they were in the street.
I really feel relieved myself at coming away, more at ease. How little did I think yesterday in the train that I could ever be glad of that.
I tell you again, Mother, he is still very ill. Don't you see it? Perhaps worrying about us upset him. We must be patient, and much can be forgiven.
Well, you were not very patient.
Pulcheria Alexandrovna caught her up, hotly and jealously.
Do you know, Dunya, I was looking at you two. You are the very portrait of him, and not so much in face as in soul. You are both melancholy, both morose and hot-tempered, both haughty and both generous. Surely he can't be an egoist, Dunya, hey? When I think of what is in store for us this evening, my heart sinks.
Don't be uneasy, Mother. What must be will be.
Dunya, only think what a position we are in. What if Pyotr Petrovitch breaks it off?
Poor Pulcheria Alexandrovna blurted out, incautiously.
He won't be worth much if he does,
answered Dunya, sharply and contemptuously.
We did well to come away.
Pulcheria Alexandrovna hurriedly broke in.
He was in a hurry about some business or other. If he gets out and has a breath of air, it is fearfully close in his room. But where is one to get a breath of air here? The very streets here feel like shut-up rooms. Good heavens, what a town! Stay this side, they will crush you. Carrying something. Why, it is a piano they have got, I declare. How they push! I am very much afraid of that young woman too.
What young woman, mother?
Why, that Sofya Semyonovna, who was there just now.
Why?
I have a presentiment, Dunya. Well, you may believe it or not, but as soon as she came in, that very minute, I felt that she was the chief cause of the trouble.
Nothing of the sort,
cried Dunya in vexation.
What nonsense with your presentiments, mother. He only made her acquaintance the evening before, and he did not know her when she came in.
Well, you will see. She worries me. But you will see, you will see. I was so frightened. She was gazing at me with those eyes. I could scarcely sit still in my chair when he began introducing her. Do you remember? It seems so strange, but Pyotr Petrovitch writes like that about her. And he introduces her to us, to you, so he must think a great deal of her.
People will write anything. We were talked about and written about too. Have you forgotten? I am sure that she is a good girl, and that it is all nonsense.
God grant it may be.
And that Pyotr Petrovitch is a contemptible slanderer.
Dunya snapped out suddenly. Pulcheria Alexandrovna was crushed. The conversation was not resumed.
I will tell you what I want with you,
said Raskolnikov, drawing Razumihin to the window.
Then I will tell Katerina Ivanovna that you are coming,
Sonia said hurriedly, preparing to depart.
1 minute, Sofya Simonovna. We have no secrets. You are not in our way. I want to have another word or two with you. Listen.
He turned suddenly to Razumihin again.
You know that, what's his name, Porfiri Petrovitch?
I should think so. He is a relation. Why?
Added the latter with interest.
Is not he managing that case, you know, about that murder? You were speaking about it yesterday.
Yes. Well?
Razumihin's eyes opened wide.
He was inquiring for people who had pawned things, and I have some pledges there, too. Trifles. A ring my sister gave me as a keepsake when I left home, and my father's silver watch. They are only worth 5 or 6 rubles altogether, but I value them. So what am I to do now? I do not want to lose the things, especially the watch. I was quaking just now for fear Mother would ask to look at it, when we spoke of Donya's watch. It is the only thing Father's left us. She would be ill if it were lost. You know what women are. So tell me what to do. I know I ought to have given notice at the police station, but would it not be better to go straight to Porfiri? Eh? What do you think? The matter might be settled more quickly. You see, Mother may ask for it before dinner.
Certainly not to the police station. Certainly to Porfiri.
Razumihin shouted in extraordinary excitement.
Well, how glad I am. Let us go at once. It is a couple of steps. We shall be sure to find him.
Very well, let us go.
And he will be very, very glad to make your acquaintance. I have often talked to him of you at different times. I was speaking of you yesterday. Let's go. So you know the old woman? So that's it. It's all turning out splendidly. Oh, yes, Sofya Ivanovna.
Sofya Simonovna,
corrected Raskolnikov.
Sofya Simonovna, this is my friend Razumihin, and he is a good man.
If you have to go now.
Sonia was beginning, not looking at Razumihin at all, and still more embarrassed.
Let us go,
decided Raskolnikov.
I will come for you today, Sofya Simonovna. Only tell me where you live.
He was not exactly ill at ease, but seemed hurried and avoided her eyes. Sonia gave her address, and flushed as she did so. They all went out together.
Don't you lock up?
Asked Razumihin, following him to the stairs.
Never,
answered Raskolnikov.
I have been meaning to buy a lock for these 2 years. People are happy who have no need of locks.
He said, laughing, to Sonia. They stood still in the gateway.
Do you go to the right, Sofya Simonovna? How did you find me, by the way?
He added, as though he wanted to say something quite different. He wanted to look at her soft, clear eyes, but this was not easy.
Why, you gave your address to Polenka yesterday.
Polenka? Oh, yes. Polenka, that is the little girl. She is your sister. Did I give her the address?
Why, had you forgotten?
No, I remember.
I had heard my father speak of you, only I did not know your name, and he did not know it. And now I came, and as I had learnt your name, I asked today, where does Mr. Raskolnikov live? I did not know you had only a room, too. Goodbye. I will tell Katerina Ivanovna.
She was extremely glad to escape at last. She went away looking down, hurrying to get out of sight as soon as possible, to walk the 20 steps to the turning on the right, and to be at last alone, and then moving rapidly along, looking at no one, noticing nothing, to think, to remember, to meditate on every word, every detail. Never, never had she felt anything like this. Dimly and unconsciously, a whole new world was opening before her. She remembered suddenly that Raskolnikov meant to come to her that day, perhaps at once.
Only not today, please, not today,
she kept muttering with a sinking heart, as though entreating someone, like a frightened child.
Mercy to me, to that room he will see, oh dear.
She was not capable at that instant of noticing an unknown gentleman who was watching her and following at her heels. He had accompanied her from the gateway. At the moment when Razumihin, Raskolnikov, and she stood still parting on the pavement, this gentleman, who was just passing, started on hearing Sonia's words.
And I asked where Mr. Raskolnikov lived.
He turned a rapid but attentive look upon all three, especially upon Raskolnikov, to whom Sonia was speaking, then looked back and noted the house. All this was done in an instant as he passed, and trying not to betray his interest, he walked on more slowly, as though waiting for something. He was waiting for Sonia. He saw that they were parting, and that Sonia was going home.
Home? Where? I have seen that face somewhere,
he thought.
I must find out.
At the turning he crossed over, looked round, and saw Sonia coming the same way, noticing nothing. She turned the corner. He followed her on the other side. After about 50 paces he crossed over again, overtook her, and kept 2 or 3 yards behind her. He was a man about 50, rather tall and thickly set, with broad, high shoulders, which made him look as though he stooped a little. He wore good and fashionable clothes, and looked like a gentleman of position. He carried a handsome cane, which he tapped on the pavement at each step. His gloves were spotless. He had a broad, rather pleasant face, with high cheekbones and a fresh color, not often seen in Petersburg. His flaxen hair was still abundant, and only touched here and there with grey, and his thick, square beard was even lighter than his hair. His eyes were blue, and had a cold and thoughtful look. His lips were crimson. He was a remarkably well-preserved man, and looked much younger than his years. When Sonia came out of the canal bank, they were the only 2 persons on the pavement. He observed her dreaminess and preoccupation. On reaching the house where she lodged, Sonia turned in at the gate. He followed her, seeming rather surprised. In the courtyard she turned to the right corner.
Bah!
Muttered the unknown gentleman, and mounted the stairs behind her. Only then Sonia noticed him. She reached the 3rd story, turned down the passage, and rang at number 9. On the door was inscribed in chalk, Kapernaumov, tailor.
Bah!
The stranger repeated again, wondering at the strange coincidence, and he rang next door at number 8. The doors were 2 or 3 yards apart.
You lodge at Kapernaumov's,
he said, looking at Sonia and laughing.
He altered a waistcoat for me yesterday. I am staying close here at Madame Reslich's. How odd.
Sonia looked at him attentively.
We are neighbors,
he went on gaily.
I only came to town the day before yesterday. Goodbye for the present.
Sonia made no reply. The door opened and she slipped in. She felt for some reason ashamed and uneasy. On the way to Porphyry's, Razumihin was obviously excited.
That's capital, brother,
he repeated several times.
And I am glad, I am glad.
What are you glad about?
Raskolnikov thought to himself.
I didn't know that you pledged things at the old woman's, too. And was it long ago? I mean, was it long since you were there?
What a simple-hearted fool he is. When was it?
Raskolnikov stopped still to recollect.
2 or 3 days before her death, it must have been. But I am not going to redeem the things now.
He put in with a sort of hurried and conspicuous solicitude about the things.
I have not more than a silver rouble left. After last night's accursed delirium.
He laid special emphasis on the delirium.
Yes, yes.
Razumihin hastened to agree, with what was not clear.
Then that's why you were stuck. Partly. You knew in your delirium you were continually mentioning some rings or chains. Yes, yes. It's clear. It's all clear now.
Hello. How that idea must have got about among them. Here this man will go to the stake for me, and I find him delighted at having it cleared up why I spoke of rings in my delirium. What a hold the idea must have on all of them. Shall we find him?
he asked suddenly.
Oh, yes,
Razumihin answered quickly.
He is a nice fellow, you will see, brother. Rather clumsy, that is to say, he is a man of polished manners, but I mean clumsy in a different sense. He is an intelligent fellow, very much so indeed, but he has his own range of ideas. He is incredulous, skeptical, cynical. He likes to impose on people, or rather to make fun of them. He is the old circumstantial method, but he understands his work thoroughly. Last year, he cleared up a case of murder in which the police had hardly a clue. He is very, very anxious to make your acquaintance.
On what grounds is he so anxious?
Oh, it's not exactly... You see, since you've been ill, I happen to have mentioned you several times. So when he heard about you, about your being a law student and not being able to finish your studies, he said, what a pity. And so I concluded, from everything together, not only that, yesterday Zamietov, you know, Rodia, I talked some nonsense on the way home to you yesterday when I was drunk. I'm afraid, brother, of your exaggerating it, you see.
What? That they think I am a madman? Maybe they are right,
he said with a constrained smile.
Yes. That is... Pooh, no. But all that I said, and there was something else too, it was all nonsense. Drunken nonsense.
But why are you apologizing? I am so sick of it all,
Raskolnikov cried with exaggerated irritability. It was partly assumed, however.
I know, I understand. Believe me, I understand. One's ashamed to speak of it.
If you are ashamed, then don't speak of it.
Both were silent. Razumihin was more than ecstatic, and Raskolnikov perceived it with repulsion. He was alarmed, too, by what Razumihin had just said about Porfiry.
I shall have to pull a long face with him, too,
he thought with a beating heart, and he turned white.
And do it naturally, too. But the most natural thing would be to do nothing at all. Carefully do nothing at all. No, carefully would not be natural again. Oh, well. We shall see how it turns out. We shall see, directly. Is it a good thing to go or not? The butterfly flies to the light. My heart is beating. That's what's bad.
In this grey house,
said Razumihin.
The most important thing. Does Porfiri know that I was at the old hag's flat yesterday, and asked about the blood? I must find that out instantly, as soon as I go in. Find out from his face. Otherwise, I'll find out if it's my ruin. I say, brother,
he said suddenly, addressing Razumihin with a sly smile.
I have been noticing all day that you seem to be curiously excited. Isn't it so?
Excited? Not a bit of it,
said Razumihin, stung to the quick.
Yes, brother. I assure you it's noticeable. Why, you sat on your chair in a way you never do sit. On the edge somehow, and you seemed to be writhing all the time. You kept jumping up for nothing. One moment you were angry, and the next your face looked like a sweetmeat. You even blushed, especially when you were invited to dinner. You blushed awfully.
Nothing of the sort. Nonsense. What do you mean?
But why are you wriggling out of it like a schoolboy? By Jove, there he's blushing again.
What a pig you are!
But why are you so shamefaced about it, Romeo? Stay, I'll tell of you today. I'll make mother laugh and someone else, too.
Listen. This is serious. What next, you fiend?
Razumihin was utterly overwhelmed, turning cold with horror.
What will you tell them? Come, brother, foo, what a pig you are.
You are like a summer rose. And if only you knew how it suits you, a Romeo over 6 foot high. And how you've washed today. You cleaned your nails, I declare, eh? That's something unheard of. Why, I do believe you've got pomatum on your hair. Bend down.
Pig!
Raskolnikov laughed as though he could not restrain himself. So laughing, they entered Porfiri Petrovitch's flat. This is what Raskolnikov wanted. From within, they could be heard laughing as they came in, still guffawing in the passage.
Not a word here, or I'll brain you,
Razumihin whispered furiously, seizing Raskolnikov by the shoulder. End of Part 3, Chapter 4.
Section 19 of Crime and Punishment. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Crime and Punishment by Fyodor Dostoevsky, translated by Constance Garnett. Part 3, Chapter 5. Raskolnikov was already entering the room. He came in looking as though he had the utmost difficulty not to burst out laughing again. Behind him, Razumihin strode in gawky and awkward, shamefaced and red as a peony, with an utterly crestfallen and ferocious expression. His face and whole figure really were ridiculous at that moment, and amply justified Raskolnikov's laughter. Raskolnikov, not waiting for an introduction, bowed to Porfiry Petrovitch, who stood in the middle of the room looking inquiringly at them. He held out his hand and shook hands, still apparently making desperate efforts to subdue his mirth and utter a few words to introduce himself. But he had no sooner succeeded in assuming a serious air and muttering something, when he suddenly glanced again as though accidentally at Razumihin, and could no longer control himself. His stifled laughter broke out the more irresistibly the more he tried to restrain it. The extraordinary ferocity with which Razumihin received this spontaneous mirth gave the whole scene the appearance of most genuine fun and naturalness. Razumihin strengthened this impression, as though on purpose.
"Fool! You fiend!"
he roared, waving his arm, which at once struck a little round table with an empty tea-glass on it. Everything was sent flying and crashing.
"But why break chairs, gentlemen? You know it's a loss to the crown,"
Porfiry Petrovitch quoted gaily. Raskolnikov was still laughing, with his hand in Porfiry Petrovitch's, but, anxious not to overdo it, awaited the right moment to put a natural end to it. Razumihin, completely put to confusion by upsetting the table and smashing the glass, gazed gloomily at the fragments, cursed and turned sharply to the window, where he stood looking out with his back to the company, with a fiercely scowling countenance, seeing nothing. Porfiry Petrovitch laughed and was ready to go on laughing, but obviously looked for explanations. Zamyetov had been sitting in the corner, but he rose at the visitor's entrance, and was standing in expectation with a smile on his lips, though he looked with surprise, and even, it seemed, incredulity, at the whole scene, and at Raskolnikov, with a certain embarrassment. Zamyetov's unexpected presence struck Raskolnikov unpleasantly.
"I've got to think of that,"
he thought.
"Excuse me, please,"
he began, affecting extreme embarrassment.
"Raskolnikov."
"Not at all. Very pleasant to see you, and how pleasantly you've come in. Why, won't he even say good morning?"
Porfiry Petrovitch nodded at Razumihin.
"Upon my honor, I don't know why he is in such a rage with me. I only told him as we came along that he was like Romeo, and proved it. And that was all, I think."
"Pig!"
ejaculated Razumihin, without turning round.
"There must have been very grave grounds for it, if he is so furious at the word."
Porfiry laughed.
"Oh, you sharp lawyer! Damn you all!"
snapped Razumihin, and suddenly burst out laughing himself. He went up to Porfiry with a more cheerful face, as though nothing had happened.
"That'll do. We are all fools. To come to business. This is my friend, Rodion Romanovitch Raskolnikov. In the first place, he has heard of you and wants to make your acquaintance. And secondly, he has a little matter of business with you. Bah! Zamyetov, what brought you here? Have you met before? Have you known each other long?"
"What does this mean?"
thought Raskolnikov uneasily. Zamyetov seemed taken aback, but not very much so.
"Why, it was at your rooms we met yesterday,"
he said easily.
"Oh, then I have been spared the trouble. All last week he was begging me to introduce him to you. Porfiry and you have sniffed each other out without me. Where is your tobacco?"
Porfiry Petrovitch was wearing a dressing gown, very clean linen, and trodden-down slippers. He was a man of about 35, short, stout even to corpulence, and clean-shaven. He wore his hair cut short, and had a large round head, particularly prominent at the back. His soft, round, rather snub-nosed face was of a sickly, yellowish color, but had a vigorous and rather ironical expression. It would have been good-natured, except for a look in the eyes, which shone with a watery, mawkish light under almost white, blinking eyelashes. The expression of those eyes was strangely out of keeping with his somewhat womanish figure, and gave it something far more serious than could be guessed at first sight. As soon as Porfiry Petrovitch heard that his visitor had a little matter of business with him, he begged him to sit down on the sofa, and sat down himself on the other end, waiting for him to explain his business, with that careful and over-serious attention which is at once oppressive and embarrassing, especially to a stranger, and especially if what you are discussing is, in your opinion, of far too little importance for such exceptional solemnity. But in brief and coherent phrases Raskolnikov explained his business clearly and exactly, and was so well satisfied with himself that he even succeeded in taking a good look at Porfiry. Porfiry Petrovitch did not once take his eyes off him. Razumihin, sitting opposite at the same table, listened warmly and impatiently, looking from one to the other every moment with rather excessive interest.
Fool,
Raskolnikov swore to himself.
You have to give information to the police,
Porfiry replied, with a most businesslike air.
That having learnt of this incident, that is of the murder, you beg to inform the lawyer in charge of the case that such and such things belong to you, and that you desire to redeem them, but they will write to you.
That's just the point. That at the present moment.
Raskolnikov tried his utmost to feign embarrassment.
I am not quite in funds, and even this trifling sum is beyond me. I only wanted, you see, for the present to declare that the things are mine, and that when I have the money...
That is no matter,
answered Porfiry Petrovitch, receiving his explanation of his pecuniary position coldly.
But you can, if you prefer, write straight to me, to say that having been informed of the matter and claiming such and such as your property, you beg...
On an ordinary sheet of paper?
Raskolnikov interrupted eagerly, again interested in the financial side of the question.
Oh, the most ordinary.
And suddenly Porfiry Petrovitch looked with obvious irony at him, screwing up his eyes and, as it were, winking at him. But perhaps it was Raskolnikov's fancy, for it lasted but a moment. There was certainly something of that sort. Raskolnikov could have sworn he winked at him, goodness knows why.
He knows,
flashed through his mind like lightning.
Forgive my troubling you about such trifles,
he went on, a little disconcerted.
The things are only worth 5 rubles, but I prize them particularly for the sake of those from whom they came to me. And I must confess that I was alarmed when I heard.
That's why you were so much struck when I mentioned to Zosimov that Porfiry was inquiring for everyone who had pledges.
Razumihin put in with obvious intention. This was really unbearable. Raskolnikov could not help glancing at him with a flash of vindictive anger in his black eyes, but immediately recollected himself.
You seem to be jeering at me, brother,
he said to him with a well-feigned irritability.
I dare say I do seem to you absurdly anxious about such trash. But you mustn't think me selfish or grasping for that. And these 2 things may be anything but trash in my eyes. I told you just now that the silver watch, though it's not worth a cent, is the only thing left us of my father's. You may laugh at me, but my mother is here.
He turned suddenly to Porfiry.
And if she knew...
He turned again hurriedly to Razumihin, carefully making his voice tremble.
That the watch was lost, she would be in despair. You know what women are.
Not a bit of it. I didn't mean that at all. Quite the contrary,
shouted Razumihin, distressed.
Was it right? Was it natural? Did I overdo it?
Raskolnikov asked himself in a tremor.
Why did I say that about women?
Oh, your mother is with you?
Porfiry Petrovitch inquired.
Yes.
When did she come?
Last night.
Porfiry paused as though reflecting.
Your things would not in any case be lost,
he went on calmly and coldly.
I have been expecting you here for some time.
And as though that was a matter of no importance, he carefully offered the ashtray to Razumihin, who was ruthlessly scattering cigarette ash over the carpet. Raskolnikov shuddered, but Porfiry did not seem to be looking at him, and was still concerned with Razumihin's cigarette.
What? Expecting him? Why, did you know that he had pledges there?
Cried Razumihin. Porfiry Petrovitch addressed himself to Raskolnikov.
Your things, the ring and the watch, were wrapped up together, and on the paper your name was legibly written in pencil, together with the date on which you left them with her.
How observant you are.
Raskolnikov smiled awkwardly, doing his very utmost to look him straight in the face, but he failed, and suddenly added,
I say that because I suppose there were a great many pledges, that it must be difficult to remember them all, but you remember them all so clearly, and... Stupid! Feeble!
He thought.
Why did I add that?
But we know all who had pledges, and you are the only one who hasn't come forward.
Porfiry answered with hardly perceptible irony.
I haven't been quite well.
I heard that too. I heard indeed that you were in great distress about something. You look pale still.
I am not pale at all. No, I am quite well.
Raskolnikov snapped out rudely and angrily, completely changing his tone. His anger was mounting. He could not repress it.
And in my anger I shall betray myself.
Flashed through his mind again.
Why are they torturing me?
Not quite well.
Razumihin caught him up.
What next? He was unconscious and delirious all yesterday. Would you believe, Porphyry, as soon as our backs were turned, he dressed, though he could hardly stand, and gave us the slip and went off on a spree somewhere till midnight, delirious all the time. Would you believe it? Extraordinary.
Really delirious? You don't say so.
Porphyry shook his head in a womanish way.
Nonsense, don't you believe it? But you don't believe it anyway.
Raskolnikov let slip in his anger, but Porphyry Petrovitch did not seem to catch those strange words.
But how could you have gone out if you hadn't been delirious?
Razumihin got hot suddenly.
What did you go out for? What was the object of it? And why on the sly? Were you in your senses when you did it? Now that all danger is over, I can speak plainly.
I was awfully sick of them yesterday.
Raskolnikov addressed Porphyry suddenly with a smile of insolent defiance.
I ran away from them to take lodgings where they couldn't find me, and took a lot of money with me. Mr. Zamyatov there saw it. I say, Mr. Zamyatov, was I sensible or delirious yesterday? Settle our dispute.
He could have strangled Zamyatov at that moment, so hateful were his expression and his silence to him.
In my opinion, you talked sensibly and even artfully, but you were extremely irritable,
Zamyatov pronounced dryly.
And Nikodim Fomitch was telling me today,
put in Porphyry Petrovitch,
that he met you very late last night in the lodging of a man who had been run over.
And there,
said Razumihin,
weren't you mad then? You gave your last penny to the widow for the funeral. If you wanted to help, give 15 or 20 even, but keep 3 rubles for yourself at least. But he flung away all the 25 at once.
Maybe I found a treasure somewhere, and you know nothing of it. So that's why I was liberal yesterday. Mr. Zamyatov knows I've found a treasure. Excuse us, please, for disturbing you for half an hour with such trivialities,
he said, turning to Porphyry Petrovitch with trembling lips.
We are boring you, aren't we?
Oh, no, quite the contrary, quite the contrary. If only you knew how you interest me. It's interesting to look on and listen, and I am really glad you have come forward at last.
But you might give us some tea, my throat's dry,
cried Razumihin.
Capital idea. Perhaps we will all keep you company. Wouldn't you like something more essential before tea?
Get along with you.
Porphyry Petrovitch went out to order tea. Raskolnikov's thoughts were in a whirl. He was in terrible exasperation.
The worst of it is they don't disguise it. They don't care to stand on ceremony. And how, if you didn't know me at all, did you come to talk to Nikodim Fomitch about me? So they don't care to hide that they are tracking me like a pack of dogs. They simply spit in my face.
He was shaking with rage.
Come, strike me openly. Don't play with me like a cat with a mouse. It's hardly civil, Porphyry Petrovitch, but perhaps I won't allow it. I shall get up and throw the whole truth in your ugly faces, and you'll see how I despise you.
He could hardly breathe.
And what if it's only my fancy? What if I am mistaken, and through inexperience I get angry and don't keep up my nasty part? Perhaps it's all unintentional. All their phrases are the usual ones, but there is something about them. It all might be said, but there is something. What did he say bluntly? With her. Why did Zamyatov add that I spoke artfully? Why do they speak in that tone? Yes, the tone. Razumihin is sitting there. Why does he see nothing? That innocent blockhead never does see anything. Feverish again. Did Porphyry wink at me just now? Of course it's nonsense. What could he wink for? Are they trying to upset my nerves, or are they teasing me? Either it's ill fancy, or they know. Even Zamyatov is rude. Is Zamyatov rude? Zamyatov has changed his mind. I foresaw he would change his mind. He is at home here, while it's my first visit. Porfidi does not consider him a visitor, sits with his back to him. They're thick as thieves, no doubt, over me. Not a doubt they were talking about me before we came. Do they know about the flat? If only they'd make haste. When I said that I ran away to take a flat, he let it pass. I put that in cleverly about a flat. It may be of use afterwards. Delirious indeed. He knows all about last night. He didn't know of my mother's arrival. The hag had written the date on in pencil. You are wrong. You won't catch me. There are no facts. It's all supposition. You produce facts. The flat even isn't a fact, but delirium. I know what to say to them. Do they know about the flat? I won't go without finding out. What did I come for? But my being angry now maybe is a fact. Fool, how irritable I am. Perhaps that's right, to play the invalid. He is feeling me. He will try to catch me. Why did I come?
All this flashed like lightning through his mind. Porfiri Petrovitch returned quickly. He became suddenly more jovial.
Your party yesterday, brother, has left my head rather... and I'm out of sorts altogether.
He began in quite a different tone, laughing to Razumihin.
Was it interesting? I left you yesterday at the most interesting point. Who got the best of it?
Oh, no one, of course. They got on to everlasting questions, floated off into space.
Only fancy, Rodya, what we got onto yesterday. Whether there is such a thing as crime. I told you that we talked our heads off.
What is there strange? It's an everyday social question.
Raskolnikov answered casually.
The question wasn't put quite like that,
observed Porfiri.
Not quite, that's true.
Razumihin agreed at once, getting warm and hurried as usual.
Listen, Rodion, and tell us your opinion. I want to hear it. I was fighting tooth and nail with them and wanted you to help me. I told them you were coming. It began with the socialist doctrine. You know their doctrine. Crime is a protest against the abnormality of the social organization and nothing more. And nothing more. No other causes admitted.
You are wrong there,
cried Porfiri Petrovitch. He was noticeably animated and kept laughing as he looked at Razumihin, which made him more excited than ever.
Nothing is admitted,
Razumihin interrupted with heat.
I am not wrong. I will show you their pamphlets. Everything with them is the influence of environment, and nothing else. Their favorite phrase. From which it follows that, if society is normally organized, all crime will cease at once, since there will be nothing to protest against, and all men will become righteous in one instant. Human nature is not taken into account. It is excluded. It's not supposed to exist. They don't recognize that humanity, developing by a historical living process, will become at last a normal society, but they believe that a social system that has come out of some mathematical brain is going to organize all humanity at once and make it just and sinless in an instant, quicker than any living process. That's why they instinctively dislike history. Nothing but ugliness and stupidity in it. And they explain it all as stupidity. That's why they so dislike the living process of life. They don't want a living soul. The living soul demands life. The soul won't obey the rules of mechanics. The soul is an object of suspicion. The soul is retrograde. But what they want, though it smells of death and can't be made of India rubber, at least is not alive, has no will, is servile, and won't revolt. And it comes in the end to their reducing everything to the building of walls and the planning of rooms and passages in a phalanstery. The phalanstery is ready, indeed, but your human nature is not ready for the phalanstery. It wants life. It hasn't completed its vital process. It's too soon for the graveyard. You can't skip over nature by logic. Logic presupposes 3 possibilities, but there are millions. Cut away a million and reduce it all to the question of comfort. That's the easiest solution of the problem. It's seductively clear, and you mustn't think about it. That's the great thing. You mustn't think. The whole secret of life in 2 pages of print.
Now he is off beating the drum. Catch hold of him, do!
Laughed Porfiry.
Can you imagine?
He turned to Raskolnikov.
6 people holding forth like that last night in one room with punch as a preliminary? No, brother, you are wrong. Environment accounts for a great deal in crime. I can assure you of that.
Oh, I know it does, but just tell me. A man of 40 violates a child of 10. Was it environment drove him to it?
Well, strictly speaking, it did.
Porfiry observed with noteworthy gravity.
A crime of that nature may be very well ascribed to the influence of environment.
Razumihin was almost in a frenzy.
Oh, if you like,
he roared.
I'll prove to you that your white eyelashes may very well be ascribed to the Church of Ivan the Great's being 250 feet high, and I will prove it clearly, exactly, progressively, and even with a liberal tendency. I undertake to. Will you bet on it?
Done. Let's hear, please, how he will prove it.
He is always humbugging. Confound him,
cried Razumihin, jumping up and gesticulating.
What's the use of talking to you? He does all that on purpose. You don't know him, Rodion. He took their side yesterday, simply to make fools of them. And the things he said yesterday, and they were delighted. He can keep it up for a fortnight together. Last year, he persuaded us that he was going into a monastery. He stuck to it for 2 months. Not long ago, he took it into his head to declare he was going to get married, that he had everything ready for the wedding. He ordered new clothes, indeed. We all began to congratulate him. There was no bride, nothing, all pure fantasy.
Ah, you are wrong. I got the clothes before. It was the new clothes, in fact, that made me think of taking you in.
Are you such a good dissembler?
Raskolnikov asked carelessly.
You wouldn't have supposed it, eh? Wait a bit. I shall take you in, too. No, I'll tell you the truth. All these questions about crime, environment, children recall to my mind an article of yours which interested me at the time. On crime, or something of the sort. I forget the title. I read it with pleasure 2 months ago in the Periodical Review.
My article? In the Periodical Review?
Raskolnikov asked in astonishment.
I certainly did write an article upon a book 6 months ago when I left the university. But I sent it to the Weekly Review.
But it came out in the periodical.
And the Weekly Review ceased to exist, so that's why it wasn't printed at the time.
That's true, but when it ceased to exist, the Weekly Review was amalgamated with the periodical, and so your article appeared 2 months ago in the latter. Didn't you know?
Raskolnikov had not known.
Why, you might get some money out of them for the article. What a strange person you are. You lead such a solitary life that you know nothing of matters that concern you directly. It's a fact, I assure you.
Bravo, Rodya! I knew nothing about it either,
cried Razumihin.
I'll run today to the reading room and ask for the number. 2 months ago? What was the date? It doesn't matter, though. I will find it. Think of not telling us.
How did you find out that the article was mine? It's only signed with an initial.
I only learnt it by chance the other day, through the editor. I know him. I was very much interested.
I analyzed, if I remember, the psychology of a criminal before and after the crime.
Yes, and you maintained that the perpetration of a crime is always accompanied by illness. Very, very original, but it was not that part of your article that interested me so much, but an idea at the end of the article which I regret to say you merely suggested without working it out clearly. There is, if you recollect, a suggestion that there are certain persons who can, that is, not precisely are able to, but have a perfect right to commit breaches of morality and crimes, and that the law is not for them.
Raskolnikov smiled at the exaggerated and intentional distortion of his idea.
What? What do you mean? A right to crime? But not because of the influence of environment.
Razumihin inquired, with some alarm even.
No, not exactly because of it,
answered Porfiry.
In his article, all men are divided into ordinary and extraordinary. Ordinary men have to live in submission, have no right to transgress the law, because, don't you see, they are ordinary. But extraordinary men have a right to commit any crime and to transgress the law in any way just because they are extraordinary. That was your idea, if I am not mistaken.
What do you mean? That can't be right.
Razumihin muttered in bewilderment. Raskolnikov smiled again. He saw the point at once, and knew where they wanted to drive him. He decided to take up the challenge.
That wasn't quite my contention.
He began simply and modestly.
Yet I admit that you have stated it almost correctly. Perhaps, if you like, perfectly so.
It almost gave him pleasure to admit this.
The only difference is that I don't contend that extraordinary people are always bound to commit breaches of morals, as you call it. In fact, I doubt whether such an argument could be published. I simply hinted that an extraordinary man has the right, that is not an official right, but an inner right, to decide in his own conscience to overstep certain obstacles, and only in case it is essential for the practical fulfillment of his idea, sometimes perhaps a benefit to the whole of humanity. You may say that my article is indefinite. I am ready to make it as clear as I can. Perhaps I am right in thinking you want me to. Very well. I maintain that if the discoveries of Kepler and Newton could not have been made known except by sacrificing the lives of 1, a dozen, 100 or more men, Newton would have had the right, would indeed have been in duty bound, to eliminate the dozen or the 100 men for the sake of making his discoveries known to the whole of humanity. But it does not follow from that Newton had a right to murder people right and left and to steal every day in the market. Then I remember I maintain in my article that legislators and leaders of men, such as Lycurgus, Stallone, Mahomet, Napoleon, and so on, were all without exception criminals, from the very fact that, making a new law, they transgressed the ancient one, handed down from their ancestors and held sacred by the people. And they did not stop short at bloodshed either, if that bloodshed, often of innocent persons fighting bravely in defense of ancient law, were of use to their cause. It's remarkable, in fact, that the majority, indeed, of these benefactors and leaders of humanity were guilty of terrible carnage. In short, I maintain that all great men, or even men a little out of the common, that is to say, capable of giving some new word, must from their very nature be criminals. More or less, of course. Otherwise it's hard for them to get out of the common rut, and to remain in the common rut is what they can't submit to, from their very nature again, and to my mind they ought not, indeed, to submit to it. You see that there is nothing particularly new in all that. The same thing has been printed and read 1,000 times before. As for my division of people into ordinary and extraordinary, I acknowledge that it's somewhat arbitrary, but I don't insist upon exact numbers. I only believe in my leading idea that men are in general divided by a law of nature into 2 categories, inferior, ordinary, that is, so to say, material that serves only to reproduce its kind, and men who have the gift or the talent to utter a new word. There are, of course, innumerable subdivisions, but the distinguishing features of both categories are fairly well marked. The first category, generally speaking, are men conservative in temperament and law-abiding. They live under control and love to be controlled. To my thinking, it is their duty to be controlled, because that's their vocation, and there is nothing humiliating in it for them. The second category all transgress the law. They are destroyers or disposed to destruction according to their capacities. The crimes of these men are, of course, relative and varied. For the most part, they seek in very varied ways the destruction of the present for the sake of the better. But if such a one is forced for the sake of his idea to step over a corpse or wade through blood, he can, I maintain, find within himself, in his conscience, a sanction for wading through blood. That depends on the idea and its dimensions, note that. It's only in that sense I speak of their right to crime in my article. You remember it began with a legal question. There's no need for such anxiety, however. The masses will scarcely ever admit this right. They punish them or hang them, more or less, and in doing so fulfill quite justly their conservative vocation. But the same masses set these criminals on a pedestal in the next generation and worship them, more or less. The first category is always the man of the present, the second, the man of the future. The first preserve the world and people it. The second move the world and lead it to its goal. Each class has an equal right to exist. In fact, all have equal rights with me. And viva la guerre éternelle. Till the New Jerusalem, of course.
Then you believe in the New Jerusalem, do you?
I do.
Raskolnikov answered firmly. As he said these words, and during the whole preceding tirade, he kept his eyes on one spot on the carpet.
And do you believe in God? Excuse my curiosity.
I do,
repeated Raskolnikov, raising his eyes to Porfiry.
And do you believe in Lazarus rising from the dead?
I do. Why do you ask all this?
You believe it literally?
Literally.
You don't say so. I asked from curiosity, excuse me, but let us go back to the question. They are not always executed. Some, on the contrary,
triumph in their lifetime. Oh yes, some attain their ends in this life, and then
they begin executing other people?
If it's necessary, indeed, for the most part they do. Your remark is very witty.
Thank you. But tell me this. How do you distinguish those extraordinary people from the ordinary ones? Are there signs at their birth? I feel there ought to be more exactitude, more external definition. Excuse the natural anxiety of a practical law-abiding citizen, but couldn't they adopt a special uniform, for instance? Couldn't they wear something, be branded in some way? For you know, if confusion arises and a member of one category imagines that he belongs to the other, begins to eliminate obstacles, as you so happily expressed it, then—
Oh, that very often happens. That remark is wittier than the other.
Thank you.
No reason to. But take note that the mistake can only arise in the first category. That is among the ordinary people, as I perhaps unfortunately called them. In spite of their predisposition to obedience, very many of them, through a playfulness of nature, sometimes vouchsafed even to the cow, like to imagine themselves advanced people, destroyers, and to push themselves into the new movement, and this quite sincerely. Meanwhile, the really new people are very often unobserved by them, or even despised as reactionaries of groveling tendencies. But I don't think there is any considerable danger here, and you really need not be uneasy, for they never go very far. Of course, they might have a thrashing sometimes for letting their fancy run away with them, and to teach them their place, but no more. In fact, even this isn't necessary, as they castigate themselves. For they are very conscientious. Some perform this service for one another, and others chastise themselves with their own hands. They will impose various public acts of penitence upon themselves, with a beautiful and edifying effect. In fact, you've nothing to be uneasy about. It's a law of nature.
Well, you have certainly set my mind more at rest on that score, but there's another thing worries me. Tell me, please, are there many people who have the right to kill others, these extraordinary people? I'm ready to bow down to them, of course, but you must admit it's alarming if there are a great many of them, eh?
Oh, you needn't worry about that either.
Raskolnikov went on in the same tone.
People with new ideas, people with the faintest capacity for saying something new, are extremely few in number. Extraordinarily so, in fact. One thing only is clear, that the appearance of all these grades and subdivisions of men must follow with unfailing regularity some law of nature. That law, of course, is unknown at present, but I am convinced that it exists, and one day may become known. The vast mass of mankind is mere material, and only exists in order by some great effort, by some mysterious process, by means of some crossing of races and stocks, to bring into the world at last perhaps 1 man out of 1,000 with a spark of independence. 1 in 10,000, perhaps. I speak roughly, approximately. is born with some independence. And with still greater independence, 1 in 100,000. The man of genius is one of millions, and the great geniuses, the crown of humanity, appear on earth perhaps 1 in many thousand millions. In fact, I have not peeped into the retort in which all this takes place. But there certainly is and must be a definite law. It cannot be a matter of chance.
Why, are you both joking?
Razumihin cried at last.
There you sit, making fun of one another. Are you serious, Rodya?
Raskolnikov raised his pale and almost mournful face and made no reply. And the unconcealed, persistent, nervous, and discourteous sarcasm of Porfiry seemed strange to Razumihin beside that quiet and mournful face.
Well, brother, if you are really serious, you are right, of course, in saying that it's not new, that it's like what we've read and heard 1,000 times already. But what is really original in all this, and is exclusively your own, to my horror, is that you sanction bloodshed in the name of conscience. And, excuse my saying so, with such fanaticism. That, I take it, is the point of your article. But that sanction of bloodshed by conscience is, to my mind, more terrible than the official legal sanction of bloodshed.
You are quite right. It is more terrible.
Porfiry agreed.
Yes, you must have exaggerated. There is some mistake. I shall read it. You can't think that. I shall read it.
All that is not in the article. There's only a hint of it,
said Raskolnikov.
Yes, yes.
Porfiry couldn't sit still.
Your attitude to crime is pretty clear to me now, but excuse me for my impertinence. I'm really ashamed to be worrying you like this. You see, you've removed my anxiety as to the two grades getting mixed, but there are various practical possibilities that make me uneasy. What if some man or youth imagines that he is a Lycurgus or Mahomet, a future one, of course, and suppose he begins to remove all obstacles? He has some great enterprise before him and needs money for it, and tries to get it, do you see?
Zamyetov gave a sudden guffaw in his corner. Raskolnikov did not even raise his eyes to him.
I must admit,
he went on calmly,
that such cases certainly must arise. The vain and foolish are particularly apt to fall into that snare, young people especially.
Yes, you see. Well then?
What then?
Raskolnikov smiled in reply.
That's not my fault. So it is, and so it always will be. He said just now...
He nodded at Razumihin.
...that I sanction bloodshed. Society is too well protected by prisons, banishment, criminal investigators, penal servitude. There's no need to be uneasy. You have but to catch the thief.
And what if we do catch him?
Then he gets what he deserves.
You are certainly logical. But what of his conscience?
Why do you care about that?
Simply from humanity.
If he has a conscience, he will suffer for his mistake. That will be his punishment, as well as the prison.
But the real geniuses?
Asked Razumihin, frowning.
Those who have the right to murder? Oughtn't they to suffer at all, even for the blood they've shed?
Why the word ought? It's not a matter of permission or prohibition. He will suffer if he is sorry for his victim. Pain and suffering are always inevitable for a large intelligence and a deep heart. The really great men must, I think, have great sadness on earth.
He added dreamily, not in the tone of the conversation. He raised his eyes, looked earnestly at them all, smiled, and took his cap. He was too quiet by comparison with his manner at his entrance, and he felt this. Everyone got up.
Well, you may abuse me, be angry with me if you like,
Porfiry Petrovitch began again.
But I can't resist. Allow me one little question. I know I'm troubling you. There is just one little notion I want to express, simply that I may not forget it.
Very good. Tell me your little notion.
Raskolnikov stood waiting, pale and grave, before him.
Well, you see, I really don't know how to express it properly. It's a playful, psychological idea. When you were writing your article, surely you couldn't have helped fancying yourself just a little an extraordinary man, uttering a new word in your sense. That's so, isn't it?
Quite possibly,
Raskolnikov answered contemptuously. Razumihin made a movement.
And if so, could you bring yourself, in case of worldly difficulties and hardship, or for some service to humanity, to overstep obstacles, for instance, to rob and murder?
And again he winked with his left eye, and laughed noiselessly, just as before.
If I did, I certainly should not tell you.
Raskolnikov answered with defiant and haughty contempt.
No, I was only interested on account of your article, from a literary point of view.
Phoo! How obvious and insolent that is.
Raskolnikov thought with repulsion.
Allow me to observe,
he answered dryly,
that I don't consider myself a Mohammed or a Napoleon, nor any personage of that kind, and not being one of them, I cannot tell you how I should act.
Oh, come, don't we all think ourselves Napoleons now in Russia?
Porfiri Petrovitch said with alarming familiarity. Something peculiar betrayed itself in the very intonation of his voice.
Perhaps it was one of these future Napoleons who did for Alyona Ivanovna last week?
Zamyatov blurted out from the corner. Raskolnikov did not speak, but looked firmly and intently at Porfiri. Razumihin was scowling gloomily. He seemed before this to be noticing something. He looked angrily around. There was a minute of gloomy silence. Raskolnikov turned to go.
Are you going already?
Porfiri said amiably, holding out his hand with excessive politeness.
Very, very glad of your acquaintance. As for your request, have no uneasiness. Write just as I told you, or better still, come to me there yourself in a day or two. Tomorrow, indeed. I shall be there at 11 o'clock for certain. We'll arrange it all. We'll have a talk. As one of the last to be there, you might perhaps be able to tell us something,
he added with a most good-natured expression.
You want to cross-examine me officially in due form?
Raskolnikov asked sharply.
Oh, why? That's not necessary for the present. You misunderstand me. I lose no opportunity, you see, and I've talked with all who had pledges. I obtained evidence from some of them, and you are the last. Yes, by the way,
he cried, seemingly suddenly delighted.
I just remember what was I thinking of.
He turned to Razumihin.
You are talking my ears off about that Nikolai. Of course I know very well.
He turned to Raskolnikov.
That the fellow is innocent. But what is one to do? We had to trouble Dmitri too. This is the point, this is all. When you went up the stairs it was past 7, wasn't it?
Yes,
answered Raskolnikov, with an unpleasant sensation at the very moment he spoke that he need not have said it.
Then when you went upstairs between 7 and 8, didn't you see in a flat that stood open on a second story, do you remember, 2 workmen, or at least one of them? They were painting there. Didn't you notice them? It's very, very important for them.
Painters? No, I didn't see them.
Raskolnikov answered slowly, as though ransacking his memory, while at the same instant he was racking every nerve, almost swooning with anxiety to conjecture as quickly as possible where the trap lay, and not to overlook anything.
No, I didn't see them, and I don't think I noticed a flat like that open. But on the 4th story...
He had mastered the trap now, and was triumphant.
I remember now that someone was moving out of the flat opposite Alyona Ivanovna's. I remember it clearly. Some porters were carrying out a sofa, and they squeezed me against the wall, but painters... No, I don't remember that there were any painters, and I don't think that there was a flat open anywhere. No, there wasn't.
What do you mean?
Razumihin shouted suddenly, as though he had reflected and realized.
Why, it was on the day of the murder the painters were at work. And he was there 3 days before. What are you asking?
Phew, I have muddled it.
Porfiri slapped himself on the forehead.
Deuce take it, this business is turning my brain.
He addressed Raskolnikov somewhat apologetically.
It would be such a great thing for us to find out whether anyone had seen them between 7 and 8 at the flat, so I fancied you could perhaps have told us something. I quite muddled it.
Then you should be more careful,
Razumihin observed grimly. The last words were uttered in the passage. Porfiri Petrovitch saw them to the door with excessive politeness. They went out into the street, gloomy and sullen, and for some steps they did not say a word. Raskolnikov drew a deep breath. End of Part 3, Chapter 5.
Section 20 of Crime and Punishment. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Crime and Punishment by Fyodor Dostoevsky, translated by Constance Garnett. Part 3, Chapter 6.
I don't believe it. I can't believe it,
repeated Razumixin, trying in perplexity to refute Raskolnikov's arguments. They were by now approaching Bakalayev's lodgings, where Pulcheria Alexandrovna and Dunya had been expecting them a long while. Razumixin kept stopping on the way in the heat of discussion, confused and excited by the very fact that they were for the first time speaking openly about it.
Don't believe it, then,
answered Raskolnikov with a cold, careless smile.
You were noticing nothing as usual, but I was weighing every word.
You are suspicious. That is why you weighed their words. Certainly I agree. Porfiry's tone was rather strange, and still more that wretch Zamietov. You are right, there was something about him. But why? Why?
He has changed his mind since last night.
Quite the contrary. If they had that brainless idea, they would do their utmost to hide it and conceal their cards so as to catch you afterwards. But it was all impudent and careless.
If they had had facts, real facts, or at least grounds for suspicion, then they would certainly have tried to hide their game in the hope of getting more. They would have made a search long ago besides. But they have no facts, not one. It is all mirage, all ambiguous, simply a floating idea. So they try to throw me out by impudence. And perhaps he was irritated at having no facts, and blurted it out in his vexation. Or perhaps he has some plan. He seems an intelligent man. Perhaps he wanted to frighten me by pretending to know. They have a psychology of their own, brother. But it is loathsome explaining it all. Stop.
And it's insulting, I understand you, but since we have spoken openly now, and it is an excellent thing that we have at last, I am glad. I will own now frankly that I noticed it in them long ago, this idea. Of course, the merest hint only, an insinuation. But why an insinuation, even? How dare they? What foundation have they? If only you knew how furious I have been. Think only. Simply because a poor student, unhinged by poverty and hypochondria, on the eve of a severe delirious illness, note that, suspicious, vain, proud, who has not seen a soul to speak to for 6 months, in rags and in boots without soles, has to face some wretched policeman and put up with their insolence, and the unexpected debt thrust under his nose, the IOU presented by Chibarov, the new paint, 30 degrees Reaumur, and a stifling atmosphere, a crowd of people that talk about the murder of a person where he had been just before, and all that on an empty stomach. He might well have a fainting fit. And that is what they found it all on. Damn them. I understand how annoying it is, but in your place, Rodya, I would laugh at them, or better still, spit in their ugly faces, and spit 12 times in all directions. I'd hit out in all directions neatly, too, and so I'd put an end to it. Damn them. Don't be downhearted, it's a shame.
He really has put it well, though,
Raskolnikov thought.
Damn them. But the cross-examination again tomorrow,
he said with bitterness.
Must I really enter into explanations with them? I feel vexed as it is that I condescended to speak to Zamietov yesterday in the restaurant.
Damn it! I will go myself to Porfiry. I will squeeze it out of him as one of a family. He must let me know the ins and outs of it all. And as for Zamietov...
At least he sees through them,
thought Raskolnikov.
Stay,
cried Razumixin, seizing him by the shoulder again.
Stay! You were wrong. I have thought it out. You are wrong. How was that a trap? You say that the question about the workmen was a trap. But if you had done that, could you have said you had seen them painting the flat? And the workmen, on the contrary, you would have seen nothing, even if you had seen it. Who would own it against himself?
If I had done that thing, I should certainly have said that I had seen the workmen and the flat,
Raskolnikov answered, with reluctance and obvious disgust.
But why speak against yourself?
because only peasants or the most inexperienced novices deny everything flatly at examinations. If a man is ever so little developed and experienced, he will certainly try to admit all the external facts that can't be avoided, but will seek other explanations of them, will introduce some special, unexpected turn that will give them another significance and put them in another light. Porphyry might well reckon that I should be sure to answer so, and say I have seen them to give an air of truth, and then make some explanation.
But he would have told you at once that the workmen could not have been there 2 days before, and that therefore you must have been there on the day of the murder at 8 o'clock, and so he would have caught you over a detail.
Yes, that is what he was reckoning on, that I should not have time to reflect, and should be in a hurry to make the most likely answer, and so would forget the workmen could not have been there 2 days before.
But how could you forget it?
Nothing easier. It is in just such stupid things clever people are most easily caught. The more cunning a man is, the less he suspects that he will be caught in a simple thing. The more cunning a man is, the simpler the trap he must be caught in. Porphyry is not such a fool as you think.
He is a knave, then, if that is so.
Raskolnikov could not help laughing, but at the very moment he was struck by the strangeness of his own frankness, and the eagerness with which he had made this explanation, though he had kept up all the preceding conversation with gloomy repulsion, obviously with a motive, from necessity.
I am getting a relish for certain aspects,
he thought to himself, but almost at the same instant he became suddenly uneasy, as though an unexpected and alarming idea had occurred to him. His uneasiness kept on increasing. They had just reached the entrance to Bakalaev's.
"Go in alone,"
said Raskolnikov suddenly.
"I will be back directly."
"Where are you going? Why, we are just here."
"I can't help it. I will come in half an hour. Tell them."
"Say what you like. I will come with you."
"You too want to torture me?"
he screamed, with such bitter irritation, such despair in his eyes, that Razumikhin's hands dropped. He stood for some time on the steps, looking gloomily at Raskolnikov striding rapidly away in the direction of his lodging. At last, gritting his teeth and clenching his fist, he swore he would squeeze Porphyry like a lemon that very day, and went up the stairs to reassure Pulcheria Alexandrovna, who was by now alarmed at their long absence. When Raskolnikov got home, his hair was soaked with sweat and he was breathing heavily. He went rapidly up the stairs, walked into his unlocked room, and at once fastened the latch. Then, in senseless terror, he rushed to the corner, to that hole under the paper where he had put the things, put his hand in, and for some minutes felt carefully in the hole, in every crack and fold of the paper. Finding nothing, he got up and drew a deep breath. As he was reaching the steps of Bakalaev's, he suddenly fancied that something, a chain, a stud, or even a bit of paper, in which they had been wrapped with the old woman's handwriting on it, might somehow have slipped out and been lost in some crack, and then might suddenly turn up as unexpected, conclusive evidence against him. He stood as though lost in thought, and a strange, humiliated, half-senseless smile strayed on his lips. He took his cap at last and went quietly out of the room. His ideas were all tangled. He went dreamily through the gateway.
"Here he is himself,"
shouted a loud voice. He raised his head. The porter was standing at the door of his little room and was pointing him out to a short man who looked like an artisan, wearing a long coat and a waistcoat, and looking at a distance remarkably like a woman. He stooped, and his head in a greasy cap hung forward. From his wrinkled flabby face he looked over 50. His little eyes were lost in fat, and they looked out grimly, sternly, and discontentedly.
"What is it?"
Raskolnikov asked, going up to the porter. The man stole a look at him from under his brows, and he looked at him attentively, deliberately, then he turned slowly and went out of the gate into the street without saying a word.
"What is it?"
cried Raskolnikov.
"Why, he there was asking whether a student lived here. Mentioned your name and whom you lodged with. I saw you coming and pointed you out, and he went away. It's funny."
The porter, too, seemed rather puzzled, but not much so, and after wondering for a moment, he turned and went back to his room. Raskolnikov ran after the stranger, and at once caught sight of him walking along the other side of the street with the same even, deliberate step, with his eyes fixed on the ground, as though in meditation. He soon overtook him, but for some time walked behind him. At last, moving on to a level with him, he looked at his face. The man noticed him at once, looked at him quickly, but dropped his eyes again. And so they walked for a minute side by side, without uttering a word.
"You were inquiring for me, of the porter,"
Raskolnikov said at once, but in a curiously quiet voice. The man made no answer, he didn't even look at him. Again they were both silent.
"Why do you come and ask for me and say nothing? What's the meaning of it?"
Raskolnikov's voice broke, and he seemed unable to articulate the words clearly. The man raised his eyes this time, and turned a gloomy, sinister look at Raskolnikov.
"Murderer!"
he said suddenly in a quiet but clear and distinct voice. Raskolnikov went on, walking beside him. His legs felt suddenly weak, a cold shiver ran down his spine, and his heart seemed to stand still for a moment, then suddenly began throbbing as though it were set free. So they walked for about 100 paces, side by side, in silence. The man did not look at him.
"What do you mean? Who is the murderer?"
muttered Raskolnikov hardly audibly.
"You are a murderer,"
the man answered still more articulately and emphatically, with a smile of triumphant hatred, and again he looked straight into Raskolnikov's pale face and stricken eyes. They had just reached the crossroads. The man turned to the left without looking behind him. Raskolnikov remained standing, gazing after him. He saw him turn round 50 paces away and look back at him, still standing there. Raskolnikov could not see clearly, but he fancied that he was again smiling the same smile of cold hatred and triumph. With slow faltering steps, with shaking knees, Raskolnikov made his way back to his little garret, feeling chilled all over. He took off his cap and put it on the table, and for 10 minutes he stood without moving. Then he sank exhausted on the sofa, and with a weak moan of pain he stretched himself on it. So he lay for half an hour. He thought of nothing. Some thoughts or fragments of thoughts, some images without order or coherence floated before his mind. Faces of people he had seen in his childhood or met somewhere once, whom he would never have recalled. The belfry of the church at V, the billiard table in a restaurant and some officers playing billiards, the smell of cigars in some underground tobacco shop, a tavern room, a back staircase, quite dark, all sloppy with dirty water and strewn with eggshells, and the Sunday bells floating in from somewhere. The images followed one another, whirling like a hurricane. Some of them he liked, and tried to clutch at, but they faded, and all the while there was an oppression within him, but it was not overwhelming, sometimes it was even pleasant. The slight shivering still persisted, but that too was an almost pleasant sensation. He heard the hurried footsteps of Razumihin. He closed his eyes and pretended to be asleep. Razumihin opened the door and stood for some time in the doorway as though hesitating. Then he stepped softly into the room and went cautiously to the sofa. Raskolnikov heard Nastia's whisper:
"Don't disturb him. Let him sleep. He can have his dinner later."
"Quite so,"
answered Razumihin. Both withdrew carefully and closed the door. Another half hour passed. Raskolnikov opened his eyes, turned on his back again, clasping his hands behind his head.
"Who is he? Who is that man who sprang out of the earth? Where was he? What did he see? He has seen it all, that's clear. Where was he then? And from where did he see? Why has he only now sprung out of the earth? And how could he see? Is it possible?
Continued Raskolnikov, turning cold and shivering.
And the jewel case Nikolai found behind the door, was that possible? A clue? You miss an infinitesimal line, and you can build it into a pyramid of evidence. A fly flew by and saw it. Is it possible?
He felt with sudden loathing how weak, how physically weak he had become.
I ought to have known it,
he thought with a bitter smile.
And how dared I, knowing myself, knowing how I should be, take up an axe and shed blood? I ought to have known beforehand. Ah, but I did know,
he whispered in despair. At times he came to a standstill at some thought.
No, those men are not made so. The real master to whom all is permitted storms Toulon, makes a massacre in Paris, forgets an army in Egypt, wastes 500,000 men in the Moscow expedition, and gets off with a jest at Vilna. And altars are set up to him after his death, and so all is permitted. No such people, it seems, are not of flesh, but of bronze.
One sudden irrelevant idea almost made him laugh. Napoleon, the pyramids, Waterloo, and a wretched skinny old woman, a pawnbroker with a red trunk under her bed. It's a nice hash for Porfiry Petrovich to digest. How can they digest it? It's too inartistic.
A Napoleon creep under an old woman's bed. Ugh, how loathsome.
At moments he felt he was raving. He sank into a state of feverish excitement.
The old woman is of no consequence,
he thought, hotly and incoherently.
The old woman was a mistake, perhaps, but she is not what matters. The old woman was only an illness. I was in a hurry to overstep. I didn't kill a human being, but a principle. I killed the principle, but I didn't overstep. I stopped on this side. I was only capable of killing, and it seems I wasn't even capable of that. Principle? Why was that fool Razumikin abusing the socialists? They are industrious, commercial people. The happiness of all is their case. No, life is only given to me once, and I shall never have it again. I don't want to wait for the happiness of all. I want to live myself, or else better not live at all. I simply couldn't pass by my mother starving, keeping my rouble in my pocket while I waited for the happiness of all. I am putting my little brick into the happiness of all, and so my heart is at peace. Ha ha! Why have you let me slip? I only live once. I too want. Ech, I am an aesthetic louse and nothing more,
he added suddenly, laughing like a madman.
Yes, I am certainly a louse,
he went on, clutching at the idea, gloating over it, and playing with it with vindictive pleasure.
In the first place, because I can reason that I am one, and secondly, because for a month past I have been troubling benevolent Providence, calling it to witness that not for my own fleshy lust did I undertake it, but with a grand and noble object. Thirdly, because I aimed at carrying it out as justly as possible, weighing, measuring, and calculating. Of all the lice I picked out the most useless one, and proposed to take from her only as much as I needed for the first step, no more nor less. So the rest would have gone to a monastery according to her will. And what shows that I am utterly a louse,
he added, grinding his teeth,
is that I am perhaps viler and more loathsome than the louse I killed, and I felt beforehand that I should tell myself so after killing her. Can anything be compared with the horror of that? The vulgarity, the abjectness. I understand the prophet with his saber on his steed. Allah commands, and trembling creation must obey. The prophet is right. He is right when he sets a battery across the street and blows up the innocent and the guilty, without deigning to explain. It is for you to obey, trembling creation, and not to have desires, for that's not for you. I shall never, never forgive the old woman.
His hair was soaked with sweat, his quivering lips were parched, his eyes were fixed on the ceiling.
Mother, sister, how I loved them! Why do I hate them now? Yes, I hate them. I feel a physical hatred for them. I can't bear them near me. I went up to my mother and kissed her, I remember, to embrace her and think if she only knew. Shall I tell her then That's just what I might do. She must be the same as I am,"
he added, straining himself to think, as if he were struggling with delirium.
Ah, how I hate the old woman now. I feel I should kill her again if she came to life. Poor Lizaveta. Why did she come in? It's strange, though. Why is it I scarcely ever think of her, as though I hadn't killed her? Lizaveta. Sonia. Poor gentle things with gentle eyes. Dear women. Why don't they weep? Why don't they moan? They give up everything. Their eyes are soft and gentle. Sonia, Sonia, gentle Sonia.
He lost consciousness. It seemed strange to him that he didn't remember how he got into the street. It was late evening. The twilight had fallen, and the full moon was shining more and more brightly, but there was a peculiar breathlessness in the air. There were crowds of people in the street. Workmen and business people were making their way home. Other people had come out for a walk. There was a smell of mortar, dust, and stagnant water. Raskolnikov walked along, mournful and anxious. He was distinctly aware of having come out with a purpose, of having to do something in a hurry, but what it was he had forgotten. Suddenly he stood still and saw a man standing on the other side of the street, beckoning to him. He crossed over to him, but at once the man turned and walked away with his head hanging, as though he had made no sign to him.
Stay, did he really beckon?
Raskolnikov wondered, but he tried to overtake him. When he was within 10 paces, he recognized him and was frightened. It was the same man with stooping shoulders in the long coat. Raskolnikov followed him at a distance. His heart was beating. They went down a turning. The man still did not look around.
Does he know I am following him?
Thought Raskolnikov. The man went into the gateway of a big house. Raskolnikov hastened to the gate and looked in to see whether he would look round and sign to him. In the courtyard the man did turn round and again seemed to beckon him. Raskolnikov at once followed him into the yard, but the man was gone. He must have gone up the first staircase. Raskolnikov rushed after him. He heard slow, measured steps 2 flights above. The staircase seemed strangely familiar. He reached the window on the first floor. The moon shone through the panes with a melancholy and mysterious light. Then he reached the second floor. Bah! This is the flat where the painters were at work, but how was it he did not recognize it at once? The steps of the man above had died away.
So he must have stopped or hidden somewhere.
He reached the 3rd story. Should he go on? There was a stillness that was dreadful, but he went on. The sound of his own footsteps scared and frightened him. How dark it was! The man must be hiding in some corner here. Ah, the flat was standing wide open. He hesitated and went in. It was very dark and empty in the passage, as though everything had been removed. He crept on tiptoe into the parlour, which was flooded with moonlight. Everything there was as before. The chairs, the looking glass, the yellow sofa, and the pictures in the frames. A huge, round, copper-red moon looked in at the windows.
It's the moon that makes it so still, weaving some mystery,
thought Raskolnikov. He stood and waited a long while, and the more silent the moonlight, the more violently his heart beat, till it was painful. And still the same hush. Suddenly he heard a momentary sharp crack like a snapping of a splinter, and all was still again. A fly flew up suddenly and struck the window pane with a plaintive buzz. At that moment he noticed in the corner between the window and the little cupboard something like a cloak hanging on the wall.
Why is that cloak here?
He thought.
It wasn't there before.
He went up to it quietly and felt that there was something hiding behind it. He cautiously moved the cloak and saw, sitting on a chair in the corner, the old woman bent double so that he couldn't see her face. But it was she. He stood over her.
She is afraid,
he thought. He stealthily took the axe from the noose and struck her one blow, then another on the skull. But strange to say, she did not stir, as though she were made of wood. He was frightened, bent down nearer and tried to look at her, but she, too, bent her head lower. He bent right down to the ground and peeped up into her face from below. He peeped and turned cold with horror. The old woman was sitting and laughing. shaking with noiseless laughter, doing her utmost that he should not hear it. Suddenly he fancied that the door from the bedroom was opened a little and that there was laughter and whispering within. He was overcome with frenzy, and he began hitting the old woman on the head with all his force. But at every blow of the axe the laughter and whispering from the bedroom grew louder, and the old woman was simply shaking with mirth. He was rushing away, but the passage was full of people, the doors of the flats stood open, and on the landing, on the stairs, and everywhere below there were people, rows of heads, all looking, but huddled together in silence and expectation. Something gripped his heart, his legs were rooted to the spot, they would not move. He tried to scream, and woke up. He drew a deep breath, but his dream seemed strangely to persist. His door was flung open, and a man whom he had never seen stood in the doorway watching him intently. Raskolnikov had hardly opened his eyes, and he instantly closed them again. He lay on his back without stirring.
Is it still a dream?
He wondered, and again raised his eyelids hardly perceptibly. The stranger was standing in the same place, still watching him. He stepped cautiously into the room, carefully closing the door after him, went up to the table, paused a moment, still keeping his eyes on Raskolnikov, and noiselessly seated himself on the chair by the sofa. He put his head on the floor beside him, and leaned his hands on his cane and his chin on his hands. It was evident that he was prepared to wait indefinitely. As far as Raskolnikov could make out from his stolen glances, he was a man no longer young, stout, with a full, fair, almost whitish beard. 10 minutes passed. It was still light, but beginning to get dusk. There was complete stillness in the room. Not a sound came from the stairs. Only a big fly buzzed and fluttered against the window pane. It was unbearable at last. Raskolnikov suddenly got up and sat on the sofa.
Come, tell me what you want.
I knew you were not asleep, but only pretending.
The stranger answered oddly, laughing calmly.
Arkady Ivanovich Svidrigailov, allow me to introduce myself.
End of part 3, chapter 6. Section 21 of Crime and Punishment. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Crime and Punishment by Fyodor Dostoyevsky, translated by Constance Garnett. Part 4, Chapter 1.
Can this still be a dream?
Raskolnikov thought once more. He looked carefully and suspiciously at the unexpected visitor.
Svidrigailov! What nonsense! It can't be,
he said at last, aloud, in bewilderment. His visitor did not seem at all surprised at this exclamation.
I have come to you for 2 reasons. In the first place, I wanted to make your personal acquaintance, as I have already heard a great deal about you that is interesting and flattering. Secondly, I cherish the hope that you may not refuse to assist me in a matter directly concerning the welfare of your sister, Avdotia Romanovna, for without your support she might not let me come near her now, for she is prejudiced against me, but with your assistance I reckon on.
You reckon wrongly,
interrupted Raskolnikov.
They only arrived yesterday, may I ask you?
Raskolnikov made no reply.
It was yesterday, I know. I only arrived myself the day before. Well, let me tell you this, Rodion Romanovich. I don't consider it necessary to justify myself, but kindly tell me what was there particularly criminal on my part in all this business, speaking without prejudice, with common sense.
Raskolnikov continued to look at him in silence.
That in my own house I persecuted a defenseless girl and insulted her with my infamous proposals. Is that it? I am anticipating you. But you have only to assume that I, too, am a man et nihil humanum, in a word, that I am capable of being attracted and falling in love, which does not depend on our will, then everything can be explained in the most natural manner. The question is, am I a monster, or am I myself a victim? And what if I am a victim? In proposing to the object of my passion to elope with me to America or Switzerland, I may have cherished the deepest respect for her, and may have thought that I was promoting our mutual happiness. Reason is the slave of passion. You know why, probably. I was doing more harm to myself than anyone.
But that's not the point.
Raskolnikov interrupted with disgust.
It's simply not whether you are right or wrong. We dislike you. We don't want to have anything to do with you. We show you the door. Get out.
Svidrigailov broke into a sudden laugh.
But there is no getting round you,
he said, laughing in the frankest way.
I hoped to get round you, but you took up the right line at once.
But you are trying to get round me still.
What of it? What of it?
Cried Svidrigailov, laughing openly.
But this is what the French call bonne guerre, and the most innocent form of deception. But still you have interrupted me, one way or another. I repeat again, there would never have been any unpleasantness except for what happened in the garden. Marfa Petrovna.
You have got rid of Marfa Petrovna too, so they say.
Raskolnikov interrupted rudely.
Oh, you have heard that too, then. You would be sure to, though. But as for your question, I really don't know what to say, though my own conscience is quite at rest on that score. Don't suppose that I am in any apprehension about it. All was regular and in order. The medical inquiry diagnosed apoplexy due to bathing immediately after a heavy dinner and a bottle of wine, and indeed it could have proved nothing else. But I'll tell you what I've been thinking to myself of late, on my way here in the train, especially. Didn't I contribute to all that? Calamity, morally, in a way, by irritation or something of the sort. But I came to the conclusion that too, was quite out of the question.
Raskolnikov laughed.
I wonder you trouble yourself about it.
But what are you laughing at? Only consider, I struck her just twice with a switch. There were no marks even. Don't regard me as a cynic, please. I am perfectly aware how atrocious it was of me, and all that, but I know for certain, too, that Marfa Petrovna was very likely pleased at my, so to say, warmth. The story of your sister had been wrung out to the last drop. For the last 3 days Marfa Petrovna had been forced to sit at home. She had nothing to show herself with in the town. Besides, she had bored them so with that letter. You heard about her reading the letter, and all of a sudden those 2 switches fell from heaven. Her first act was to order the carriage to be got out. Not to speak of the fact that there are cases when women are very, very glad to be insulted in spite of all their show of indignation. There are instances of it with everyone. Human beings in general, indeed, greatly love to be insulted. Have you noticed that? But it's particularly so with women. One might even say it's their only amusement.
At one time Raskolnikov thought of getting up and walking out, and so finishing the interview, but some curiosity and even a sort of prudence made him linger for a moment.
You are fond of fighting?
He asked carelessly.
No, not very,
Svidrigailov answered calmly.
And Marfa Petrovna and I scarcely ever fought. We lived very harmoniously, and she was always pleased with me. I only used to whip twice in all our 7 years. not counting a third occasion of a very ambiguous character. The first time, 2 months after our marriage, immediately after we arrived in the country, and the last time was that of which we are speaking. Did you suppose I was such a monster, such a reactionary, such a slave-driver? Ha ha! By the way, do you remember, Rodion Romanovich, how a few years ago, in those days of beneficent publicity, a nobleman, I've forgotten his name, was put to shame everywhere, in all the papers, for having trashed a German woman in the railway train? You remember? It was in those days, that very year, I believe, the disgraceful action of the age took place. You know, the Egyptian nights, that public reading, you remember? The dark eyes, you know. Ah, the golden days of our youth, where are they? Well, as for the gentleman who thrashed the German, I feel no sympathy with him, because after all what need is there for sympathy? But I must say there are sometimes such provoking Germans that I don't believe there is a progressive who could quite answer for himself. No one looked at the subject from that point of view then, but that's the truly humane point of view, I assure you.
After saying this, Svidrigaïlov broke into a sudden laugh again. Raskolnikov saw clearly that this was a man with a firm purpose in his mind and able to keep it to himself.
"I expect you've not talked to anyone for some days?"
he asked.
Scarcely anyone. I suppose you are wondering at my being such an adaptable man.
No, I am only wondering at your being too adaptable a man.
Because I'm not offended at the rudeness of your questions? Is that it? But why take offence? As you asked, so I answered,
he replied with a surprising expression of simplicity.
You know, there's hardly anything I take interest in,
he went on, as it were dreamily.
Especially now I have nothing to do. You are quite at liberty to imagine, though, that I am making up to you with a motive, particularly as I told you I want to see your sister about something. But I'll confess frankly, I am very much bored. The last 3 days especially, so I am delighted to see you. Don't be angry, Rodion Romanovich, but you seem to be somehow awfully strange yourself. Say what you like, there is something wrong with you, and now too. Not this very minute, I mean, but now generally. Well, well, I won't, don't scowl. I'm not such a bear, you know, as you think.
Raskolnikov looked gloomily at him.
You are not a bear, perhaps, at all,
he said.
I fancy indeed that you are a man of very good breeding, or at least know how on occasion to behave like one.
I am not particularly interested in anyone's opinion,
Svidrigaïlov answered dryly, and even with a shade of haughtiness.
And therefore, why not be vulgar at times when vulgarity is such a convenient cloak for our climate, and especially if one has a natural propensity that way,
he added, laughing again.
But I've heard you have many friends here. You are, as they say, not without connections. What can you want with me, then, unless you've some special object?
That's true that I have friends here,
Svidrigaïlov admitted, not replying to the chief point.
I have met some already. I've been lounging about for the last 3 days, and I have seen them, or they have seen me. That's a matter of course. I am well dressed, and reckoned not a poor man. The emancipation of the serfs hasn't affected me. My property consists chiefly of forests and water meadows. The revenue has not fallen off, but I'm not going to see them. I was sick of them long ago. I have been here 3 days and have called on no one. What a town it is! How has it come into existence among us? Tell me that. A town of officials and students of all sorts. Yes, there's a great deal I didn't notice when I was here 8 years ago, kicking up my heels. My only hope now is in anatomy. By Jove, it is.
Anatomy?
But as for these clubs, dassaults, parades, or progress, indeed maybe. Well, all that can go on without me.
He went on, again without noticing the question.
Besides, who wants to be a card sharper?
Why, have you been a card sharper then?
How could I help being? There was a regular set of us, men of the best society, 8 years ago. We had a fine time. And all men of breeding, you know, poets, men of property. And indeed, as a rule in our Russian society, the best manners are found among those who have been thrashed. Have you noticed that? I have deteriorated in the country, but I did get into prison for debt through a low Greek who came from Nezhin. Then Marfa Petrovna turned up. She bargained with him and bought me off for 30,000 silver pieces. I owed 70,000. We were united in lawful wedlock, and she bore me off into the country like a treasure. You know she was 5 years older than I. She was very fond of me. For 7 years I never left the country, and, take note, that all my life she held a document over me, the IOU, for 30,000 roubles, so if I were to elect to be restive about anything, I should be trapped at once, and she would have done it. Women find nothing incompatible in that.
If it hadn't been for that, would you have given her the slip?
I don't know what to say. It was scarcely the document restrained me. I didn't want to go anywhere else. Marfa Petrovna herself invited me to go abroad, seeing I was bored, but I have been abroad before, and always felt sick there. For no reason but the sunrise, the Bay of Naples, the sea. You look at them and it makes you sad. What's most revolting is that one is really sad. No, it's better at home. Here at least one blames others for everything and excuses oneself. I should have gone perhaps on an expedition to the North Pole, because j'ai le vin mauvais and hate drinking, and there's nothing left but wine. I have tried it. But, I say, I've been told Berg is going up in a great balloon next Sunday from the Yusupov garden, and will take up passengers at a fee. Is it true?
Why, would you go up?
No, oh, no,
muttered Svidrigailov, really seeming to be deep in thought.
What does he mean? Is he in earnest?
Raskolnikov wondered.
No, the document didn't restrain me.
Svidrigailov went on meditatively.
It was my own doing, not leaving the country, and nearly a year ago Marfa Petrovna gave me back the document on my name day, and made me a present of a considerable sum of money too. She had a fortune, you know. You see how I trust you, Arkady Ivanovitch. That was actually her expression. You don't believe she used it? But do you know I managed the estate quite decently. They know me in the neighborhood. I ordered books too. Marfa Petrovna at first approved, but afterwards she was afraid of my overstudying.
You seem to be missing Marfa Petrovna very much.
Missing her? Perhaps. Really, perhaps I am. And, by the way, do you believe in ghosts?
What ghosts?
Why, ordinary ghosts.
Do you believe in them?
Perhaps not, pour vous plaire. I wouldn't say no exactly.
Do you see them, then?
Svidrigailov looked at him rather oddly.
Marfa Petrovna is pleased to visit me,
he said, twisting his mouth into a strange smile.
What do you mean she is pleased to visit you?
She has been 3 times. I saw her first on the very day of the funeral, an hour after she was buried. It was the day before I left to come here. The second time was the day before yesterday, at daybreak, on the journey at the station of Malaya Vishera, and the third time was 2 hours ago in the room where I am staying. I was alone.
Were you awake?
Quite awake. I was wide awake every time. She comes, speaks to me for a minute, and goes out at the door. Always at the door. I can almost hear her.
What made me think that something of the sort must be happening to you?
Raskolnikov said suddenly. At the same moment he was surprised at having said it. He was much excited.
What? Did you think so?
Svidrigailov asked in astonishment.
Did you really? Didn't I say that there was something in common between us, eh?
You never said so.
Raskolnikov cried sharply and with heat.
Didn't I?
No,
cried Raskolnikov.
I thought I did. When I came in and saw you lying with your eyes shut, pretending, I said to myself at once, here's the man.
What do you mean by the man? What are you talking about?
Cried Raskolnikov.
What do I mean? I really don't know.
Svidrigailov muttered ingeniously, as though he, too, were puzzled. For a minute they were silent. They stared in each other's faces.
That's all nonsense,
Raskolnikov shouted with vexation.
What does she say when she comes to you?
She? Would you believe it? She talks of the silliest trifles, and man is a strange creature. It makes me angry. The first time she came in, I was tired, you know. The funeral service, the funeral ceremony, the lunch afterwards. At last I was left alone in my study. I lighted a cigar and began to think. She came in at the door. You have been so busy today, Arkady Ivanovitch. You have forgotten to wind the dining-room clock, she said. All those 7 years I have wound that clock every week, and if I forgot it, she would always remind me. The next day I set off on my way here. I got out at the station at daybreak. I had been asleep, tired out. With my eyes half open, I was drinking some coffee. I looked up, and there was suddenly Marfa Petrovna sitting beside me with a pack of cards in her hands. Shall I tell you fortune for the journey, Arkady Ivanovitch? She was a great hand at telling fortunes. I shall never forgive myself for not asking her to. I ran away in a fright, and besides, the bell rang. I was sitting today, feeling very heavy after a miserable dinner from a cook-shop. I was sitting smoking. All of a sudden Marfa Petrovna again. She came in very smart in a new green silk dress with a long train. Good day, Arkady Ivanovitch. How do you like my dress? Anishka can't make like this. Anishka was a dressmaker in the country, one of our former serf girls, who had been trained in Moscow, a pretty wench. She stood turning round before me. I looked at the dress, and then I looked carefully, very carefully, at her face. I wonder you trouble to come to me about such trifles, Marfa Petrovna. Good gracious, you won't let one disturb you about anything. To tease her, I said, I want to get married, Marfa Petrovna. That's just like you, Arkady Ivanovitch. It does you very little credit to come looking for a bride when you have hardly buried your wife. And if you could make a good choice, at least, but I know it won't be for your happiness or hers, you will only be a laughing-stock to all good people. Then she went out, and her train seemed to rustle. Isn't it nonsense, eh?
But perhaps you are telling lies.
Raskolnikov put in.
I rarely lie,
answered Svidrigailov thoughtfully, apparently not noticing the rudeness of the question.
And in the past, have you ever seen ghosts before?
Yes, I've seen them, but only once in my life, 6 years ago. I had a serf, Filka. Just after his burial I called out forgetting, Filka, my pipe. He came in, and went to the cupboard where my pipes were. I sat still, and thought, he's doing it out of revenge, because we had a violent quarrel just before his death. How dare you come in with a hole in your elbow? I said. Go away, you scamp. He turned and went out, and never came again. I didn't tell Marfa Petrovna at the time. I wanted to have a service sung for him, but I was ashamed.
You should go to a doctor.
I know I'm not well, without your telling me, though I don't know what's wrong. I believe I am 5 times as strong as you are. I didn't ask you whether you believe that ghosts are seen, but whether you believe that they exist.
No, I won't believe it,
Raskolnikov cried with positive anger.
What do people generally say?
Muttered Svidrigaïlov as though speaking to himself, looking aside and bowing his head.
They say, you are ill, so what appears to you is only unreal fantasy. But that's not strictly logical. I agree that ghosts only appear to the sick, but that only proves that they are unable to appear except to the sick, not that they don't exist.
Nothing of the sort,
Raskolnikov insisted irritably.
No, you don't think so?
Svidrigaïlov went on looking at him deliberately.
But what do you say to this argument? Help me with it. Ghosts are, as it were, shreds and fragments of other worlds, the beginning of them. A man in health has, of course, no reason to see them, because he is above all a man of this earth, and is bound for the sake of completeness and order to live only in this life. But as soon as one is ill, as soon as the normal earthly order of the organism is broken, one begins to realize the possibility of another world, and the more seriously ill one is, the closer becomes one's contact with that other world, so that as soon as the man dies he steps straight into that world. I thought of that long ago. If you believe in a future life, you could believe in that too.
I don't believe in a future life,
said Raskolnikov. Svidrigaïlov sat lost in thought.
And what if there are only spiders there, or something of that sort?
He said suddenly.
He is a madman,
thought Raskolnikov.
We always imagine eternity as something beyond our conception, something vast, vast. But why must it be vast? Instead of all that, what if it's one little room, like a bathhouse in the country, black and grimy and spiders in every corner, and that's all eternity is? I sometimes fancy it like that.
Can it be you can imagine nothing juster and more comforting than that?
Raskolnikov cried with a feeling of anguish.
Juster? And how can we tell? Perhaps that is just. And do you know it's what I would certainly have made it?
Answered Svidrigaïlov with a vague smile. This horrible answer sent a cold chill through Raskolnikov. Svidrigaïlov raised his head, looked at him, and suddenly began laughing.
Only think,
he cried.
Half an hour ago we had never seen each other. We regarded each other as enemies. There is a matter unsettled between us. We have thrown it aside, and away we have gone into the abstract. Wasn't I right in saying that we were birds of a feather?
Kindly allow me,
Raskolnikov went on irritably,
to ask you to explain why you have honored me with your visit. And I am in a hurry. I have no time to waste. I want to go out.
By all means, by all means. Your sister, Avdotia Romanovna, is going to be married to Mr. Luzhin, Pyotr Petrovich.
Can you refrain from any question about my sister and from mentioning her name? I can't understand how you dare utter her name in my presence if you really are Svidrigaïlov.
Why, but I've come here to speak about her. How can I avoid mentioning her?
Very good. Speak, and make haste.
I'm sure that you must have formed your own opinion of this Mr. Luzhin, who is a connection of mine through my wife, if you have only seen him for half an hour, or heard any facts about him. He is no match for Avdotia Romanovna. I believe Avdotia Romanovna is sacrificing herself generously and imprudently for the sake of her family. I fancied from all I had heard of you that you would be very glad if the match could be broken off without the sacrifice of worldly advantages. Now I know you personally, I'm convinced of it.
All this is very naive. Excuse me, I should have said impudent on your part,
said Raskolnikov.
You mean to say that I am seeking my own ends? Don't be uneasy, Rodion Romanovich. If I were working for my own advantage, I would not have spoken out so directly. I'm not quite a fool. I will confess something psychologically curious about that. Just now, defending my love for Avdotya Romanovna, I said I was myself the victim. Well, let me tell you that I have no feeling of love now, not the slightest, so that I wonder myself indeed, for I really did feel something.
Through idleness and depravity,
Raskolnikov put in.
I certainly am idle and depraved, but your sister has such qualities that even I could not help being impressed by them. But that's all nonsense, as I see myself now.
Have you seen that long?
I began to be aware of it before, but was only perfectly sure of it the day before yesterday, almost at the moment I arrived in Petersburg. I still fancied in Moscow, though, that I was coming to try to get Avdotya Romanovna's hand and to cut out Mr. Luzhin.
Excuse me for interrupting you. Kindly be brief and come to the object of your visit. I am in a hurry. I want to go out.
With the greatest pleasure. On arriving here and determining on a certain journey, I should like to make some necessary preliminary arrangements. I left my children with an aunt. They are well provided for, and they have no need of me personally. And a nice father I should make, too. I have taken nothing but what Marfa Petrovna gave me a year ago. That's enough for me. Excuse me, I'm just coming to the point. Before the journey which may come off, I want to settle Mr. Luzhin, too. It's not that I detest him so much, but it was through him I quarrelled with Marfa Petrovna when I learned that she had dished up this marriage. I want now to see Avdotya Romanovna through your mediation, and if you like in your presence, to explain to her that in the first place she will never gain anything but harm from Mr. Luzhin. Then, begging her pardon for all past unpleasantness, to make her a present of 10,000 roubles, and so assist the rupture with Mr. Luzhin, a rupture to which I believe she's herself not disinclined, if she could see the way to it.
You are certainly mad,
cried Raskolnikov, not so much angered as astonished.
How dare you talk like that?
I knew you would scream at me, but in the first place, though I'm not rich, this 10,000 roubles is perfectly free. I have absolutely no need for it. If Avdotya Romanovna does not accept it, I shall waste it in some more foolish way. That's the first thing. Secondly, my conscience is perfectly easy. I make the offer with no ulterior motive. You may not believe it, but in the end Avdotya Romanovna and you will know. The point is that I did actually cause your sister, whom I greatly respect, some trouble and unpleasantness, and so, sincerely regretting it, I want, not to compensate, not to repay her for the unpleasantness, but simply to do something to her advantage, to show that I'm not, after all, privileged to do nothing but harm. If there were a millionth fraction of self-interest in my offer, I should not have made it so openly, and I should not have offered her 10,000 only, when 5 weeks ago I offered her more. Besides, I may, perhaps, very soon marry a young lady, and that alone ought to prevent suspicion of any design on Avdotya Romanovna. In conclusion, let me say that in marrying Mr. Luzhin she is taking money just the same, only from another man. Don't be angry, Rodion Romanovich. Think it over coolly and quietly.
Svidrigaïlov himself was exceedingly cool and quiet as he was saying this.
I beg you to say no more,
said Raskolnikov.
In any case, this is unpardonable impertinence.
Not in the least. Then a man may do nothing but harm to his neighbour in this world, and is prevented from doing the tiniest bit of good by trivial conventional formalities. That's absurd. If I died, for instance, and left that sum to your sister in my will, surely she wouldn't refuse it.
Very likely she would.
Oh, no, indeed. However, if you refuse it, so be it, though 10,000 roubles is a capital thing to have on occasion. In any case, I beg you to repeat what I have said to Avdotia Romanovna.
No, I won't.
In that case, Rodion Romanovich, I shall be obliged to try and see her myself and worry her by doing so.
And if I do tell her, will you not try to see her?
I don't know really what to say. I should like very much to see her once more.
Don't hope for it.
I'm sorry, but you don't know me. Perhaps we may become better friends.
You think we may become friends?
And why not?
Svidrigailov said, smiling. He stood up and took his hat.
I didn't quite intend to disturb you, and I came here without reckoning on it, though I was very much struck by your face this morning.
Where did you see me this morning?
Raskolnikov asked uneasily.
I saw you by chance. I kept fancying there is something about you like me. But don't be uneasy. I'm not intrusive. I used to get on all right with card sharpers, and I never bored Prince Svirbey, a great personage who is a distant relation of mine, and I could write about Raphael's Madonna in Madame Prilukov's album, and I never left Marfa Petrovna's side for 7 years, and I used to stay the night at Wiazemski's house in the Haymarket in the old days, and I may go up in a balloon with Berg, perhaps.
Oh, all right. Are you starting soon on your travels, may I ask?
What travels?
Why, on that journey. You spoke of it yourself.
A journey? Oh, yes. I did speak of a journey. Well, that's a wide subject. If only you knew what you are asking.
He added, and gave a sudden, loud, short laugh.
Perhaps I'll get married instead of the journey. They're making a match for me.
Here?
Yes.
How have you had time for that?
But I'm very anxious to see Avdotia Romanovna once. I earnestly beg it. Well, goodbye for the present. Oh, yes, I have forgotten something. Tell your sister, Rodion Romanovich, that Marfa Petrovna remembered her in her will and left her 3,000 roubles. That's absolutely certain. Marfa Petrovna arranged it a week before her death, and it was done in my presence. Avdotia Romanovna will be able to receive the money in 2 or 3 weeks.
Are you telling the truth?
Yes, tell her. Well, your servant. I'm staying very near you.
As he went out, Svidrigailov ran up against Razumikhin in the doorway. End of Part 4, Chapter 1. Section 22 of Crime and Punishment. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Crime and Punishment by Fyodor Dostoevsky. Translated by Constance Garnett. Part 4, Chapter 2. It was nearly 8 o'clock. The 2 young men hurried to Bakalaev's to arrive before Luzhin.
Why, who was that?
Asked Razumikhin as soon as they were in the street.
It was Svidrigailov, that landowner in whose house my sister was insulted when she was their governess. Through his persecuting her with his attention, she was turned out by his wife, Marfa Petrovna. This Marfa Petrovna begged Donia's forgiveness afterwards, and she's just died suddenly. It was of her we were talking this morning. I don't know why I'm afraid of that man. He came here at once after his wife's funeral. He is very strange and is determined on doing something. We must guard Donia from him. That's what I wanted to tell you, do you hear?
Guard her. What can he do to harm Avdotia Romanovna? Thank you, Rodia, for speaking to me like that. We will guard her. Where does he live?
I don't know.
Why didn't you ask? What a pity. I'll find out, though.
Did you see him?
Asked Raskolnikov after a pause.
Yes, I noticed him. I noticed him well.
You really did see him? You saw him clearly?
Raskolnikov insisted.
Yes, I remember him perfectly. I should know him in 1,000. I have a good memory for faces.
They were silent again.
That's all right,
muttered Raskolnikov.
Do you know, I keep thinking that it may have been an hallucination.
What do you mean? I don't understand you.
Well, you all say,
Raskolnikov went on, twisting his mouth into a smile,
that I am mad. I thought just now that perhaps I really am mad, and have only seen a phantom.
What do you mean?
Why, who can tell? Perhaps I am really mad, and perhaps everything that happened all these days may be only imagination.
Ach, Rodya, you have been upset again. But what did he say? What did he come for?
Raskolnikov did not answer. Razumixin thought a minute.
Now let me tell you my story.
He began.
I came to you, you were asleep. Then we had dinner, and then I went to Porfiry's. Zamyatov was still with him. I tried to begin, but it was no use. I couldn't speak in the right way. They don't seem to understand and can't understand, but are not a bit ashamed. I drew Porfiry to the window and began talking to him, but it was still no use. He looked away and I looked away. At last I shook my fist in his ugly face and told him as a cousin I'd brain him. He merely looked at me. I cursed and came away. That was all. It was very stupid. To Zamyatov I didn't say a word. But you see, I thought I'd made a mess of it. But as I went downstairs, a brilliant idea struck me. Why should we trouble? Of course, if you were in any danger or anything, but why need you care? You needn't care a hang for them. We shall have a laugh at them afterwards, and if I were in your place, I'd mystify them more than ever. How ashamed they'd be afterwards. Hang them. We can thrash them afterwards, but let's laugh at them now.
To be sure,
answered Raskolnikov.
Well, what will you say tomorrow?
He thought to himself. Strange to say, till that moment it had never occurred to him to wonder what Razumixin would think when he knew. As he thought it, Raskolnikov looked at him. Razumixin's account of his visit to Porfiry had very little interest for him, so much had come and gone since then. In the corridor they came upon Luzhin. He had arrived punctually at 8, and he was looking for the number, so that all three went in together without greeting or looking at one another. The young man walked in first, while Piotr Petrovich, for good manners, lingered a little in the passage, taking off his coat. Pulcheria Alexandrovna came forward at once to greet him in the doorway. Dunya was welcoming her brother. Piotr Petrovich walked in and quite amiably, though with redoubled dignity, bowed to the ladies. He looked, however, as though he were a little put out and could not yet recover himself. Pulcheria Alexandrovna, who seemed also a little embarrassed, hastened to make them all sit down at the round table where a samovar was boiling. Dunya and Luzhin were facing one another on opposite sides of the table. Razumixin and Raskolnikov were facing Pulcheria Alexandrovna. Razumixin was next to Luzhin, and Raskolnikov was beside his sister. A moment's silence followed. Piotr Petrovich deliberately drew out a cambric handkerchief reeking of scent, and blew his nose with an air of a benevolent man who felt himself slighted, and was firmly resolved to insist on an explanation. In the passage the idea had occurred to him to keep on his overcoat and walk away, and so give the two ladies a sharp and emphatic lesson, and make them feel the gravity of the position. But he could not bring himself to do this. Besides, he could not endure uncertainty, and he wanted an explanation. If his request had been so openly disobeyed, there was something behind it, and in that case it was better to find it out beforehand. It rested with him to punish them, and there would always be time for that.
"I trust you had a favourable journey?"
he inquired officially of Pulcheria Alexandrovna.
"Oh, very, Piotr Petrovich."
"I am gratified to hear it. And Avdotia Romanovna is not over-fatigued either?"
"I'm young and strong. I don't get tired, but it was a great strain for mother,"
answered Dunya.
"That's unavoidable. Our national railways are of terrible length. Mother Russia, as they say, is a vast country. In spite of all my desire to do so, I was unable to meet you yesterday. But I trust all passed off without inconvenience?"
"Oh no, Piotr Petrovich, it was all terribly disheartening."
Pulcheria Alexandrovna hastened to declare with peculiar intonation.
"And if Dmitri Prokofitch had not been sent us, I really believe, by God himself, we should have been utterly lost. Here he is, Dmitri Prokofitch Razumixin," she added, introducing him to Luzhin.
"I had the pleasure yesterday,"
muttered Piotr Petrovich with a hostile glance sidelong at Razumixin. Then he scowled and was silent. Piotr Petrovich belonged to that class of persons, on the surface very polite in society, who make a great point of punctiliousness, but who, directly they are crossed in anything, are completely disconcerted, and become more like sacks of flour than elegant and lively men of society. Again all was silent. Raskolnikov was obstinately mute. Avdotia Romanovna was unwilling to open the conversation too soon. Razumixin had nothing to say, so Pulcheria Alexandrovna was anxious again.
Marfa Petrovna is dead, have you heard?
She began, having recourse to her leading item of conversation.
To be sure, I heard so. I was immediately informed, and I have come to make you acquainted with the fact that Arkady Ivanovich Svidrigailov set off in haste for Petersburg immediately after his wife's funeral. So at least I have excellent authority for believing.
To Petersburg? Here?
Dunya asked in alarm and looked at her mother.
Yes, indeed, and doubtless not without some design, having in view the rapidity of his departure and all the circumstances preceding it.
Good heavens! Won't he leave Dunya in peace even here?
Cried Pulcheria Alexandrovna.
I imagine that neither you nor Avdotia Romanovna have any grounds for uneasiness, unless of course you are yourselves desirous of getting into communication with him. For my part, I am on my guard, and am now discovering where he is lodging.
Oh, Pyotr Petrovitch, you would not believe what a fright you have given me.
Pulcheria Alexandrovna went on.
I've only seen him twice, but I thought him terrible, terrible. I am convinced that he was the cause of Marfa Petrovna's death.
It's impossible to be certain about that. I have precise information. I do not dispute that he may have contributed to accelerate the course of events by the moral influence, so to say, of the affront. But as to the general conduct and moral characteristics of that personage, I am in agreement with you. I do not know whether he is well off now, and precisely what Marfa Petrovna left him. This will be known to me within a very short period. But no doubt here in Petersburg, if he has any pecuniary resources, he will relapse at once into his old ways. He is the most depraved and abjectly vicious specimen of that class of men. I have considerable reason to believe that Marfa Petrovna, who was so unfortunate as to fall in love with him and to pay his debts 8 years ago, was of service to him also in another way. Solely by her exertions and sacrifices, a criminal charge involving an element of fantastic and homicidal brutality, for which he might well have been sentenced to Siberia, was hushed up. That's the sort of man he is, if you care to know.
Good heavens!
Cried Pulcheria Alexandrovna. Raskolnikov listened attentively.
Are you speaking the truth when you say that you have good evidence of this?
Dunya asked sternly and emphatically.
I only repeat what I was told in secret by Marfa Petrovna. I must observe that from the legal point of view the case was far from clear. There was, and I believe still is, living here a woman called Reslich, a foreigner, who lent small sums of money at interest, and did other commissions. And with this woman Svidrigailov had for a long while close and mysterious relations. She had a relation, a niece, I believe, living with her, a deaf and dumb girl of 15, or perhaps not more than 14. Reslich hated this girl, and grudged her every crust. She used to beat her mercilessly. One day the girl was found hanging in the garret. At the inquest the verdict was suicide. After the usual proceedings the matter ended, but later on information was given that the child had been cruelly outraged by Svidrigailov. It is true this was not clearly established. The information was given by another German woman of loose character, whose word could not be trusted. No statement was actually made to the police, thanks to Marfa Petrovna's money and exertions. It did not get beyond gossip. And yet the story is a very significant one. You heard, no doubt, Avdotia Romanovna, when you were with them, the story of the servant Philip, who died of ill treatment he received 6 years ago before the abolition of serfdom.
I heard, on the contrary, that this Philip hanged himself.
Quite so. But what drove him, or rather perhaps disposed him to suicide, was the systematic persecution and severity of Mr. Svidrigailov.
I don't know that,
answered Dunya dryly.
I only heard a queer story, that Philip was a sort of hypochondriac, a sort of domestic philosopher. The servants used to say he read himself silly, and that he hanged himself partly on account of Mr. Svidrigailov's mockery of him, and not his blows. When I was there he behaved well to the servants, and they were actually fond of him, though they certainly did blame him for Philip's death.
I perceive, Avdotia Romanovna, that you seem disposed to undertake his defence all of a sudden,
Luzhin observed, twisting his lips into an ambiguous smile.
There's no doubt that he is an astute man, and insinuating where ladies are concerned, of which Marfa Petrovna, who has died so strangely, is a terrible instance. My only desire has been to be of service to you and your mother with my advice, in view of the renewed efforts which may certainly be anticipated from him. For my part, it's my firm conviction that he will end in a debtor's prison again. Marfa Petrovna had not the slightest intention of settling anything substantial on him, having regard for his children's interests, and if she left him anything, it would only be the merest sufficiency, something insignificant and ephemeral, which would not last a year for a man of his habits.
Pyotr Petrovitch, I beg you,
said Dunya,
say no more of Mr. Svidrigailov. It makes me miserable.
He has just been to see me,
said Raskolnikov, breaking his silence for the first time. There were exclamations from all, and they all turned to him. Even Pyotr Petrovitch was roused.
An hour and a half ago he came in when I was asleep, waked me, and introduced himself,
Raskolnikov continued.
He was fairly cheerful and at ease, and quite hopes that we shall become friends. He is particularly anxious, by the way, Donia, for an interview with you, at which he asked me to assist. He has a proposition to make you, and he told me about it. He told me, too, that a week before her death, Marfa Petrovna left you 3,000 roubles in her will, Donia, and that you can receive the money very shortly.
Thank God!
cried Pulcheria Alexandrovna, crossing herself.
Pray for her soul, Dunya.
It's a fact,
broke from Luzhin.
Tell us what more,
Dunya urged Raskolnikov.
Then he said that he wasn't rich, and all that estate was left to his children, who are now with an aunt. Then that he was staying somewhere not far from me, but where I don't know. I didn't ask.
But what? What does he want to propose to Dunya?
Cried Pulcheria Alexandrovna in a fright.
Did he tell you?
Yes.
What was it?
I'll tell you afterwards.
Raskolnikov ceased speaking and turned his attention to his tea. Pyotr Petrovitch looked at his watch.
I am compelled to keep a business engagement, and so I shall not be in your way,
he added with an air of some pique, and he began getting up.
Don't go, Pyotr Petrovitch,
said Dunya.
You intended to spend the evening. Besides, you wrote yourself that you wanted to have an explanation with mother.
Precisely so, Avdotia Romanovna.
Pyotr Petrovitch answered impressively, sitting down again, but still holding his hat.
I certainly desired an explanation with you and your honoured mother upon a very important point indeed. But as your brother cannot speak openly in my presence of some proposals of Mr. Svidrigailov, I, too, do not desire, and am not able to speak openly, in the presence of others, of certain matters of the greatest gravity. Moreover, my most weighty and urgent request has been disregarded.
Assuming an aggrieved air, Luzhin relapsed into dignified silence.
Your request that my brother should not be present at our meeting was disregarded solely at my instance,
said Dunya.
You wrote that you had been insulted by my brother. I think that this must be explained at once, and you must be reconciled. And if Rodia really has insulted you, then he should and will apologize.
Pyotr Petrovich took a stronger line.
There are insults, Avdotia Romanovna, which no goodwill can make us forget. There is a line in everything which it is dangerous to overstep, and when it has been overstepped, there is no return.
That wasn't what I was speaking of exactly, Pyotr Petrovich.
Dunya interrupted with some impatience.
Please understand that our whole future depends now on whether all this is explained and set right as soon as possible. I tell you frankly at the start that I cannot look at it in any other light, and if you have the least regard for me, all this business must be ended today, however hard that may be. I repeat that if my brother is to blame, he will ask your forgiveness.
I am surprised at your putting the question like that,
said Luzhin, getting more and more irritated.
Esteeming, and so to say, adoring you, I may at the same time very well indeed be able to dislike some member of your family. Though I lay claim to the happiness of your hand, I cannot accept duties incompatible with—
Ah, don't be so ready to take offence, Pyotr Petrovich.
Dunya interrupted with feeling.
And be the sensible and generous man I have always considered and wish to consider you to be. I've given you a great promise. I am your betrothed. Trust me in this matter, and, believe me, I shall be capable of judging impartially. My assuming the part of judge is as much a surprise for my brother as for you. When I insisted on his coming to our interview to-day after your letter, I told him nothing of what I meant to do. Understand that, if you are not reconciled, I must choose between you. It must be either you or he. That is how the question rests on your side and on his. I don't want to be mistaken in my choice, and I must not be. For your sake I must break off with my brother. For my brother's sake I must break off with you. I can find out for certain now whether he is a brother to me, and I want to know it. And of you, whether I am dear to you, whether you esteem me, whether you are the husband for me.
Avdotia Romanovna,
Luzhin declared huffily,
your words are of too much consequence to me. I will say more, they are offensive in view of the position I have the honor to occupy in relation to you. To say nothing of your strange and offensive setting me on a level with an impertinent boy, you admit the possibility of breaking your promise to me. You say, you or he, showing thereby of how little consequence I am in your eyes. I cannot let this pass, considering the relationship and the obligations existing between us.
What?
cried Dunya, flushing.
I set your interest beside all that has hitherto been most precious in my life, what has made up the whole of my life, and here you are offended at my making too little account of you.
Raskolnikov smiled sarcastically. Razumichin fidgeted, but Pyotr Petrovich did not accept the reproof. On the contrary, at every word he became more persistent and irritable, as though he relished it.
Love for the future partner of your life, for your husband, ought to outweigh your love for your brother,
he pronounced sententiously.
And in any case, I cannot be put on the same level. Although I said so emphatically that I would not speak openly in your brother's presence, nevertheless, I intend now to ask your honored mother for a necessary explanation on a point of great importance, closely affecting my dignity. Your son—
He turned to Pulcheria Alexandrovna.
Yesterday, in the presence of Mr. Razutkin, or I think that's it. Excuse me, I have forgotten your surname.
He bowed politely to Razumichin.
Insulted me by misrepresenting the idea I expressed to you in a private conversation drinking coffee. That is, that marriage with a poor girl who has had experience of trouble is more advantageous from the conjugal point of view than with one who has lived in luxury, since it is more profitable for the moral character. Your son intentionally exaggerated the significance of my words and made them ridiculous, accusing me of malicious intentions, and as far as I could see, relied upon your correspondence with him. I shall consider myself happy, Pulcheria Alexandrovna, if it is possible for you to convince me of an opposite conclusion, and thereby considerately reassure me. Kindly let me know in what terms precisely you repeated my words in your letter to Rodion Romanovich.
I don't remember,
faltered Pulcheria Alexandrovna.
I repeated them as I understood them. I don't know how Rodya repeated them to you. Perhaps he exaggerated.
He could not have exaggerated them, except at your instigation.
Pyotr Petrovitch,
Pulcheria Alexandrovna declared with dignity.
The proof that Dunya and I did not take your words in a very bad sense is the fact that we are here.
Good, mother,
said Dunya approvingly.
Then this is my fault again,
said Luzhin, aggrieved.
Well, Pyotr Petrovitch, you keep blaming Rodion, but you yourself have just written what was false about him.
Pulcheria Alexandrovna added, gaining courage.
I don't remember writing anything false.
You wrote,
Raskolnikov said sharply, not turning to Luzhin,
that I gave money yesterday, not to the widow of the man who was killed, as was the fact, but to his daughter, whom I had never seen till yesterday. You wrote this to make dissension between me and my family, and for that object added coarse expressions about the conduct of a girl whom you don't know. All that is mean slander.
Excuse me, sir,
said Luzhin, quivering with fury.
I enlarged upon your qualities and conduct in my letter solely in response to your sister's and mother's inquiries, how I found you, and what impression you made on me. As for what you've alluded to in my letter, be so good as to point out one word of falsehood. Show, that is, that you didn't throw away your money, and that there are not worthless persons in that family, however unfortunate.
To my thinking, you, with all your virtues, are not worth the little finger of that unfortunate girl at whom you throw stones.
Would you go so far, then, as to let her associate with your mother and sister?
I have done so already, if you care to know. I made her sit down today with mother and Donia.
Rodya,
cried Pulcheria Alexandrovna. Dunya crimsoned, Razumikhin knitted his brows, Luzhin smiled with lofty sarcasm.
You may see for yourself, Avdotia Romanovna,
he said,
whether it is possible for us to agree. I hope now that this question is at an end, once and for all. I will withdraw, that I may not hinder the pleasures of family intimacy and the discussion of secrets.
He got up from his chair and took his hat.
But in withdrawing, I venture to request that for the future I may be spared similar meetings and, so to say, compromises. I appeal particularly to you, honored Pulcheria Alexandrovna, on this subject, the more as my letter was addressed to you and to no one else.
Pulcheria Alexandrovna was a little offended.
You seem to think we are completely under your authority, Pyotr Petrovitch. Dunya has told you the reason your desire was disregarded. She had the best intentions. And indeed, you write as though you were laying commands upon me. Are we to consider every desire of yours as a command? Let me tell you, on the contrary, that you ought to show particular delicacy and consideration for us now, because we have thrown up everything and have come here relying on you, and so we are in any case, in a sense, in your hands.
That is not quite true, Pulcheria Alexandrovna, especially at the present moment when the news has come of Marfa Petrovna's legacy, which seems indeed very apropos, judging from the new tone you take to me,
he added sarcastically.
Judging from that remark, we may certainly presume that you were reckoning on our helplessness,
Dunya observed irritably.
But now, in any case, I cannot reckon on it, and I particularly desire not to hinder your discussion of the secret proposals of Arkady Ivanovich Svidrigailov, which he has entrusted to your brother, and which have, I perceive, a great and possibly a very agreeable interest for you.
Good heavens!
Cried Pulcheria Alexandrovna. Razumikhin could not sit still on his chair.
Aren't you ashamed now, sister?
Asked Raskolnikov.
I am ashamed, Rodya,
said Dunya.
Pyotr Petrovitch, go away.
She turned to him, white with anger. Pyotr Petrovitch had apparently not at all expected such a conclusion. He had too much confidence in himself, in his power, and in the helplessness of his victims. He could not believe it, even now. He turned pale, and his lips quivered.
Avdotia Romanovna, if I go out of this door now, after such a dismissal, then you may reckon on it I will never come back. Consider what you are doing. My word is not to be shaken."
What insolence!
cried Dunya, springing up from her seat.
I don't want you to come back again.
"What, so that's how it stands?"
cried Luzhin, utterly unable to the last moment to believe in the rupture and so completely thrown out of his reckoning now.
"So that's how it stands. But do you know, Avdotia Romanovna, that I might protest?"
What right have you to speak to her like that?
Pulcheria Alexandrovna intervened hotly.
And what can you protest about? What rights have you? Am I to give my Dunya to a man like you? Go away. Leave us all together. We are to blame for having agreed to a wrong action, and I above all.
"But you have bound me, Pulcheria Alexandrovna."
Luzhin stormed in a frenzy.
"By your promise, and now you deny it. And besides, I have been led on account of that into expenses."
This last complaint was so characteristic of Pyotr Petrovich that Raskolnikov, pale with anger and with the effort of restraining it, could not help breaking into laughter. But Pulcheria Alexandrovna was furious.
Expenses? What expenses? Are you speaking of our trunk? But the conductor brought it for nothing for you. Mercy on us, we have bound you. What are you thinking about, Pyotr Petrovich? It was you bound us, hand and foot, not we.
Enough, mother. No more, please.
Avdotia Romanovna implored.
Pyotr Petrovich, do be kind and go.
"I am going, but one last word,"
he said, quite unable to control himself.
"Your mamma seems to have entirely forgotten that I made up my mind to take you, so to speak, after the gossip of the town had spread all over the district in regard to your reputation. Disregarding public opinion for your sake, and reinstating your reputation, I certainly might very well reckon on a fitting return, and might indeed look for gratitude on your part. And my eyes have only now been opened. I see myself that I may have acted very, very recklessly in disregarding the universal verdict."
"Does the fellow want his head smashed?"
cried Razumikhin, jumping up.
You are a mean and spiteful man,
cried Dunya.
Not a word, not a movement,
cried Raskolnikov, holding Razumikhin back, then going close up to Luzhin.
Kindly leave the room,
he said quietly and distinctly.
And not a word more, or...
Pyotr Petrovich gazed at him for some seconds with a pale face that worked with anger, then he turned, went out, and rarely has any man carried away in his heart such vindictive hatred as he felt against Raskolnikov. Him and him alone he blamed for everything. It is noteworthy that as he went downstairs he still imagined that his case was perhaps not utterly lost, and that, as far as the ladies were concerned, all might.
"Very well, indeed,"
be set right again. End of Part 4, Chapter 2. Section 23 of Crime and Punishment. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Crime and Punishment by Fyodor Dostoyevsky, translated by Constance Garnett. Part 4, Chapter 3. The fact was that up to the last moment he had never expected such an ending. He had been overbearing to the last degree, never dreaming that the two destitute and defenceless women could escape from his control. This conviction was strengthened by his vanity and conceit, a conceit to the point of fatuity. Pyotr Petrovich, who had made his way up from insignificance, was morbidly given to self-admiration, had the highest opinion of his intelligence and capacities, and sometimes even gloated in solitude over his image in the glass. But what he loved and valued above all was the money he had amassed by his labour and by all sorts of devices. That money made him the equal of all who had been his superiors. When he had bitterly reminded Dunya that he had decided to take her in spite of evil report, Pyotr Petrovich had spoken with perfect sincerity, and had indeed felt genuinely indignant at such
black ingratitude.
And yet, when he made Dunya his offer, he was fully aware of the groundlessness of all the gossip. The story had been everywhere contradicted by Marfa Petrovna, and was by then disbelieved by all the townspeople, who were warm in Dunia's defence, and he would not have denied that he knew all that at the time. Yet he still thought highly of his own resolution in lifting Dunia to his level, and regarded it as something heroic. In speaking of it to Dunia, he had let out the secret feeling he cherished and admired, and he could not understand that others should fail to admire it too. He had called on Raskolnikov with the feelings of a benefactor who is about to reap the fruits of his good deeds, and to hear agreeable flattery. And as he went downstairs now, he considered himself most undeservedly injured and unrecognized. Dunia was simply essential to him; to do without her was unthinkable. For many years he had had voluptuous dreams of marriage, but he had gone on waiting and amassing money. He brooded with relish, in profound secret, over the image of a girl, virtuous, poor, she must be poor, very young, very pretty, of good birth and education, very timid, one who had suffered much and was completely humbled before him, one who would all her life look on him as her saviour, worship him, admire him and only him. How many scenes, how many amorous episodes he had imagined on this seductive and playful theme, when his work was over. And, behold, the dream of so many years was all but realized. The beauty and education of Avdotia Romanovna had impressed him. Her helpless position had been a great allurement. In her he had found even more than he dreamed of. Here was a girl of pride, character, virtue, of education and breeding superior to his own, he felt that, and this creature would be slavishly grateful all her life for his heroic condescension, and would humble herself in the dust before him, and he would have absolute, unbounded power over her. Not long before, he had, too, after long reflection and hesitation, made an important change in his career, and was now entering on a wider circle of business. With this change, his cherished dreams of rising into a higher class of society seemed likely to be realized. He was, in fact, determined to try his fortune in Petersburg. He knew that women could do a very great deal. The fascination of a charming, virtuous, highly educated woman might make his way easier, might do wonders in attracting people to him, throwing an aureole round him, and now everything was in ruins. This sudden horrible rupture affected him like a clap of thunder. It was like a hideous joke, an absurdity. He had only been a tiny bit masterful, had not even time to speak out, had simply made a joke, been carried away, and it had ended so seriously. And, of course, too, he did love Dunia in his own way. He already possessed her in his dreams, and all at once, no. The next day, the very next day, it must all be set right, smoothed over, settled. Above all, he must crush that conceited milksop who was the cause of it all. With a sick feeling, he could not help recalling Razumihin too, but he soon reassured himself on that score, as though a fellow like that could be put on a level with him. The man he really dreaded in earnest was Svidrigaïlov. He had, in short, a great deal to attend to.
"No, I am more to blame than anyone,"
said Dunia, kissing and embracing her mother.
"I was tempted by his money, but on my honour, brother, I had no idea he was such a base man. If I had seen through him before, nothing would have tempted me. Don't blame me, brother."
"God has delivered us, God has delivered us,"
Pulcheria Alexandrovna muttered, but half consciously, as though scarcely able to realize what had happened. They were all relieved, and in 5 minutes they were laughing. Only now and then Dunia turned white and frowned, remembering what had passed. Pulcheria Alexandrovna was surprised to find that she too was glad. She had only that morning thought rupture with Luzhin a terrible misfortune. Razumihin was delighted. He did not yet dare to express his joy fully, but he was in a fever of excitement, as though a ton weight had fallen off his heart. Now he had the right to devote his life to them, to serve them. Anything might happen now. But he felt afraid to think of further possibilities, and dared not let his imagination range. But Raskolnikov sat still in the same place, almost sullen and indifferent. Though he had been the most insistent on getting rid of Luzhin, he seemed now the least concerned at what had happened. Dunia could not help thinking that he was still angry with her, and Pulcheria Alexandrovna watched him timidly.
"What did Svidrigailov say to you?"
said Dunia, approaching him.
"Yes, yes,"
cried Pulcheria Alexandrovna. Raskolnikov raised his head.
"He wants to make you a present of 10,000 rubles, and he desires to see you once in my presence."
"See her? On no account!"
cried Pulcheria Alexandrovna.
"And how dare he offer her money?"
Then Raskolnikov repeated, rather dryly, his conversation with Svidrigailov, omitting his account of the ghostly visitations of Marfa Petrovna, wishing to avoid all unnecessary talk.
"What answer did you give him?"
asked Dunia.
"At first I said I would not take any message to you. Then he said that he would do his utmost to obtain an interview with you without my help. He assured me that his passion for you was a passing infatuation. Now he has no feeling for you. He doesn't want you to marry Lurin. His talk was altogether rather muddled."
"How do you explain him to yourself, Rodya? How did he strike you?"
"I must confess I don't quite understand him. He offers you 10,000 and yet says he is not well off. He says he is going away, and in 10 minutes he forgets he has said it. Then he says he is going to be married and is already fixed on the girl. No doubt he has a motive, and probably a bad one. But it's odd that he should be so clumsy about it if he had any designs against you. Of course I refused this money on your account, once for all. Altogether I thought him very strange. One might almost think he was mad. But I may be mistaken. That may only be the part he assumes. The death of Marfa Petrovna seems to have made a great impression on him."
"God rest her soul!"
exclaimed Pulcheria Alexandrovna.
"I shall always, always pray for her. Where should we be now, Dunya, without this 3,000? It's as though it had fallen from heaven. Why, Rodya, this morning we had only 3 roubles in our pocket, and Dunya and I were just planning to pawn her watch, so as to avoid borrowing from that man, until he offered help."
Dunya seemed strangely impressed by Svidrigailov's offer. She still stood, meditating.
"He has got some terrible plan,"
she said in a half whisper to herself, almost shuddering. Raskolnikov noticed this disproportionate terror.
"I fancy I shall have to see him more than once again,"
he said to Dunya.
"We will watch him. I will track him out,"
cried Razumihin vigorously.
"I won't lose sight of him. Rodya has given me leave. He said to me himself just now, 'Take care of my sister.' Will you give me leave too, Avdotia Romanovna?"
Dunya smiled and held out her hand, but the look of anxiety did not leave her face. Pulcheria Alexandrovna gazed at her timidly, but the 3,000 rubles had obviously a soothing effect on her. A quarter of an hour later they were all engaged in a lively conversation. Even Raskolnikov listened attentively for some time, though he did not talk. Razumihin was the speaker.
"And why? Why should you go away?"
he flowed on ecstatically.
"And what are you to do in a little town? The great thing is, you are all here together and you need one another. You do need one another, believe me. For a time, anyway. Take me into partnership, and I assure you we'll plan a capital enterprise. Listen, I'll explain it all in detail to you, the whole project. It all flashed into my head this morning, before anything had happened. I tell you what. I have an uncle. I must introduce him to you, a most accommodating and respectable old man. This uncle has got a capital of 1,000 rubles, and he lives on his pension and has no need of that money. For the last 2 years he has been bothering me to borrow it from him and pay him 6% interest. I know what that means. He simply wants to help me. Last year I had no need of it, but this year I resolved to borrow it as soon as he arrived. Then you lend me another 1,000 of your 3, and we have enough for a start, so we'll go into partnership. And what are we going to do?"
Then Razumihin began to unfold his project, and he explained at length that almost all publishers and booksellers knew nothing at all of what they were selling, and for that reason they are usually bad publishers, and that any decent publications pay as a rule and give a profit, sometimes a considerable one. Razumihin had, indeed, been dreaming of setting up as a publisher. For the last 2 years he had been working in a publisher's office, and knew 3 European languages well. though he had told Raskolnikov 6 days before that he was schwach in German, with an object of persuading him to take half his translation and half the payment for it. He had told a lie then, and Raskolnikov knew he was lying.
Why should we let our chance slip when we have one of the chief means of success, money of our own?
Cried Razumixin warmly.
Of course, there will be a lot of work, but we will work. You, Avdotia Romanovna, I, Rodion. You get a splendid profit on some books nowadays, and the great point of the business is that we shall know just what wants translating, and we shall be translating, publishing, learning all at once. I can be of use because I have experience. For nearly 2 years I've been scuttling about among the publishers, and now I know every detail of their business. You need not be a saint to make pots, believe me. And why? Why should we let our chance slip? Why, I know, and I kept the secret, 2 or 3 books which one might get 100 rubles simply for thinking of translating and publishing. Indeed, and I would not take 500 for the very idea of one of them. And what do you think? If I were to tell a publisher, I dare say he'd hesitate. They are such blockheads. And as for the business side, printing, paper, selling, you trust to me. I know my way about. We'll begin in a small way, and we'd go on to a large. In any case, it will get us our living, and we shall get back our capital.
Dunia's eyes shone.
I like what you're saying, Dmitri Prokofitch,
she said.
I know nothing about it, of course,
put in Pulcheria Alexandrovna.
It may be a good idea, but again, God knows. It's new and untried. Of course, we must remain here, at least for a time.
She looked at Rodia.
What do you think, brother?
Said Dunia.
I think he's got a very good idea,
he answered.
Of course, it's too soon to dream of a publishing firm, but we certainly might bring out 5 or 6 books and be sure of success. I know of one book myself which would be sure to go well. And as for his being able to manage it, there's no doubt about that either. He knows the business. But we can talk it over later.
Hurrah!
Cried Razumixin.
Now stay, there's a flat here in this house, belonging to the same owner. It's a special flat apart, not communicating with these lodgings. It's furnished, rent moderate, 3 rooms. Suppose you take them to begin with. I'll pawn your watch tomorrow and bring you the money, and everything can be arranged then. You can all 3 live together, and Rodia will be with you. But where are you off to, Rodia?
What? Rodia, are you going already?
Pulcheria Alexandrovna asked in dismay.
At such a minute,
cried Razumixin. Dunia looked at her brother with incredulous wonder. He held his cap in his hand. He was preparing to leave them.
One would think you were burying me or saying goodbye forever,
he said somewhat oddly. He attempted to smile, but it did not turn out a smile.
But who knows? Perhaps it is the last time we shall see each other.
He let slip accidentally. It was what he was thinking, and it somehow was uttered aloud.
What is the matter with you?
Cried his mother.
Where are you going, Rodia?
Asked Dunia rather strangely.
Oh, I'm quite obliged to,
he answered vaguely, as though hesitating what he would say. But there was a look of sharp determination at his white face.
I meant to say, as I was coming here, I meant to tell you, Mother, and you, Donia, that it would be better for us to part for a time. I feel ill. I am not at peace. I will come afterwards. I will come of myself. When it's possible. I remember you and love you. Leave me alone. I decided this even before. I'm absolutely resolved on it. Whatever may come to me, whether I come to ruin or not, I want to be alone. Forget me altogether, it's better. Don't inquire after me. When I can, I'll come of myself, or I'll send for you. Perhaps it will all come back, but now, if you love me, give me up. Else I shall begin to hate you. I feel it. Goodbye.
Good God!
Cried Pulcheria Alexandrovna. Both his mother and his sister were terribly alarmed. Razumixin was also.
Rodia, be reconciled with us. Let us be as before,
cried his poor mother. He turned slowly to the door and slowly went out of the room. Dunia overtook him.
Brother, what are you doing to mother?
She whispered, her eyes flashing with indignation. He looked dully at her.
No matter, I shall come. I'm coming.
he muttered in an undertone, as though not fully conscious of what he was saying, and he went out of the room.
Wicked, heartless egotist!
cried Dunya.
He is insane, but not heartless. He is mad. Don't you see it? You're heartless after that.
Razumihin whispered in her ear, squeezing her hand tightly.
I shall be back directly,
he shouted to the horror-stricken mother, and he ran out of the room. Raskolnikov was waiting for him at the end of the passage.
I knew you would run after me,
he said.
Go back to them. Be with them. Be with them tomorrow and always. Perhaps I shall come, if I can. Goodbye.
And without holding out his hand, he walked away.
But where are you going? What are you doing? What's the matter with you? How can you go on like this?
Razumihin muttered at his wit's end. Raskolnikov stopped once more.
Once for all, never ask me about anything. I have nothing to tell you. Don't come to see me. Maybe I'll come here. Leave me, but don't leave them. Do you understand me?
It was dark in the corridor. They were standing near the lamp. For a minute they were looking at one another in silence. Razumihin remembered that minute all his life. Raskolnikov's burning and intent eyes grew more penetrating every moment, piercing into his soul, into his consciousness. Suddenly Razumihin started. Something strange, as it were, passed between them. Some idea, some hint, as it were, slipped. Something awful, hideous, and suddenly understood on both sides. Razumihin turned pale.
Do you understand now?
Said Raskolnikov, his face twitching nervously.
Go back. Go to them,
he said suddenly, and turning quickly he went out of the house. I will not attempt to describe how Razumihin went back to the ladies, how he soothed them, how he protested that Rodia needed rest in his illness, protested that Rodia was sure to come, that he would come every day, that he was very, very much upset, that he must not be irritated, that he, Razumihin, would watch over him, would get him a doctor, the best doctor, a consultation. In fact, from that evening Razumihin took his place with them as a son and a brother. End of Part 4, Chapter 3. Section 24 of Crime and Punishment. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Crime and Punishment by Fyodor Dostoyevsky. Translated by Constance Garnett. Part 4, Chapter 4. Raskolnikov went straight to the house on the canal bank where Sonia lived. It was an old green house of 3 stories. He found the porter, and obtained from him vague directions as to the whereabouts of Kapernaumov, the tailor. Having found in the corner of the courtyard the entrance to the dark and narrow staircase, he mounted to the 2nd floor and came out into a gallery that ran round the whole 2nd story over the yard. While he was wandering in the darkness, uncertain where to turn for Kapernaumov's door, a door opened 3 paces from him. He mechanically took hold of it.
"Who is there?"
a woman's voice asked uneasily.
It's I. Come to see you,
answered Raskolnikov, and he went into the tiny entry. On a broken chair stood a candle in a battered copper candlestick.
"It's you! Good heavens!"
cried Sonia weakly, and she stood rooted to the spot.
Which is your room? This way?
And Raskolnikov, trying not to look at her, hastened in. A minute later Sonia, too, came in with the candle, set down the candlestick, and, completely disconcerted, stood before him inexpressibly agitated and apparently frightened by his unexpected visit. The colour rushed suddenly to her pale face, and tears came into her eyes. She felt sick and ashamed, and happy too. Raskolnikov turned away quickly, and sat on a chair by the table. He scanned the room in a rapid glance. It was a large but exceedingly low-pitched room, the only one left by the Kapernaumovs, to whose rooms a closed door led in the wall on the left. In the opposite side, on the right-hand wall, was another door, always kept locked. This led to the next flat, which formed a separate lodging. Sonia's room looked like a barn. It was a very irregular quadrangle, and this gave it a grotesque appearance. A wall with 3 windows looking out on to the canal ran aslant, so that one corner formed a very acute angle, and it was difficult to see in it without very strong light. The other corner was disproportionately obtuse. There was scarcely any furniture in the big room. In the corner on the right was a bedstead, beside it, nearest the door, a chair. A plain deal table covered by a blue cloth stood against the same wall, close to the door into the other flat. Two rush-bottom chairs stood by the table. On the opposite wall near the acute angle stood a small plain wooden chest of drawers, looking, as it were, lost in a desert. That was all there was in the room. The yellow, scratched and shabby wallpaper was black in the corners. It must have been damp and full of fumes in the winter. There was every sign of poverty, even the bedstead had no curtain. Sonia looked in silence at her visitor, who was so attentively and unceremoniously scrutinizing her room, and even began at last to tremble with terror, as though she was standing before her judge and the arbiter of her destinies.
"I am late. It's 11, isn't it?"
he asked, still not lifting his eyes.
"Yes,"
muttered Sonia.
"Oh, yes, it is,"
she added hastily, as though in that lay her means of escape.
"My landlady's clock has just struck. I heard it myself."
"I have come to you for the last time,"
Raskolnikov went on gloomily, although this was the first time.
"I may perhaps not see you again."
"Are you going away?"
"I don't know. Tomorrow."
"Then you are not coming to Katerina Ivanovna tomorrow?"
Sonia's voice shook.
"I don't know. I shall know tomorrow morning. Never mind that. I've come to say one word." He raised his brooding eyes to her and suddenly noticed that he was sitting down while she was all the while standing before him. "Why are you standing? Sit down,"
he said in a changed voice, gentle and friendly. She sat down. He looked kindly and almost compassionately at her.
"How thin you are! What a hand! Quite transparent, like a dead hand."
He took her hand. Sonia smiled faintly.
"I have always been like that,"
she said.
"Even when you lived at home?"
"Yes."
"Of course you were,"
he added abruptly, and the expression of his face and the sound of his voice changed again suddenly. He looked round him once more.
"You rent this room from the Naumovs?"
"Yes."
"They live there through that door?"
"Yes, they have another room like this."
"All in one room?"
"Yes."
"I should be afraid in your room at night,"
he observed gloomily.
"They are very good people, very kind,"
answered Sonia, who still seemed bewildered.
"And all the furniture, everything is theirs. And they are very kind, and the children, too, often come to see me."
"They all stammer, don't they?"
"Yes, he stammers, and he's lame. And his wife, too. It's not exactly that she stammers, but she can't speak plainly. She is a very kind woman, and he used to be a house serf. And there are 7 children, and it's only the eldest one that stammers, and the others are simply ill. But they don't stammer. But where did you hear about them?"
she added with some surprise.
"Your father told me then. He told me all about you, and how you went out at 6 o'clock and came back at 9, and how Katerina Ivanovna knelt down by your bed."
Sonia was confused.
"I fancied I saw him today,"
she whispered hesitatingly.
"Whom?"
"Father. I was walking in the street out there at the corner about 10 o'clock, and he seemed to be walking in front. It looked just like him. I wanted to go to Katerina Ivanovna."
"You were walking in the streets?"
"Yes,"
Sonia whispered abruptly, again overcome with confusion, and looking down.
"Katerina Ivanovna used to beat you, I dare say."
"Oh, no, what are you saying? No."
Sonia looked at him almost with dismay.
"You love her, then?"
"Love her? Of course,"
said Sonia with plaintive emphasis, and she clasped her hands in distress.
"Ah, you don't... If you only knew... You see, she is quite like a child. Her mind is quite unhinged, you see, from sorrow. And how clever she used to be, how generous, how kind. Ah, you don't understand, you don't understand."
Sonia said this as though in despair, wringing her hands in excitement and distress. Her pale cheeks flushed. There was a look of anguish in her eyes. It was clear that she was stirred to the very depths, that she was longing to speak, to champion, to express something. A sort of insatiable compassion, if one may so express it, was reflected in every feature of her face.
"Beat me? How can you? Good heavens, beat me! And if she did beat me, what then? What of it? You know nothing about it. She is so unhappy, oh, how unhappy! And ill. She is seeking righteousness. She is pure. She has such faith that there must be righteousness everywhere, and she expects it. And if you were to torture her, she wouldn't do wrong. She doesn't see that it's impossible for people to be righteous, and she is angry at it. Like a child, like a child. She is good.
And what will happen to you?
Sonia looked at him inquiringly.
They are left on your hands, you see. They were all on your hands before, though. And your father came to you to beg for drink. Well, how will it be now?
I don't know,
Sonia articulated mournfully.
Will they stay there?
I don't know. They are in debt for lodging, but the landlady, I hear, said today that she wanted to get rid of them, and Katerina Ivanovna says that she won't stay another minute.
How is it she is so bold? She relies upon you.
Oh, no, don't talk like that. We are one. We live like one.
Sonia was agitated again, and even angry, as though a canary or some other little bird were to be angry.
And what could she do? What could she do?
She persisted, getting hot and excited.
And how she cried today! Her mind is unhinged, haven't you noticed it? At one minute she is worrying like a child that everything should be right tomorrow, the lunch and all that. Then she is wringing her hands, spitting blood, weeping, and all at once she will begin knocking her head against the wall in despair. Then she will be comforted again. She builds all her hopes on you. She says that you will help her now, and she will borrow a little money somewhere, and go to her native town with me and set up a boarding school for the daughters of gentlemen, and take me to superintend it. We will begin a new splendid life. And she kisses and hugs me, comforts me, and you know she has such faith in her fancies. One can't contradict her. And all the day long she has been washing, cleaning, mending. She dragged the wash-tub into the room with her feeble hands, and sank on the bed, gasping for breath. We went this morning to the shops to buy shoes for Polenka and Lida, for theirs are quite worn out. Only the money we'd reckoned wasn't enough, not nearly enough, and she picked out such dear little boots, for she has taste, you don't know. And there in the shop she burst out crying before the shopman, because she hadn't enough. Oh, it was sad to see her.
Well, after that I can understand your living like this,
Raskolnikov said with a bitter smile.
And aren't you sorry for them? Aren't you sorry?
Sonia flew at him again. Why,
I know. You gave your last penny yourself, though you'd seen nothing of it. And if you'd seen everything, oh dear! And how often I've brought her to tears. Only last week, yes, only a week before his death. I was cruel, and how often I've done it. I've been wretched at the thought of it all day.
Sonia wrung her hands as she spoke, at the pain of remembering it.
You were cruel?
Yes, I went to see them,
she went on, weeping.
And father said, read me something, Sonia. My head aches, read to me. Here's a book. He had a book he had got from Andrei Semyonovich Lebziatnikov. He lives there. He always used to get hold of such funny books. And I said, I can't stay, as I didn't want to read, and I'd gone in chiefly to show Katerina Ivanovna some collars. Lizaveta, the peddler, sold me some collars and cuffs cheap, pretty new embroidered ones. Katerina Ivanovna liked them very much. She put them on and looked at herself in the glass and was delighted with them. Make me a present of them, Sonia, she said. Please do. Please do, she said. She wanted them so much. And when could she wear them? They just reminded her of her old happy days. She looked at herself in the glass, admired herself, and she has no clothes at all, no things of her own, hasn't had all these years. And she never asks anyone for anything. She is proud. She'd sooner give away everything. And these she asked for. She liked them so much. And I was sorry to give them. What use are they to you, Katerina Ivanovna? I said. I spoke like that to her. I ought not to have said that. She gave me such a look, and she was so grieved at my refusing her, and it was so sad to see. And she was not grieved for the collars, but for my refusing. I saw that. Ah, if only I could bring it all back, change it, take back those words. But it's nothing to you.
Did you know Lizaveta, the peddler?
Yes. Did you know her?
Sonia asked with some surprise.
Katerina Ivanovna is in consumption. Rapid consumption. She will soon die.
said Raskolnikov after a pause, without answering her question.
Oh, no, no, no.
And Sonia unconsciously clutched both her hands, as though imploring that she should not.
But it will be better if she does die.
No, not better. Not at all better.
Sonia unconsciously repeated in dismay.
And the children? What can you do except take them to live with you?
Oh, I don't know,
cried Sonia, almost in despair, and she put her hands to her head. It was evident that the idea had very often occurred to her before, and he had only roused it again.
And what, if even now, while Katerina Ivanovna is alive, you get ill and are taken to the hospital? What will happen then?
He persisted pitilessly.
How can you? That cannot be.
And Sonia's face worked with awful terror.
Cannot be?
Raskolnikov went on with a harsh smile.
You are not insured against it, are you? What will happen to them then? They will be in the street, all of them. She will cough and beg and knock her head against some wall, as she did today, and the children will cry. Then she will fall down, be taken to the police station and to the hospital. She will die. And the children.
Oh, no, God will not let it be,
broke at last from Sonia's overburdened bosom. She listened, looking imploringly at him, clasping her hands in dumb entreaty, as though it all depended upon him. Raskolnikov got up and began to walk about the room. A minute passed. Sonia was standing with her hands and her head hanging in terrible dejection.
And can't you save? Put by for a rainy day?
He asked, stopping suddenly before her.
No,
whispered Sonia.
Of course not. Have you tried?
He added, almost ironically.
Yes.
And it didn't come off? Of course not. No need to ask.
And again he paced the room. Another minute passed.
You don't get money every day.
Sonia was more confused than ever, and color rushed into her face again.
No,
she whispered with a painful effort.
It will be the same with Polinka, no doubt,
he said suddenly.
No, no, it can't be. No!
Sonia cried aloud in desperation, as though she had been stabbed.
God would not allow anything so awful.
He lets others come to it.
No, no, God will protect her. God,
she repeated beside herself.
But perhaps there is no God at all.
Raskolnikov answered with a sort of malignance, laughed and looked at her. Sonia's face suddenly changed. A tremor passed over it. She looked at him with unutterable reproach, tried to say something, but could not speak, and broke into bitter, bitter sobs, hiding her face in her hands.
You say Katerina Ivanovna's mind is unhinged. Your own mind is unhinged, he said after a brief silence.
5 minutes passed. He still paced up and down the room in silence, not looking at her. At last he went up to her. His eyes glittered. He put his 2 hands on her shoulders and looked straight into her tearful face. His eyes were hard, feverish, and piercing. His lips were twitching. All at once he bent down quickly, and dropping to the ground kissed her foot. Sonia drew back from him as from a madman, and certainly he looked like a madman.
What are you doing to me?
she muttered, turning pale, and a sudden anguish clutched at her heart. He stood up at once.
I did not bow down to you. I bowed down to all the suffering of humanity,
he said wildly, and walked away to the window.
Listen,
he added, turning to her a minute later.
I said just now to an insolent man that he was not worth your little finger, and that I did my sister honor making her sit beside you.
Ah, you said that to them, and in her presence,
cried Sonia, frightened.
Sit down with me, an honor? Why, I'm dishonorable. Why did you say that?
It was not because of your dishonor and your sin I said that of you, but because of your great suffering. But you are a great sinner, that's true,
he added, almost solemnly.
And your worst sin is that you have destroyed and betrayed yourself for nothing. Isn't that fearful? Isn't it fearful that you are living in this filth which you loathe so, and at the same time you know yourself? You've only to open your eyes, that you are not helping anyone by it, not saving anyone from anything. Tell me,
he went on, almost in a frenzy,
how this shame and degradation can exist in you side by side with other, opposite, holy feelings. It would be better, 1,000 times better and wiser, to leap into the water and end it all.
But what would become of them?
Sonia asked faintly, gazing at him with eyes of anguish, but not seeming surprised at his suggestion. Raskolnikov looked strangely at her. He read it all in her face. So she must have had that thought already, perhaps many times, and earnestly she had thought out in her despair how to end it, and so earnestly that now she scarcely wondered at his suggestion. She had not even noticed the cruelty of his words. The significance of his reproaches and his peculiar attitude to her shame she had, of course, not noticed either. And that, too, was clear to him. But he saw how monstrously the thought of her disgraceful, shameful position was torturing her, and had long tortured her.
What,
he thought,
could hitherto have hindered her from putting an end to it?
Only then he realized what those poor little orphan children and that pitiful, half-crazy Katerina Ivanovna, knocking her head against the wall in her consumption, meant for Sonia. But nevertheless it was clear to him again that with her character and the amount of education she had after all received, she could not in any case remain so. He was still confronted by the question, how could she have remained so long in that position without going out of her mind, since she could not bring herself to jump into the water? Of course, he knew that Sonia's position was an exceptional case, though unhappily not unique and not infrequent indeed. But that very exceptionalness, her tinge of education, her previous life, might, one would have thought, have killed her at the first step on that revolting path. What held her up? Surely not depravity. All that infamy had obviously only touched her mechanically. Not one drop of real depravity had penetrated to her heart. He saw that. He saw through her as she stood before him.
There are 3 ways before her,
he thought.
The canal, the madhouse, or, at last to sink into depravity which obscures the mind and turns the heart to stone.
The last idea was the most revolting, but he was a sceptic. He was young, abstract, and therefore cruel, so he could not help believing that the last end was the most likely.
But can that be true?
He cried to himself.
Can that creature who has still preserved the purity of her spirit be consciously drawn at last into that sink of filth and iniquity? Can the process already have begun? Can it be that she has only been able to bear it till now, because vice has begun to be less loathsome to her? No, that cannot be,
he cried, as Sonia had just before.
No. What has kept her from the canal till now is the idea of sin, and they, the children. And if she has not gone out of her mind, but who says she has not gone out of her mind? Is she in her senses? Can one talk? Can one reason as she does? How can she sit on the edge of the abyss of loathsomeness into which she is slipping, and refuse to listen when she is told of danger? Does she expect a miracle? No doubt she does. Doesn't that all mean madness?
He stayed obstinately at that thought. He liked that explanation indeed better than any other. He began looking more intently at her.
So you pray to God a great deal, Sonia?
He asked her. Sonia did not speak. He stood beside her, waiting for an answer.
What should I be without God?
She whispered rapidly, forcibly, glancing at him with suddenly flashing eyes, and squeezing his hand.
Ah, so that is it,
he thought.
And what does God do for you?
He asked, probing her further. Sonia was silent a long while, as though she could not answer. Her weak chest kept heaving with emotion.
Be silent, don't ask. You don't deserve...
she cried suddenly, looking sternly and wrathfully at him.
That's it, he
repeated to himself.
He does everything,
she whispered quickly, looking down again.
That's the way out. That's the explanation,
he decided, scrutinizing her with eager curiosity, with a new, strange, almost morbid feeling. He gazed at that pale, thin, irregular, angular little face, those soft blue eyes which could flash with such fire, such stern energy, that little body still shaking with indignation and anger, and it still seemed to him more and more strange, almost impossible.
She is a religious maniac,
he repeated to himself. There was a book lying on the chest of drawers. He had noticed it every time he paced up and down the room. Now he took it up and looked at it. It was the New Testament in the Russian translation. It was bound in leather, old and worn.
"Where did you get that?"
he called to her across the room. She was still standing in the same place, 3 steps from the table.
"It was brought me,"
she answered, as it were unwillingly, not looking at him.
"Who brought it?"
"Lizaveta. I asked her for it."
"Lizaveta? Strange,"
he thought. Everything about Sonia seemed to him stranger and more wonderful every moment. He carried the book to the candle and began to turn over the pages.
"Where is the story of Lazarus?"
he asked suddenly. Sonia looked obstinately at the ground and would not answer. She was standing sideways to the table.
"Where is the raising of Lazarus? Find it for me, Sonia."
She stole a glance at him.
"You are not looking in the right place. It's in the 4th Gospel,"
she whispered sternly, without looking at him.
"Find it and read it to me,"
he said. He sat down with his elbow on the table, leaned his head on his hand, and looked away sullenly, prepared to listen.
"In 3 weeks' time they'll welcome me in the madhouse. I shall be there if I am not in a worse place,"
he muttered to himself. Sonia heard Raskolnikov's request distrustfully, and moved hesitatingly to the table. She took the book, however.
"Haven't you read it?"
she asked, looking up at him across the table. Her voice became sterner and sterner.
"Long ago, when I was in school. Read."
"And haven't you heard it in church?"
"I haven't been. Do you often go?"
"No,"
whispered Sonia. Raskolnikov smiled.
"I understand. And you won't go to your father's funeral tomorrow?"
"Yes, I shall. I was at church last week, too. I had a requiem service."
"For whom?"
"For Lizaveta. She was killed with an axe."
His nerves were more and more strained. His head began to go round.
"Were you friends with Lizaveta?"
"Yes. She was good. She used to come. Not often. She couldn't. We used to read together and talk. She will see God."
The last phrase sounded strange in his ears. And here was something new again, the mysterious meeting with Lizaveta, and both of them religious maniacs.
"I shall be a religious maniac myself soon. It's infectious. Read,"
he cried irritably and insistently. Sonia still hesitated. Her heart was throbbing. She hardly dared to read to him. He looked almost with exasperation at the unhappy lunatic.
"What for? You don't believe?"
she whispered softly, and, as it were, breathlessly.
"Read, I want you to,"
he persisted.
"You used to read Elizaveta."
Sonia opened the book and found the place. Her hands were shaking. Her voice failed her. Twice she tried to begin, and could not bring out the first syllable.
"Now a certain man was sick, named Lazarus of Bethany."
She forced herself at last to read, but at the 3rd word her voice broke like an overstrained string. There was a catch in her breath. Raskolnikov saw in part why Sonia could not bring herself to read to him, and the more he saw this, the more roughly and irritably he insisted on her doing so. He understood only too well how painful it was for her to betray and unveil all that was her own. He understood that these feelings really were her secret treasure, which she had kept perhaps for years, perhaps from childhood, while she lived with an unhappy father and a distracted stepmother crazed by grief, in the midst of starving children and unseemly abuse and reproaches. But at the same time he knew now, and knew for certain, that although it filled her with dread and suffering, yet she had a tormenting desire to read, and to read to him, that he might hear it, and to read now, whatever might come of it. He read this in her eyes, he could see it in her intense emotion. She mastered herself, controlled the spasm in her throat, and went on reading the 11th chapter of St. John. She went on to the 19th verse.
"And many of the Jews came to Martha and Mary to comfort them concerning their brother. Then Martha, as soon as she heard that Jesus was coming, went and met him, but Mary sat still in the house. Then said Martha unto Jesus, Lord, if thou hadst been here, my brother had not died. But I know that even now whatsoever thou wilt ask of God, God will give it thee."
Then she stopped again with a shamefaced feeling that her voice would quiver and break again.
Jesus said unto her, Thy brother shall rise again. Martha saith unto him, I know that he shall rise again in the resurrection at the last day. Jesus said unto her, I am the resurrection and the life. He that believeth in me, though he were dead, yet shall he live. And whosoever liveth and believeth in me shall never die. Believest thou this? She saith unto him.
And drawing a painful breath, Sonia read distinctly and forcibly as though she were making a public confession of faith.
Yea, Lord, I believe that thou art the Christ, the Son of God, which should come into the world.
She stopped and looked up quickly at him, but controlling herself, went on reading. Raskolnikov sat without moving, his elbows on the table and his eyes turned away. She read to the 32nd verse.
Then when Mary was come where Jesus was, and saw him, she fell down at his feet, saying unto him, Lord, if thou hadst been here, my brother had not died. When Jesus therefore saw her weeping, and the Jews also weeping which came with her, he groaned in the spirit and was troubled, and said, Where have ye laid him? They said unto him, Lord, come and see. Jesus wept. Then said the Jews, Behold how he loved him. And some of them said, Could not this man, which opened the eyes of the blind, have caused that even this man should not have died?
Raskolnikov turned and looked at her with emotion. Yes, he had known it. She was trembling in a real physical fever. He had expected it. She was getting near the story of the greatest miracle, and a feeling of immense triumph came over her. Her voice rang out like a bell. Triumph and joy gave it power. The lines danced before her eyes, but she knew what she was reading by heart. At the last verse,
Could not this man, which opened the eyes of the blind...
Dropping her voice, she passionately reproduced the doubt, the reproach and censure of the blind disbelieving Jews, who in another moment would fall at his feet as though struck by thunder, sobbing and believing.
And he too is blinded and unbelieving. He too will hear. He too will believe. Yes, at once, now,
was what she was dreaming, and she was quivering with happy anticipation.
Jesus therefore again groaning in himself cometh to the grave. It was a cave, and a stone lay upon it. Jesus said, Take ye away the stone. Martha, the sister of him that was dead, saith unto him, Lord, by this time he stinketh, for he hath been dead 4 days.
She laid emphasis on the word 4.
Jesus saith unto her, Said I not unto thee, that if thou wouldest believe, thou shouldest see the glory of God? Then they took away the stone from the place where the dead was laid, and Jesus lifted up his eyes, and said, Father, I thank thee that thou hast heard me. And I knew that thou hearest me always, but because of the people which stand by I said it, that they may believe that thou hast sent me. And when he thus had spoken, he cried with a loud voice, Lazarus, come forth. And he that was dead came forth.
She read loudly, cold and trembling with ecstasy, as though she were seeing it before her eyes.
Bound hand and foot with grave clothes, and his face was bound about with a napkin. Jesus saith unto them, Loose him, and let him go. Then many of the Jews which came to Mary, and had seen the things which Jesus did, believed on him.
She could read no more, closed the book, and got up from her chair quickly.
That is all about the raising of Lazarus,
she whispered severely and abruptly, and turning away she stood motionless, not daring to raise her eyes to him. She still trembled feverishly. The candle end was flickering out in a battered candlestick, dimly lighting up in the poverty-stricken room the murderer and the harlot who had so strangely been reading together the eternal book. 5 minutes or more passed.
I came to speak of something,
Raskolnikov said aloud, frowning. He got up and went to Sonia. She lifted her eyes to him in silence. His face was particularly stern, and there was a sort of savage determination in it.
I abandoned my family today,
he said.
My mother and sister. I am not going to see them. I've broken with them completely.
What for?
asked Sonia, amazed. Her recent meeting with his mother and sister had left a great impression which she could not analyze. She heard his news almost with horror.
I have only you now,
he added.
Let us go together. I've come to you, we are both accursed. Let us go our way together.
His eyes glittered.
As though he were mad,
Sonia thought in her turn.
Go where?
She asked in alarm, and she involuntarily stepped back.
How do I know? I only know it's the same road. I know that and nothing more. It's the same goal.
She looked at him and understood nothing. She knew only that he was terribly, infinitely unhappy.
No one of them will understand if you tell them, but I have understood. I need you. That is why I have come to you.
I don't understand,
whispered Sonia.
You'll understand later. Haven't you done the same? You too have transgressed, have had the strength to transgress. You have laid hands on yourself. You have destroyed a life, your own. It's all the same. You might have lived in spirit and understanding, but you'll end in the Haymarket. But you won't be able to stand it, and if you remain alone, you'll go out of your mind like me. You are like a mad creature already. So we must go together on the same road. Let us go.
What for? What's all this for?
said Sonia, strangely and violently agitated by his words.
What for? Because you can't remain like this, that's why. You must look things straight in the face at last, and not weep like a child, and cry that God won't allow it. What will happen if you should really be taken to the hospital tomorrow? She is mad and in consumption. She'll soon die, and the children? Do you mean to tell me Polenka won't come to grief? Haven't you seen children here at the street corners sent out by their mothers to beg? I found out where those mothers live, and in what surroundings. Children can't remain children there. At 7, the child is vicious and a thief. Yet children, you know, are the image of Christ. Theirs is the kingdom of heaven. He bade us honor and love them. They are the humanity of the future.
What's to be done? What's to be done?
repeated Sonia, weeping hysterically and wringing her hands.
What's to be done? Break what must be broken, once for all. That's all, and take the suffering on oneself. What, you don't understand? You'll understand later. Freedom and power, and above all, power. Over all trembling creation and all the ant heap. That's the goal, remember that. That's my farewell message. Perhaps it's the last time I shall speak to you. If I don't come tomorrow, you'll hear of it all, and then remember these words. And some day later on, in years to come, you'll understand perhaps what they meant. If I come tomorrow, I'll tell you who killed Lizaveta. Goodbye.
Sonia started with terror.
Why, do you know who killed her?
She asked, chilled with horror, looking wildly at him.
I know and will tell. You, only you. I have chosen you out. I'm not coming to you to ask forgiveness, but simply to tell you. I chose you out long ago to hear this, when your father talked of you, and when Lizaveta was alive, I thought of it. Goodbye. Don't shake hands. Tomorrow.
He went out. Sonia gazed at him as at a madman, but she herself was like one insane, and felt it. Her head was going round.
Good heavens, how does he know who killed Lizaveta? What did those words mean? It's awful.
But at the same time, the idea did not enter her head, not for a moment.
Oh, he must be terribly unhappy. He has abandoned his mother and sister. What for? What has happened? And what had he in his mind? What did he say to her? He had kissed her foot and said, yes, he had said it clearly, that he could not live without her. Oh, merciful heavens!
Sonia spent the whole night feverish and delirious. She jumped up from time to time, wept and wrung her hands, then sank again into feverish sleep, and dreamt of Polenka, Katerina Ivanovna, and Lizaveta, of reading the Gospel, and him with pale face, with burning eyes, kissing her feet, weeping. On the other side of the door on the right, which divided Sonia's room from Madame Reslich's flat, was a room which had long stood empty. A card was fixed on the gate, and a notice stuck in the windows over the canal advertising it to let. Sonia had long been accustomed to the rooms being uninhabited. But all that time Mr. Svidrigaïlov had been standing, listening at the door of the empty room. When Raskolnikov went out, he stood still, thought a moment, went on tiptoe to his own room, which adjoined the empty one, brought a chair, and noiselessly carried it to the door that led to Sonia's room. The conversation had struck him as interesting and remarkable, and he had greatly enjoyed it, so much so that he brought a chair, that he might not in the future, tomorrow, for instance, have to endure the inconvenience of standing a whole hour, but might listen in comfort. End of Part 4, Chapter 4. Section 25 of Crime and Punishment. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Crime and Punishment by Fyodor Dostoyevsky. Translated by Constance Garnett. Part 4, Chapter 5. When next morning at 11 o'clock punctually Raskolnikov went into the Department of the Investigation of Criminal Causes and sent his name in to Porfiry Petrovich, he was surprised at being kept waiting so long. It was at least 10 minutes before he was summoned. He had expected that they would pounce upon him, but he stood in the waiting room, and people, who apparently had nothing to do with him, were continually passing to and fro before him. In the next room, which looked like an office, several clerks were sitting writing, and obviously they had no notion who or what Raskolnikov might be. He looked uneasily and suspiciously about him to see whether there was not some guard, some mysterious watch being kept on him to prevent his escape. But there was nothing of the sort. He saw only the faces of clerks, absorbed in petty details, then other people. No one seemed to have any concern with him. He might go where he liked for them. The conviction grew stronger in him that if that enigmatic man of yesterday, that phantom sprung out of the earth, had seen anything, they would not have let him stand and wait like that. And would they have waited till he elected to appear at 11? Either the man had not yet given information, or simply he knew nothing, had seen nothing, and how could he have seen anything? And so all that had happened to him the day before was again a phantom exaggerated by his sick and overstrained imagination. This conjecture had begun to grow strong the day before, in the midst of all his alarm and despair. Thinking it all over now and preparing for a fresh conflict, he was suddenly aware that he was trembling, and he felt a rush of indignation at the thought that he was trembling with fear at facing that hateful Porfiry Petrovich. What he dreaded above all was meeting that man again. He hated him with an intense, unmitigated hatred, and was afraid his hatred might betray him. His indignation was such that he ceased trembling at once. He made ready to go in with a cold and arrogant bearing, and vowed to himself to keep as silent as possible, to watch and listen, and for once at least to control his overstrained nerves. At that moment he was summoned to Porfiry Petrovich. He found Porfiry Petrovich alone in his study. His study was a room neither large nor small, furnished with a large writing table that stood before a sofa, upholstered in checked material, a bureau, a bookcase in the corner, and several chairs, all government furniture of polished yellow wood. In the further wall there was a closed door, beyond it there were no doubt other rooms. On Raskolnikov's entrance, Porfiry Petrovich had at once closed the door by which he had come in, and they remained alone. He met his visitor with an apparently genial and good-tempered air, and it was only after a few minutes that Raskolnikov saw signs of a certain awkwardness in him, as though he had been thrown out of his reckoning or caught in something very secret.
"Ah, my dear fellow, here you are in our domain," began Porfiry, holding out both hands to him. "Come, sit down, old man. Or perhaps you don't like to be called my dear fellow and old man, tout court. Please don't think it too familiar. Here, on the sofa."
Raskolnikov sat down, keeping his eyes fixed on him. In our domain, the apologies for familiarity, the French phrase tout court, were all characteristic signs.
He held out both hands to me, but he did not give me one. He drew it back in time.
Struck him suspiciously, Both were watching each other, but when their eyes met, quick as lightning, they looked away.
I brought you this paper about the watch. Here it is. Is it all right, or shall I copy it again?
What? A paper? Yes, yes, don't be uneasy, it's all right.
Porfiry Petrovich said as though in haste, and after he had said it, he took the paper and looked at it.
Yes, it's all right. Nothing more is needed,
he declared with the same rapidity, and he laid the paper on the table. A minute later, when he was talking of something else, he took it from the table and put it on his bureau.
I believe you said yesterday you would like to question me, formally, about my acquaintance with the murdered woman.
Raskolnikov was beginning again.
Why did I put in "I believe"?
Passed through his mind in a flash.
Why am I so uneasy at having put in that "I believe"?
Come in a second flash, and he suddenly felt that his uneasiness at the mere contact with Porfiry, at the first words, at the first looks, had grown in an instant to monstrous proportions, and that this was fearfully dangerous. His nerves were quivering, his emotion was increasing.
It's bad, it's bad. I shall say too much again.
Yes, yes, yes. There is no hurry, there is no hurry,
muttered Porfiry Petrovich, moving to and fro about the table without any apparent aim, as it were making dashes towards the window, the bureau, and the table, at one moment avoiding Raskolnikov's suspicious glance, then again standing still and looking him straight in the face. His fat, round little figure looked very strange, like a ball rolling from one side to the other and rebounding back.
We've plenty of time. Do you smoke? Have you your own? Here, a cigarette.
He went on, offering his visitor a cigarette.
You know, I'm receiving you here, but my own quarters are through there, you know, my government quarters. But I'm leaving outside for the time. I had to have some repairs done here. It's almost finished now. Government quarters, you know, are a capital thing, eh? What do you think?
Yes, a capital thing,
answered Raskolnikov, looking at him almost ironically.
A capital thing,
repeated Porfiry Petrovich, as though he had just thought of something quite different.
Yes, a capital thing,
he almost shouted at last, suddenly staring at Raskolnikov and stopping short 2 steps from him. This stupid repetition was too incongruous in its ineptitude with the serious, brooding, and enigmatic glance he turned upon his visitor. But this stirred Raskolnikov's spleen more than ever, and he could not resist an ironical and rather incautious challenge.
"Tell me, please,"
he asked suddenly, looking almost insolently at him, and taking a kind of pleasure in his own insolence.
"I believe it's a sort of legal rule, a sort of legal tradition, for all investigating lawyers to begin their attack from afar, with a trivial or at least an irrelevant subject, so as to encourage or rather to divert the man they are cross-examining, to disarm his caution, and then all at once to give him an unexpected knock-down blow with some fatal question. Isn't that so? It's a sacred tradition, mentioned, I fancy, in all the manuals of the art."
Yes, yes. Why, do you imagine that was why I spoke about government quarters, eh?
And as he said this, Porfiry Petrovich screwed up his eyes and winked. A good-humoured, crafty look passed over his face. The wrinkles on his forehead were smoothed out, his eyes contracted, his features broadened, and he suddenly went off into a nervous, prolonged laugh, shaking all over, and looking Raskolnikov straight in the face. The latter forced himself to laugh too, but when Porfiry, seeing that he was laughing, broke into such a guffaw that he turned almost crimson, Raskolnikov's repulsion overcame all precaution. He left off laughing, scowled, and stared with hatred at Porfiry, keeping his eyes fixed on him while his intentionally prolonged laughter lasted. There was lack of precaution on both sides, however, for Porfiry seemed to be laughing in his visitor's face, and to be very little disturbed at the annoyance with which the visitor received it. The latter fact was very significant in Raskolnikov's eyes. He saw that Porfiry Petrovich had not been embarrassed just before either, but that he, Raskolnikov, had perhaps fallen into a trap. that there must be something, some motive here unknown to him, that perhaps everything was in readiness and in another moment would break upon him. He went straight to the point at once, rose from his seat and took his cap.
Porphyry Petrovitch,
He began resolutely, though with considerable irritation.
Yesterday you expressed a desire that I should come to you for some inquiries.
He laid special stress on the word inquiries.
I have come, and if you have anything to ask me, ask it, and if not, allow me to withdraw. I have no time to spare. I have to be at the funeral of that man who was run over, of whom you know also.
He added, feeling angry at once at having made this addition, and more irritated at his anger.
I'm sick of it all, do you hear? And have long been. It's partly what made me ill. In short,
he shouted, feeling that the phrase about his illness was still more out of place.
In short, examine me, or let me go at once. If you must examine me, do so in the proper form. I will not allow you to do otherwise, and so meanwhile, goodbye, as we have evidently nothing to keep us now.
Good heavens, what do you mean? What shall I question you about?
Cackled Porphyry Petrovitch with a change of tone, instantly leaving off laughing.
Please don't disturb yourself.
He began fidgeting from place to place, and fussily making Raskolnikov sit down.
There is no hurry. There is no hurry. It's all nonsense. Oh, no, I'm very glad you've come to see me at last. I look upon you simply as a visitor. And as for my confounded laughter, please excuse it, Rodion Romanovich. Rodion Romanovich, that is your name. It's my nerves. You tickled me so with your witty observation. I assure you sometimes I shake with laughter like an India rubber ball for half an hour at a time. I'm often afraid of an attack of paralysis. Do sit down. Please do, or I shall think you are angry.
Raskolnikov did not speak. He listened, watching him, still frowning angrily. He did sit down, but still held his cap.
I must tell you one thing about myself, my dear Rodion Romanovich.
Porphyry Petrovitch continued, moving about the room, and again avoiding his visitor's eyes.
You see, I am a bachelor, a man of no consequence, and not used to society. Besides, I have nothing before me. I'm set, I'm running to seed, and have you noticed, Rodion Romanovich, that in our Petersburg circles, if two clever men meet who are not intimate, but respect each other like you and me, it takes them half an hour before they can find a subject for conversation. They are dumb, they sit opposite each other and feel awkward. Everyone has subjects of conversation. Ladies, for instance. People in high society always have their subject of conversation. C'est de rigueur. But people of the middle sort like us, thinking people that is, are always tongue-tied and awkward. What is the reason of it? Whether it is the lack of public interest, or whether it is we are so honest we don't want to deceive one another, I don't know. What do you think? Do put down your cap. It looks as if you were just going. It makes me uncomfortable. I'm so delighted.
Raskolnikov put down his cap and continued listening in silence with a serious frowning face to a vague and empty chatter of Porphyry Petrovitch.
Does he really want to distract my attention with his silly babble?
I can't offer you coffee here, but why not spend 5 minutes with a friend?
Porphyry pattered on.
And you know all these official duties? Please don't mind my running up and down. Excuse it, my dear fellow, I'm very much afraid of offending you, but exercise is absolutely indispensable for me. I'm always sitting and so glad to be moving about for 5 minutes. I suffer from my sedentary life. I always intend to join a gymnasium. They say that officials of all ranks, even privy councillors, may be seen skipping gaily there. There you have it, modern science. Yes, yes. But as for my duties here, inquiries and all such formalities, you mentioned inquiries yourself just now. I assure you these interrogations are sometimes more embarrassing for the interrogator than for the interrogated. You made the observation yourself just now very aptly and wittily.
Raskolnikov had made no observation of the kind.
One gets into a muddle, a regular muddle. One keeps harping on the same note like a drum. There is to be a reform, and we shall be called by a different name at least. And as for our legal tradition, as you so wittily called it, I thoroughly agree with you. Every prisoner on trial, even the rudest peasant, knows that they begin by disarming him with irrelevant questions, as you so happily put it, and then deal him a knockdown blow. Your felicitous comparison. So you really imagined that I meant by government quarters. You are an ironical person. Come, I won't go on. Ah, by the way, yes, one word leads to another. You spoke of formality just now, apropos of the inquiry, you know. But what's the use of formality? In many cases it's nonsense. Sometimes one has a friendly chat and gets a good deal more out of it. One can always fall back on formality, allow me to assure you. And after all, what does it amount to? An examining lawyer cannot be bounded by formality at every step. The work of investigation is, so to speak, a free art in its own way.
Porfiry Petrovitch took breath a moment. He had simply babbled on, uttering empty phrases, letting slip a few enigmatic words, and again reverting to incoherence. He was almost running about the room, moving his fat little legs quicker and quicker, looking at the ground, with his right hand behind his back, while with his left making gesticulations that were extraordinarily incongruous with his words. Raskolnikov suddenly noticed that as he ran about the room he seemed twice to stop for a moment near the door, as though he were listening.
Is he expecting anything?
You are certainly quite right about it.
Porfiry began gaily, looking with extraordinary simplicity at Raskolnikov, which startled him and instantly put him on his guard.
Certainly quite right in laughing so wittily at our legal forms. Some of these elaborate psychological methods are exceedingly ridiculous, and perhaps useless if one adheres too closely to the forms. Yes, I am talking of forms again. Well, if I recognize, or more strictly speaking, if I suspect someone or other to be a criminal in any case entrusted to me... You're reading for the law, of course, Rodion Romanovich?
Yes, I was.
Well, then it is a precedent for you for the future, though don't suppose I should venture to instruct you after the articles you publish about crime. No, I simply make bold to state it by way of fact. If I took this man or that for a criminal, why, I ask, should I worry him prematurely, even though I had evidence against him? In one case I may be bound, for instance, to arrest a man at once, but another may be in quite a different position, you know, so why shouldn't I let him walk about the town a bit? But I see you don't quite understand, so I'll give you a clearer example. If I put him in prison too soon, I may very likely give him, so to speak, moral support. You're laughing?
Raskolnikov had no idea of laughing. He was sitting with compressed lips, his feverish eyes fixed on Porfiry Petrovitch's.
Yet that is the case with some types especially, for men are so different. You say evidence. Well, there may be evidence, but evidence, you know, can generally be taken two ways. I am an examining lawyer, and a weak man, I confess it. I should like to make a proof, so to say, mathematically clear. I should like to make a chain of evidence, such as twice two are four. It ought to be a direct, irrefutable proof. And if I shut him up too soon, even though I might be convinced he was the man, I should very likely be depriving myself of the means of getting further evidence against him. And how? By giving him, so to speak, a definite position, I shall put him out of suspense, and set his mind at rest, so that he will retreat into his shell. They say that at Sevastopol, soon after Alma, the clever people were in a terrible fright that the enemy would attack openly and take Sevastopol at once. But when they saw that the enemy preferred a regular siege, they were delighted, I'm told, and reassured, for the thing would drag on for 2 months at least. You're laughing. You don't believe me again. Of course, you're right, too. You're right. You're right. These are special cases, I admit. But you must observe this, my dear Rodion Romanovich, the general case, the case for which all legal forms and rules are intended, for which they are calculated and laid down in books, does not exist at all. For the reason that every case, every crime, for instance, so soon as it actually occurs, at once becomes a thoroughly special case, and sometimes a case unlike any that's gone before. Very comic cases of that sort sometimes occur. If I leave one man quite alone, if I don't touch him and don't worry him, but let him know, or at least suspect every moment that I know all about it and am watching him day and night, and if he is in continual suspicion and terror, he'll be bound to lose his head. He'll come of himself, or maybe do something which will make it as plain as twice 2 are 4. It's delightful. It may be so with a simple peasant. But with one of our sort, an intelligent man cultivated on a certain side, it's a dead certainty. For, my dear fellow, it's a very important matter to know on what side a man is cultivated. And then there are nerves. There are nerves, you have overlooked them. Why, they are all sick, nervous, and irritable. And then how they all suffer from spleen. That, I assure you, is a regular gold mine for us. And it's no anxiety to me. He's running about the town free. Let him. Let him walk about for a bit. I know well enough that I've caught him and that he won't escape me. Where could he escape to? Abroad, perhaps? A Pole will escape abroad, but not here, especially as I am watching and have taken measures. Will he escape into the depth of the country, perhaps? But you know, peasants live there, real rude Russian peasants. A modern, cultivated man would prefer prison to living with such strangers as our peasants. But that's all nonsense and on the surface. It's not merely that he has nowhere to run to, he is psychologically unable to escape me. What an expression! Through a law of nature he can't escape me if he had anywhere to go. Have you seen a butterfly round a candle? That's how he will keep circling and circling round me. Freedom will lose its attractions. He'll begin to brood. He'll weave a tangle round himself. He'll worry himself to death. What's more, he will provide me with a mathematical proof, if I only give him long enough interval. And he'll keep circling round me, getting nearer and nearer, and then flop! He'll fly straight into my mouth, and I'll swallow him, and that will be very amusing. You don't believe me?
Raskolnikov made no reply. He sat pale and motionless, still gazing with the same intensity into Porfiry's face.
It's a lesson,
he thought, turning cold.
This is beyond the cat playing with the mouse like yesterday. He can't be showing off his power with no motive. Prompting me. He is far too clever for that. He must have another object. What is it? It's all nonsense, my friend. You are pretending to scare me. You have no proofs, and the man I saw had no real existence. You simply want to make me lose my head, to work me up beforehand and so to crush me. But you are wrong. You won't do it. But why give me such a hint? Is he reckoning on my shattered nerves? No, my friend, you are wrong. You won't do it even though you have some trap for me. Let us see what you have in store for me."
And he braced himself to face a terrible and unknown ordeal. At times he longed to fall on Porfiry and strangle him. This anger was what he dreaded from the beginning. He felt that his parched lips were flecked from foam, his heart was throbbing. But he was still determined not to speak till the right moment. He realized that this was the best policy in his position, because instead of saying too much he would be irritating his enemy by his silence, and provoking him into speaking too freely. Anyhow, this was what he hoped for.
"No, I see you don't believe me. You think I'm playing a harmless joke on you."
Porfiry began again, getting more and more lively, chuckling at every instant and again pacing around the room.
"And to be sure you're right. God has given me a figure that can awaken none but comic ideas in other people, a buffoon. But let me tell you, and I repeat it, excuse an old man, my dear Rodion Romanovich, you are a man still young, so to say, in your first youth, and so you put intellect above everything, like all young people. Playful wit and abstract arguments fascinate you, and that's for all the world like the old Austrian Hofkriegsrat. As far as I can judge of military matters, that is, on paper they'd beaten Napoleon and taken him prisoner, and there in their study they worked it all out in the cleverest fashion. But look you, General Mack surrendered with all his army. I see, Rodion Romanovich, you are laughing at a civilian like me taking examples out of military history. But I can't help it, it's my weakness. I'm fond of military science, and I'm ever so fond of reading all military histories. I've certainly missed my proper career. I ought to have been in the army. Upon my word I ought. I shouldn't have been a Napoleon, but I might have been a major. Well, I'll tell you the whole truth, my dear fellow, about this special case, I mean. Actual fact and a man's temperament, my dear sir, are weighty matters, and it's astonishing how they sometimes deceive the sharpest calculation. I, listen to an old man, am speaking seriously, Rodion Romanovich."
As he said this, Porfiry Petrovich, who was scarcely 35, actually seemed to have grown old. Even his voice changed, and he seemed to shrink together.
"Moreover, I am a candid man. Am I a candid man or not? What do you say? I fancy I really am. I tell you these things for nothing, and don't even expect a reward for it. Well, to proceed, wit, in my opinion, is a splendid thing. It is, so to say, an adornment of nature, and a consolation of life. And what tricks it can play! So that it sometimes is hard for a poor examining lawyer to know where he is, especially when he is liable to be carried away by his own fancy, too, for you know he is a man after all. But the poor fellow is saved by the criminal's temperament, worse luck for him. But young people carried away by their own wit don't think of that when they overstep all obstacles, as you wittily and cleverly expressed it yesterday. He will lie, that is the man who is a special case, the incognita, and he will lie well, in the cleverest fashion. You might think he would triumph and enjoy the fruits of his wit, but at the most interesting, the most flagrant moment, he will faint. Of course there may be illness and a stuffy room as well, but anyway, he's given us the idea. He lied incomparably, but he didn't reckon on his temperament. That's what betrays him. Another time he will be carried away by his playful wit into making fun of the man who suspects him. He will turn pale, as it were, on purpose to mislead, but his paleness will be too natural, too much like the real thing. Again he has given us an idea. Though his questioner may be deceived at first, he will think differently next day if he is not a fool, and of course it is like that at every step. He puts himself forward where he is not wanted, speaks continually when he ought to keep silent, brings in all sorts of allegorical allusions, comes and asks, "Why didn't you take me long ago?" And that can happen, you know, with the cleverest man, the psychologist, the literary man. The temperament reflects everything like a mirror. Gaze into it and admire what you see. But why are you so pale, Rodion Romanovich? Is the room stuffy? Shall I open the window?
Oh, don't trouble, please,
cried Raskolnikov, and he suddenly broke into a laugh.
Please, don't trouble.
Porfiry stood facing him, paused a moment, and suddenly he too laughed. Raskolnikov got up from the sofa, abruptly checking his hysterical laughter.
Porfiry Petrovitch,
he began, speaking loudly and distinctly, though his legs trembled and he could scarcely stand.
I can see clearly at last that you actually suspect me of murdering that old woman and her sister, Lizaveta. Let me tell you for my part that I am sick of this. If you find that you have a right to prosecute me legally, to arrest me, then prosecute me, arrest me. But I will not let myself be jeered at to my face and worried.
His lips trembled, his eyes glowed with fury, and he could not restrain his voice.
I won't allow it,
he shouted, bringing his fist down on the table.
Do you hear that, Porfiry Petrovitch? I won't allow it.
Good heavens, what does it mean?
Cried Porfiry Petrovitch, apparently quite frightened.
Rodion Romanovich, my dear fellow, what is the matter with you?
I won't allow it,
Raskolnikov shouted again.
Hush, my dear man, they'll hear and come in. Just think, what could we say to them?
Porfiry Petrovitch whispered in horror, bringing his face close to Raskolnikov's.
I won't allow it, I won't allow it.
Raskolnikov repeated mechanically, but he too spoke in a sudden whisper. Porfiry turned quickly and ran to open the window.
Some fresh air, and you must have some water, my dear fellow. You're ill.
And he was running to the door to call for some when he found a decanter of water in the corner.
Come, drink a little,
he whispered, rushing up to him with the decanter.
It will be sure to do you good.
Porfiry Petrovitch's alarm and sympathy were so natural that Raskolnikov was silent, and began looking at him with wild curiosity. He did not take the water, however.
Rodion Romanovich, my dear fellow, you'll drive yourself out of your mind, I assure you. Have some water. Do drink a little.
He forced him to take the glass. Raskolnikov raised it mechanically to his lips, but set it on the table again with disgust.
Yes, you've had a little attack. You'll bring back your illness again, my dear fellow.
Porfiry Petrovitch cackled with friendly sympathy, though he still looked rather disconcerted.
Good heavens! You must take more care of yourself. Dmitri Prokofyevich was here, came to see me yesterday. I know, I've a nasty, ironical temper, but what they made of it! Good heavens, he came yesterday after you'd been. We dined, and he talked and talked away, and I could only throw up my hands in despair. Did he come from you? But do sit down, for mercy's sake, sit down.
No, not from me. But I knew he went to you, and why he went.
Raskolnikov answered sharply.
You knew?
I knew. What of it?
Why this, Rodion Romanovich, that I know more than that about you. I know about everything. I know how you went to take a flat at night when it was dark, and how you rang the bell and asked about the blood, so that the workman and the porter did not know what to make of it. Yes, I understand your state of mind at that time, but you'll drive yourself mad like that, upon my word. You'll lose your head. You're full of generous indignation at the wrongs you've received, first from destiny and then from the police officers, and so you rush from one thing to another to force them to speak out and make an end of it all, because you are sick of all this suspicion and foolishness. That's so, isn't it? I have guessed how you feel, haven't I? Only in that way you'll lose your head, and Razumihin's too. He's too good a man for such a position, you must know that. You are ill, and he is good, and your illness is infectious for him. I'll tell you about it when you are more yourself, but do sit down, for goodness sake. Please rest. You look shocking. Do sit down.
Raskolnikov sat down. He no longer shivered. He was hot all over. In amazement he listened with strained attention to Porfiry Petrovitch, who still seemed frightened, as he looked after him with friendly solicitude. But he did not believe a word he said, though he felt a strange inclination to believe. Porfiry's unexpected words about the flat had utterly overwhelmed him.
How can it be? He knows about the flat, then?
He thought suddenly.
And he tells it me himself.
Yes, in our legal practice there was a case almost exactly similar, a case of morbid psychology.
Porfiry went on quickly.
A man confessed to murder, and how he kept it up. It was a regular hallucination. He brought forward facts. He imposed upon everyone, and why? He had been partly, but only partly, unintentionally the cause of a murder, and when he knew that he had given the murderers the opportunity, he sank into dejection. It got on his mind and turned his brain. He began imagining things, and he persuaded himself that he was the murderer. But at last the High Court of Appeal went into it, and the poor fellow was acquitted and put under proper care. Thanks to the Court of Appeal. Why, my dear fellow, you may drive yourself into delirium if you have the impulse to work upon your nerves, to go ringing bells at night and asking about blood. I've studied all this morbid psychology in my practice. A man is sometimes tempted to jump out of a window or from a belfry. Just the same with bell ringing. It's all illness, Rodion Romanovitch. You have begun to neglect your illness. You should consult an experienced doctor. What's the good of that fat fellow? You are light-headed. You were delirious when you did all this.
For a moment Raskolnikov felt everything going round.
Is it possible? Is it possible?
Flashed through his mind.
That he is still lying? He can't be. He can't be.
He rejected that idea, feeling to what a degree of fury it might drive him, feeling that the fury might drive him mad.
I was not delirious. I knew what I was doing,
he cried, straining every faculty to penetrate Porfiry's game.
I was quite myself, do you hear?
Yes, I hear and understand. You said yesterday you were not delirious, you were particularly emphatic about it. I understand all you can tell me. Listen, Rodion Romanovitch, my dear fellow, if you were actually a criminal, or were somehow mixed up in this damnable business, would you insist that you were not delirious, but in full possession of your faculties, and so emphatically and persistently? Would it be possible? Quite impossible to my thinking. If you had anything on your conscience, you certainly ought to insist that you were delirious. That's so, isn't it?
There was a note of slyness in this inquiry. Raskolnikov drew back on the sofa as Porfiry bent over him and stared in silent perplexity at him.
Another thing about Razumihin. You certainly ought to have said that he came of his own accord, to have concealed your part in it. But you don't conceal it. You lay stress on it coming at your instigation.
Raskolnikov had not done so. A chill went down his back.
You keep telling lies,
he said slowly and weakly, twisting his lips into a sickly smile.
You are trying again to show that you know all my game, that you know all I shall say beforehand,
he said, conscious himself that he was not weighing his words as he ought.
You want to frighten me, or are you simply laughing at me?
He still stared at him as he said this, and again there was a light of intense hatred in his eyes.
You keep lying,
he said.
You know perfectly well that the best policy for the criminal is to tell the truth, as nearly as possible, to conceal as little as possible. I don't believe you.
What a wily person you are!
Porphyry tittered.
There is no catching you. You're a perfect monomania. So you don't believe me. But still you do believe me. You believe a quarter. I'll soon make you believe the whole, because I have a sincere liking for you and genuinely wish you good.
Raskolnikov's lips trembled.
Yes, I do,
went on Porphyry, touching Raskolnikov's arm genially.
You must take care of your illness. Besides, your mother and sister are here now. You must think of them. You must soothe and comfort them, and you do nothing but frighten them.
What has that to do with you? How do you know it? What concern is it of yours? You are keeping watch on me and want to let me know it.
Good heavens! Why, I learned it all from you yourself. You don't notice that in your excitement you tell me and others everything. From Razumichin, too, I learned a number of interesting details yesterday. No, you interrupted me, but I must tell you that, for all your wit, your suspiciousness makes you lose the common sense view of things. To return to bell-ringing, for instance, I, an examining lawyer, have betrayed a precious thing like that, a real fact, for it is a fact worth having, and you see nothing in it. Why, if I had the slightest suspicion of you, should I have acted like that? No. I should first have disarmed your suspicions and not let you see I knew of that fact. Should have diverted your attention and suddenly have dealt you a knockdown blow, your expression, saying, "And what were you doing, sir, pray, at 10 or nearly 11 at the murdered woman's flat? And why did you ring the bell? And why did you ask about blood? And why did you invite the porters to go with you to the police station, to the lieutenant?" That's how I ought to have acted if I had a grain of suspicion of you. I ought to have taken your evidence in due form, searched your lodging, and perhaps have arrested you too. So I have no suspicion of you, since I have not done that. But you can't look at it normally, and you see nothing, I say again.
Raskolnikov started, so that Porphyry Petrovitch could not fail to perceive it.
You are lying all the while,
he cried.
I don't know your object, but you are lying. You did not speak like that just now, and I cannot be mistaken.
I am lying?
Porphyry repeated, apparently incensed, but preserving a good-humoured and ironical face, as though he were not in the least concerned at Raskolnikov's opinion of him.
I am lying? But how did I treat you just now, I, the examining lawyer? Prompting you and giving you every means for your defense. Illness, I said, delirium, injury, melancholy, and the police officers, and all the rest of it. Ah, though indeed all those psychological means of defense are not very reliable and cut both ways. Illness, delirium, I don't remember, that's all right. But why, my good sir, in your illness and in your delirium were you haunted by just those delusions, and not by any others? There may have been others, eh?
Raskolnikov looked haughtily and contemptuously at him.
Briefly,
he said loudly and imperiously, rising to his feet, and in so doing pushing Porphyry back a little.
Briefly, I want to know, do you acknowledge me perfectly free from suspicion or not? Tell me, Porphyry Petrovitch, tell me once for all and make haste.
What a business I'm having with you,
cried Porphyry with a perfectly good-humoured, sly and composed face.
And why do you want to know? Why do you want to know so much, since they haven't begun to worry you? Why, you are like a child asking for matches. And why are you so uneasy? Why do you force yourself upon us, eh?
I repeat,
Raskolnikov cried furiously,
that I can't put up with it.
With what? Uncertainty?
Interrupted Porphyry.
Don't jeer at me. I won't have it. I tell you I won't have it. I can't and I won't. Do you hear? Do you hear?
He shouted, bringing his fist down on the table again.
Hush, hush, they'll overhear. I warn you seriously. Take care of yourself. I'm not joking.
Porfiry whispered, but this time there was not the look of old womanish good nature and alarm in his face. Now he was peremptory, stern, frowning, and for once laying aside all mystification. But this was only for an instant. Raskolnikov, bewildered, suddenly fell into actual frenzy, but, strange to say, he again obeyed the command to speak quietly, though he was in a perfect paroxysm of fury.
"I will not allow myself to be tortured,"
he whispered, instantly recognizing with hatred that he could not help obeying the command, and driven to even greater fury by the thought.
"Arrest me, search me, but kindly act in due form and don't play with me. Don't dare."
Don't worry about the form,
Porfiry interrupted with the same sly smile, as it were gloating with enjoyment over Raskolnikov.
I invited you to see me quite in a friendly way.
I don't want your friendship, and I spit on it, do you hear? And here, I take my cap and go. What will you say now if you mean to arrest me?
He took up his cap and went to the door.
And won't you see my little surprise?
Chuckled Porfiry, again taking him by the arm and stopping him at the door. He seemed to become more playful and good-humoured, which maddened Raskolnikov.
What surprise?
He asked, standing still and looking at Porfiry in alarm.
My little surprise. It's sitting there behind the door.
He pointed to the locked door.
I locked him in that he should not escape.
What is it? Where? What?
Raskolnikov walked to the door and would have opened it, but it was locked.
It's locked. Here is the key.
And he brought a key out of his pocket.
You are lying,
roared Raskolnikov without restraint.
You lie, you damn Punchinello.
And he rushed at Porfiry, who retreated to the other door, not at all alarmed.
I understand it all. You are lying and mocking so that I may betray myself to you.
Why, you could not betray yourself any further, my dear Rodion Romanovich. You are in a passion. Don't shout. I shall call the clerks.
You are lying. Call the clerks. You knew I was ill and tried to work me into a frenzy to make me betray myself. That was your object. Produce your facts. I understand it all. You've no evidence. You have only wretched, rubbishly suspicions like Zamyetov's. You knew my character. You wanted to drive me to fury and then to knock me down with priests and deputies. Are you waiting for them, eh? What are you waiting for? Where are they? Produce them.
Why, deputies, my good man, what things people will imagine. And to do so would not be acting in form, as you say. You don't know the business, my dear fellow. And there is no escaping form, as you see.
Porfiry muttered, listening at the door through which a noise could be heard.
Ah, they're coming,
cried Raskolnikov.
You've sent for them. You expected them. Well, produce them all. Your deputies, your witnesses, what you like. I am ready.
But at this moment a strange incident occurred, something so unexpected that neither Raskolnikov nor Porfiry Petrovich could have looked for such a conclusion to their interview. End of Part 4, Chapter 5. Section 26 of Crime and Punishment. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Crime and Punishment by Fyodor Dostoyevsky. Translated by Constance Garnett. Part 4, Chapter 6. When he remembered the scene afterwards, this is how Raskolnikov saw it. The noise behind the door increased, and suddenly the door was opened a little.
What is it?
Cried Porfiry Petrovich, annoyed.
Why, I gave orders.
For an instant there was no answer, but it was evident that there were several persons at the door, and that they were apparently pushing somebody back.
What is it?
Porfiry Petrovich repeated uneasily.
The prisoner Nikolai has been brought.
Someone answered.
He is not wanted. Take him away. Let him wait. What's he doing here? How irregular!
Cried Porfiry, rushing to the door.
But he...
began the same voice, and suddenly ceased. 2 seconds, not more, were spent in actual struggle, then someone gave a violent shove, and then a man, very pale, strode into the room. This man's appearance was at first sight very strange. He stared straight before him, as though seeing nothing. There was a determined gleam in his eyes, At the same time there was a deathly pallor in his face, as though he were being led to the scaffold. His white lips were faintly twitching. He was dressed like a workman, and was of medium height, very young, slim, his hair cut in round crop, with thin spare features. The man whom he had thrust back followed him into the room, and succeeded in seizing him by the shoulder. He was a warder, but Nikolai pulled his arm away. Several persons crowded inquisitively into the doorway. Some of them tried to get in. All this took place almost instantaneously.
Go away, it's too soon. Wait till you are sent for. Why have you brought him so soon?
Porfiry Petrovich muttered, extremely annoyed, and, as it were, thrown out of his reckoning, but Nikolai suddenly knelt down.
What's the matter?
Cried Porfiry, surprised.
I am guilty. Mine is the sin. I am the murderer.
Nikolai articulated suddenly, rather breathlessly, but speaking fairly loudly. For 10 seconds there was silence, as though all had been struck dumb. Even the warder stepped back, mechanically retreated to the door, and stood immovable.
What is it?
Cried Porfiry Petrovich, recovering from his momentary stupefaction.
I am the murderer,
repeated Nikolai after a brief pause.
What? What? Whom did you kill?
Porfiry Petrovich was obviously bewildered. Nikolai again was silent for a moment.
Aliona Ivanovna and her sister, Lizaveta Ivanovna. I killed with an axe. Darkness came over me,
he added suddenly, and was again silent. He still remained on his knees. Porfiry Petrovich stood for some moments as though meditating, but suddenly roused himself and waved back the uninvited spectators. They instantly vanished and closed the door. Then he looked towards Raskolnikov, who was standing in the corner, staring wildly at Nikolai, and moved towards him, but stopped short, looked from Nikolai to Raskolnikov, and then again at Nikolai, and, seeming unable to restrain himself, darted at the latter.
You're in too great a hurry,
he shouted at him, almost angrily.
I didn't ask you what came over you. Speak, did you kill them?
I am the murderer. I want to give evidence,
Nikolai pronounced.
Ah, what did you kill them with?
An axe. I had it ready.
Ah, he's in a hurry. Alone?
Nikolai did not understand the question.
Did you do it alone?
Yes, alone. And Mitya is not guilty and had no share in it.
Don't be in a hurry about Mitya. Ah, how was it you ran downstairs like that at the time? The porters met you both.
It was to put them off the scent. I ran after Mitya,
Nikolai replied hurriedly, as though he had prepared the answer.
I knew it,
cried Porfiry with vexation.
It's not his own tale he is telling,
he muttered as though to himself, and suddenly his eyes rested on Raskolnikov again. He was apparently so taken up with Nikolai that for a moment he had forgotten Raskolnikov. He was a little taken aback.
My dear Rodion Romanovich, excuse me.
He flew up to him.
This won't do. I'm afraid you must go. It's no good your staying. I will... You see, what a surprise. Goodbye.
And taking him by the arm, he showed him to the door.
I suppose you didn't expect it,
said Raskolnikov, who, though he had not yet fully grasped the situation, had regained his courage.
You did not expect it either, my friend. See how your hand is trembling?
You're trembling too, Porfiry Petrovich.
Yes, I am. I didn't expect it.
They were already at the door. Porfiry was impatient for Raskolnikov to be gone.
And your little surprise. Aren't you going to show it to me?
Raskolnikov said sarcastically.
Why, his teeth are chattering as he asks. You are an ironical person. Come, till we meet.
I believe we can say goodbye.
That's in God's hands,
muttered Porfiry with an unnatural smile. As he walked through the office, Raskolnikov noticed that many people were looking at him, Among them he saw the 2 porters from the house, whom he had invited that night to the police station. They stood there waiting, but he was no sooner on the stairs than he heard the voice of Porfiry Petrovich behind him. Turning round, he saw the latter running after him, out of breath.
One word, Rodion Romanovich. As to all the rest, it's in God's hands, but as a matter of form, there are some questions I shall have to ask you. So we shall meet again, shan't we?
And Porfiry stood still, facing him with a smile.
Shan't we?
He added again. He seemed to want to say something more, but could not speak out.
You must forgive me, Porfiry Petrovich, for what has just passed. I lost my temper,
began Raskolnikov, who had so far regained his courage that he felt irresistibly inclined to display his coolness.
Don't mention it, don't mention it,
Porfiry replied, almost gleefully.
I myself, too. I have a wicked temper, I admit it, but we shall meet again. If it's God's will, we may see a great deal of one another.
And we'll get to know each other through and through,
added Raskolnikov.
Yes, know each other through and through,
assented Porfiry Petrovich, and he screwed up his eyes, looking earnestly at Raskolnikov.
Now you're going to a birthday party?
To a funeral.
Of course, the funeral. Take care of yourself and get well.
I don't know what to wish you,
said Raskolnikov, who had begun to descend the stairs, but looked back again.
I should like to wish you success, but your office is such a comical one.
Why comical?
Porfiry Petrovich had turned to go, but he seemed to prick up his ears at this.
Why, how you must have been torturing and harassing that poor Nikolai psychologically, after your fashion, till he confessed. You must have been at him day and night, proving to him that he was the murderer, and now that he has confessed, you'll begin vivisecting him again. You are lying, you'll say. You are not the murderer. You can't be. It's not your own tale you are telling. You must admit, it's a comical business.
You noticed, then, that I said to Nikolai just now that it was not his own tale he was telling?
How could I help noticing it?
You are quick-witted. You notice everything. You're really a playful mind. And you always fasten on the comic side. They say that was the marked characteristic of Gogol among the writers.
Yes, of Gogol.
Yes, of Gogol. I shall look forward to meeting you.
So shall I.
Raskolnikov walked straight home. He was so muddled and bewildered that on getting home he sat for a quarter of an hour on the sofa, trying to collect his thoughts. He did not attempt to think about Nikolai. He was stupefied. He felt that his confession was something inexplicable, amazing, something beyond his understanding. But Nikolai's confession was an actual fact. The consequences of this fact were clear to him at once. Its falsehood could not fail to be discovered, and then they would be after him again. Till then, at least, he was free, and must do something for himself, for the danger was imminent. But how imminent? His position gradually became clear to him. Remembering, sketchily, the main outlines of his recent scene with Porfiry, he could not help shuddering again with horror. Of course he did not yet know all Porfiry's aims, he could not see into all his calculations. But he had already partly shown his hand, and no one knew better than Raskolnikov how terrible Porfiry's lead had been for him. A little more and he might have given himself away completely, circumstantially. Knowing his nervous temperament, and from the first glance seeing through him, Porfiry, though playing a bold game, was bound to win. There's no denying that Raskolnikov had compromised himself seriously, but no facts had come to light as yet. There was nothing positive. But was he taking a true view of the position? Wasn't he mistaken? What had Porfiry been trying to get at? Had he really some surprise prepared for him? And what was it? Had he really been expecting something, or not? How would they have parted if it had not been for the unexpected appearance of Nikolai? Porfiry had shown almost all his cards. Of course he had risked something in showing them, and if he had really had anything up his sleeve, Raskolnikov reflected, he would have shown that too. What was that surprise? Was it a joke? Had it meant anything? Could it have concealed anything like a fact, a piece of positive evidence? His yesterday's visitor? What had become of him? Where was he today? If Porfiry really had any evidence, it must be connected with him. He sat on the sofa with his elbows on his knees and his face hidden in his hands. He was still shivering nervously. At last he got up, took his cap, thought a minute, and went to the door. He had a sort of presentiment that, for today at least, he might consider himself out of danger. He had a sudden sense almost of joy. He wanted to make haste to Katerina Ivanovna's. He would be too late for the funeral, of course, but he would be in time for the memorial dinner, and there at once he would see Sonia. He stood still, thought a moment, and a suffering smile came for a moment onto his lips.
Today, today,
he repeated to himself.
Yes, today, so it must be.
But as he was about to open the door, it began opening of itself. He started and moved back. The door opened gently and slowly, and there suddenly appeared a figure, yesterday's visitor from underground. The man stood in the doorway, looked at Raskolnikov without speaking, and took a step forward into the room. He was exactly the same as yesterday, the same figure, the same dress, but there was a great change in his face. He looked dejected and sighed deeply. If he had only put his hand up to his cheek and leaned his head on one side, he would have looked exactly like a peasant woman.
What do you want?
asked Raskolnikov, numb with terror. The man was still silent, but suddenly he bowed down almost to the ground, touching it with his finger.
What is it?
cried Raskolnikov.
I have sinned,
the man articulated softly.
How?
By evil thoughts.
They looked at one another.
I was vexed when you came perhaps in drink and bade the porters go to the police station and asked about the blood. I was vexed that they let you go and took you for drunken. I was so vexed that I lost my sleep, and remembering the address, we came here yesterday and asked for you.
Who came?
Raskolnikov interrupted, instantly beginning to recollect.
I did. I wronged you.
Then you come from that house?
I was standing at the gate with them. Don't you remember? We have carried on our trade in that house for years past. We cure and prepare hides. We take work home. Most of all, I was vexed.
And the whole scene of the day before yesterday in the gateway came clearly before Raskolnikov's mind. He recollected that there had been several people there besides the porters, women among them. He remembered one voice had suggested taking him straight to the police station. He could not recall the face of the speaker, and even now he did not recognize it, but he remembered that he had turned round and made him some answer. So this was the solution of yesterday's terror. The most awful thought was that he had been actually almost lost, had almost done for himself on account of such a trivial circumstance. So this man could tell nothing except his asking about the flat and the blood stains. So Porfiry too had nothing but that delirium, no facts, but this psychology which cuts both ways, nothing positive. So if no more facts come to light, and they must not, then what can they do to him? How can they convict him, even if they arrest him? And Porfiry then had only just heard about the flat, and had not known about it before.
Was it you who told Porfiry that I'd been there?
He cried, struck by a sudden idea.
What Porfiry?
The head of the detective department.
Yes, the porters did not go there, but I went.
Today?
I got there 2 minutes before you, and I heard it all, how he worried you.
Where? What? When?
Why, in the next room. I was sitting there all the time.
What? Why, then you were the surprise. But how could it happen? Upon my word.
I saw that the porters did not want to do what I said,
began the man.
For it's too late, they said, and maybe he'll be angry that we did not come at the time. I was vexed, and I lost my sleep, and I began making inquiries, and finding out yesterday where to go. I went today. The first time I went, he wasn't there. When I came an hour later, he couldn't see me. I went the third time, and they showed me in. I informed him of everything, just as it happened, and he began skipping about the room and punching himself in the chest. What do you scoundrels mean by it? If I'd known about it, I should have arrested him. Then he ran out and called somebody and began talking to him in the corner. Then he turned to me, scolding and questioning me. He scolded me a great deal. And I told him everything. And I told him that you didn't dare to say a word in answer to me yesterday, and that you didn't recognize me. And he fell to running about again, and kept hitting himself on the chest, and getting angry, and running about, and when you were announced he told me to go into the next room. Sit there a bit, he said. Don't move, whatever you may hear. And he set a chair there for me and locked me in. Perhaps, he said, I may call you. And when Nicolay had been brought, he let me out as soon as you were gone. I shall send for you again and question you, he said.
And did he question Nicolay while you were there?
He got rid of me as he did of you before he spoke to Nicolay.
The man stood still, and again suddenly bowed down, touching the ground with his finger.
Forgive me for my evil thoughts and my slander.
May God forgive you,
answered Raskolnikov. And as he said this, the man bowed down again, but not to the ground, turned slowly, and went out of the room.
It all cuts both ways. Now it all cuts both ways,
repeated Raskolnikov, and he went out more confident than ever.
Now we'll make a fight for it,
he said with a malicious smile as he went down the stairs. His malice was aimed at himself. With shame and contempt he recollected his cowardice. End of Part 4, Chapter 6.
Section 27 of Crime and Punishment. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Crime and Punishment by Fyodor Dostoevsky, translated by Constance Garnett. Part 5, Chapter 1. The morning that followed the fateful interview with Dunya and her mother brought sobering influences to bear on Pyotr Petrovitch. Intensely unpleasant as it was, he was forced little by little to accept as a fact beyond recall what had seemed to him only the day before fantastic and incredible. The black snake of wounded vanity had been gnawing at his heart all night. When he got out of bed, Pyotr Petrovitch immediately looked in the looking-glass. He was afraid that he had jaundice. However, his health seemed unimpaired so far, and, looking at his noble, clear-skinned countenance, which had grown fattish of late, Pyotr Petrovitch for an instant was positively comforted in the conviction that he would find another bride, and, perhaps, even a better one. But coming back to the sense of his present position, he turned aside and spat vigorously, which excited a sarcastic smile in Andrei Semyonovitch Lebeziatnikov, the young friend with whom he was staying. That smile Pyotr Petrovitch noticed, and at once set it down against his young friend's account. He had set down a good many points against him of late. His anger was redoubled when he reflected that he ought not to have told Andrei Semyonovitch about the result of yesterday's interview. That was the second mistake he had made in temper, through impulsiveness and irritability. Moreover, all that morning one unpleasantness followed another. He even found a hitch awaiting him in his legal case in the Senate. He was particularly irritated by the owner of the flat which had been taken in view of his approaching marriage, and was being redecorated at his own expense. The owner, a rich German tradesman, would not entertain the idea of breaking the contract which had just been signed, and insisted on the full forfeit money, though Pyotr Petrovitch would be giving him back the flat practically redecorated. In the same way, the upholsterers refused to return a single rouble of the installment paid for the furniture purchased, but not yet removed to the flat.
Am I to get married simply for the sake of the furniture?
Pyotr Petrovitch ground his teeth, and at the same time once more he had a gleam of desperate hope.
Can all that be really so irrevocably over? Is it no use to make another effort?
The thought of Dunya sent a voluptuous pang through his heart. He endured anguish at that moment, and if it had been possible to slay Raskolnikov instantly by wishing it, Pyotr Petrovitch would promptly have uttered the wish.
It was my mistake, too, not to have given them money,
he thought, as he returned dejectedly to Lebeziatnikov's room.
And why on earth was I such a Jew? It was false economy. I meant to keep them without a penny so that they should turn to me as their providence. And look at them. Phew, if I'd spent some 1,500 roubles on them for the trousseau and presents, on knickknacks, dressing cases, jewelry, materials, and all that sort of trash from Knapp's and the English shop, my position would have been better and stronger. They could not have refused me so easily. They are the sort of people that would feel bound to return money and presents if they broke it off, and they would find it hard to do it, and their conscience would prick them. How can we dismiss a man who has hitherto been so generous and delicate? I've made a blunder.
And grinding his teeth again, Pyotr Petrovitch called himself a fool, but not aloud, of course. He returned home, twice as irritated and angry as before. The preparations for the funeral dinner at Katerina Ivanovna's excited his curiosity as he passed. He had heard about it the day before. He fancied, indeed, that he had been invited, but absorbed in his own cares, he had paid no attention. Inquiring of Madame Lippevexel, who was busy laying the table while Katerina Ivanovna was away at the cemetery, he heard that the entertainment was to be a great affair, that all the lodgers had been invited, among them some who had not known the dead man, that even Andrei Semyonovitch Lebeziatnikov was invited in spite of his previous quarrel with Katerina Ivanovna, that he, Pyotr Petrovitch, was not only invited, but was eagerly expected, as he was the most important of the lodgers. Amalia Ivanovna herself had been invited with great ceremony, in spite of the present unpleasantness, and so she was very busy with preparations, and was taking a positive pleasure in them. She was moreover dressed up to the nines, all in new black silk, and she was proud of it. All this suggested an idea to Pyotr Petrovitch, and he went into his room, or rather Lebeziatnikov's, somewhat thoughtful. He had learnt that Raskolnikov was to be one of the guests. Andrei Semyonovitch had been at home all the morning. The attitude of Pyotr Petrovitch to this gentleman was strange, though perhaps natural. Pyotr Petrovitch had despised and hated him from the day he came to stay with him, and at the same time he seemed somewhat afraid of him. He had not come to stay with him on his arrival in Petersburg simply from parsimony, though that had perhaps been his chief object. He had heard of Andrei Semyonovitch, who had once been his ward, as a leading young progressive who was taking an important part in certain interesting circles, the doings of which were a legend in the provinces. It had impressed Pyotr Petrovitch. These powerful, omniscient circles, who despised everyone and showed everyone up, had long inspired in him a peculiar but quite vague alarm. He had not, of course, been able to form even an approximate notion of what they meant. He, like everyone, had heard that they were, especially in Petersburg, progressives of some sort, nihilists and so on, and, like many people, he exaggerated and distorted the significance of those words to an absurd degree. What for many years past he had feared more than anything was being shown up, and this was the chief ground for his continual uneasiness at the thought of transferring his business to Petersburg. He was afraid of this, as little children are sometimes panic-stricken. Some years before, when he was just entering on his own career, he had come upon 2 cases in which rather important personages in the province, patrons of his, had been cruelly shown up. One instance had ended in great scandal for the person attacked, and the other had very nearly ended in serious trouble. For this reason, Pyotr Petrovitch intended to go into the subject as soon as he reached Petersburg, and, if necessary, to anticipate contingencies by seeking the favor of our younger generation. He relied on Andrei Semyonovitch for this, and before his visit to Raskolnikov he had succeeded in picking up some current phrases. He soon discovered that Andrei Semyonovitch was a commonplace simpleton, but that by no means reassured Pyotr Petrovitch. Even if he had been certain that all the progressives were fools like him, it would not have allayed his uneasiness. All the doctrines, the ideas, the systems with which Andrei Semyonovitch pestered him had no interest for him. He had his own object. He simply wanted to find out at once what was happening here. Had these people any power or not? Had he anything to fear from them? Would they expose any enterprise of his? And what precisely was now the object of their attacks? Could he somehow make up to them and get round them if they really were powerful? Was this the thing to do or not? Couldn't he gain something through them? In fact, hundreds of questions presented themselves. Andrei Semyonovitch was an anemic, scrofulous young man, with strangely flaxen mutton-chop whiskers of which he was very proud. He was a clerk, and had almost always something wrong with his eyes. He was rather soft-hearted, but self-confident and sometimes extremely conceited in speech, which had an absurd effect, incongruous with his little figure. He was one of the lodgers most respected by Amalia Ivanovna, for he did not get drunk and paid regularly for his lodgings. Andrei Semyonovitch really was rather stupid. He attached himself to the cause of progress and our younger generation from enthusiasm. He was one of the numerous and varied legion of dullards, of half-animate abortions, conceited, half-educated coxcombs who attach themselves to the ideas most in fashion only to vulgarize it, and who caricature every cause they serve, however sincerely. Though Lebeziatnikov was so good-natured, he, too, was beginning to dislike Pyotr Petrovitch. This happened on both sides, unconsciously. However simple Andrei Semyonovitch might be, he began to see that Pyotr Petrovitch was duping him and secretly despising him, and that he was not the right sort of man. He had tried expounding to him the system of Fourier and the Darwinian theory, but of late Pyotr Petrovitch began to listen too sarcastically and even to be rude. The fact was, he had begun instinctively to guess that Lebeziatnikov was not merely a commonplace simpleton, but perhaps a liar too, and that he had no connections of any consequence, even in his own circle, but had simply picked things up third hand, and that very likely he did not even know much about his own work of propaganda, for he was in too great a muddle. A fine person he would be to show anyone up. It must be noted, by the way, that Pyotr Petrovitch had during those 10 days eagerly accepted the strangest praise from Andrei Semyonovitch. He had not protested, for instance, when Andrei Semyonovitch belauded him for being ready to contribute to the establishment of the new commune, or to abstain from christening his future children, or to acquiesce if Dunya were to take a lover a month after marriage, and so on. Pyotr Petrovitch so enjoyed hearing his own praises that he did not disdain even such virtues when they were attributed to him. Pyotr Petrovitch had had occasion that morning to realize some 5% bonds, and now he sat down to the table and counted over bundles of notes. Andrei Semyonovitch, who hardly ever had any money, walked about the room pretending to himself to look at those banknotes with indifference and even contempt. Nothing would have convinced Pyotr Petrovitch that Andrei Semyonovitch could really look at the money unmoved, and the latter on his side kept thinking bitterly that Pyotr Petrovitch was capable of entertaining such an idea about him, and was perhaps glad of the opportunity of teasing his young friend by reminding him of his inferiority and the great difference between them. He found him incredibly inattentive and irritable, though he, Andrei Semyonovitch, began enlarging on his favorite subject, the foundation of a new special commune. The brief remarks that dropped from Pyotr Petrovitch between the clicking of the beads on the reckoning frame betrayed unmistakable and discourteous irony. But the humane Andrei Semyonovitch ascribed Pyotr Petrovitch's ill humor to his recent breach with Dunya, and he was burning with impatience to discourse on that theme. He had something progressive to say on the subject, which might console his worthy friend, and could not fail to promote his development.
There is some sort of festivity being prepared at the widow's, isn't there?
Pyotr Petrovitch asked suddenly, interrupting Andrei Semyonovitch at the most interesting passage.
Why, don't you know? Why, I was telling you last night what I think about all such ceremonies. And she invited you, too, I heard. You were talking to her yesterday.
I should never have expected that beggarly fool would have spent on this feast all the money she got from that other fool, Raskolnikov. I was surprised just now as I came through at the preparations there, the wines. Several people are invited. It's beyond everything,
continued Pyotr Petrovitch, who seemed to have some object in pursuing the conversation.
What, you say I am asked too? When was that? I don't remember. But I shan't go. Why should I? I only said a word to her in passing yesterday of the possibility of her obtaining a year's salary as a destitute widow of a government clerk. I suppose she has invited me on that account, hasn't she?
I don't intend to go either,
said Lebeziatnikov.
I should think not. After giving her a thrashing, you might well hesitate.
Who thrashed? Whom?
Cried Lebeziatnikov, flustered and blushing.
Why, you thrashed Katerina Ivanovna a month ago. I heard so yesterday. So that's what your convictions amount to. And the woman question, too, wasn't quite sound.
And Pyotr Petrovitch, as though comforted, went back to clicking his beads.
It's all slander and nonsense,
cried Lebeziatnikov, who was always afraid of allusions to the subject.
It was not like that at all. It was quite different. You've heard it wrong. It's a libel. I was simply defending myself. She rushed at me first with her nails. She pulled out all my whiskers. It's permissible for anyone, I should hope, to defend himself, and I never allow anyone to use violence to me on principle, for it's an act of despotism. What was I to do? I simply pushed her back.
Luzhin went on laughing maliciously.
You keep on like that because you're out of humour yourself. But that's nonsense, and it has nothing whatever to do with the woman question. You don't understand. I used to think, indeed, that if women are equal to men in all respects, even in strength, as is maintained now, there ought to be equality in that too. Of course, I reflected afterwards that such a question ought not really to arise, for there ought not to be fighting, and in the future society fighting is unthinkable, and that it would be a queer thing to seek for equality in fighting. I'm not so stupid, though of course there is fighting. There won't be later, but at present there is. Confound it, how muddled one gets with you! It's not on that account that I'm not going. I'm not going on principle, not to take part in the revolting convention of memorial dinners, that's why, though of course one might go to laugh at it. I'm sorry there won't be any priests at it. I should certainly go if there were.
Then you would sit down at another man's table and insult it and those who invited you, eh?
Certainly not insult, but protest. I should do it with a good object. I might indirectly assist the cause of enlightenment and propaganda. It's a duty of every man to work for enlightenment and propaganda, and the more harshly perhaps the better. I might drop a seed, an idea, and something might grow up from that seed. How should I be insulting them? They might be offended at first, but afterwards they'd see I'd done them a service. You know, Terebieva, who is in the community now, was blamed because when she left her family and devoted herself, she wrote to her father and mother that she wouldn't go on living conventionally and was entering on a free marriage, and it was said that that was too harsh, that she might have spared them and have written more kindly. I think that's all nonsense, and there's no need of softness. On the contrary, what's wanted is protest. Varenz had been married 7 years. She abandoned her 2 children. She told her husband straight out in a letter, "I have realized that I cannot be happy with you. I can never forgive you that you have deceived me by concealing from me that there is another organization of society by means of the communities. I have only lately learned it from a great-hearted man, to whom I have given myself, and with whom I am establishing a community. I speak plainly because I consider it dishonest to deceive you. Do as you think best. Do not hope to get me back. You are too late. I hope you will be happy." That's how letters like that ought to be written.
Is that Terebieva? The one you said had made a 3rd free marriage?
No, it's only the 2nd, really. But what if it were the 4th? What if it were the 15th? That's all nonsense. And if ever I regretted the death of my father and mother, it is now, and I sometimes think if my parents were living, what a protest I would have aimed at them. I would have done something on purpose. I would have shown them. I would have astonished them. I am really sorry there is no one.
To surprise. Well, be that as you will.
Pyotr Petrovitch interrupted.
But tell me this. Do you know the dead man's daughter, the delicate-looking little thing? It's true what they say about her, isn't it?
What of it? I think, that is, it is my own personal conviction that this is the normal condition of women. Why not? I mean, distinguons. In our present society it is not altogether normal, because it is compulsory, but in the future society it will be perfectly normal, because it will be voluntary. Even as it is, she was quite right. She was suffering, and that was her asset, so to speak, her capital, which she had a perfect right to dispose of. Of course, in the future society there will be no need of assets, but her part will have another significance, rational, and in harmony with her environment. As to Sofia Semyonovna personally, I regard her action as a vigorous protest against the organization of society, and I respect her deeply for it. I rejoice indeed when I look at her.
I was told that you got her turned out of these lodgings.
The Bizyatnikov was enraged.
That's another slander,
he yelled.
It was not so at all. That was all Katerina Ivanovna's invention, for she did not understand. And I never made love to Sofia Semyonovna. I was simply developing her, entirely disinterestedly, trying to rouse her to protest. All I wanted was her protest, and Sophia Semyonovna could not have remained here anyway.
Have you asked her to join your community?
You keep on laughing, and very inappropriately. Allow me to tell you. You don't understand. There is no such role in a community. The community is established that there should be no such roles. In a community, such a role is essentially transformed, and what is stupid here is sensible there. What, under present conditions, is unnatural becomes perfectly natural in the community. It all depends on the environment. It's all the environment, and man himself is nothing. And I am on good terms with Sophia Semyonovna to this day, which is a proof that she never regarded me as having wronged her. I am trying now to attract her to the community, but on quite a different footing. What are you laughing at? We are trying to establish a community of our own, a special one, on a broader basis. We have gone further in our convictions. We reject more. And meanwhile I'm still developing Sophia Semyonovna. She has a beautiful, beautiful character.
And you take advantage of her fine character, eh?
No, oh no, on the contrary.
Oh, on the contrary. A queer thing to say.
Believe me, why should I disguise it? In fact, I feel it strange myself how timid, chaste, and modern she is with me.
And you, of course, are developing her, trying to prove to her that all that modesty is nonsense?
Not at all, not at all. How coarsely, how stupidly, excuse me saying so, you misunderstand the word development. Good heavens, how crude you still are. We are striving for the freedom of women, and you have only one idea in your head. Setting aside the general question of chastity and feminine modesty as useless in themselves and indeed prejudices, I fully accept her chastity with me, because that's for her to decide. Of course, if she were to tell me herself that she wanted me, I should think myself very lucky, because I like the girl very much. But as it is, no one has ever treated her more courteously than I, with more respect for her dignity. I wait in hopes, that's all.
You had much better make her a present of something. I bet you never thought of that.
You don't understand, as I've told you already. Of course she is in such a position, but it's another question, quite another question. You simply despise her. Seeing a fact which you mistakenly consider deserving of contempt, you refuse to take a humane view of a fellow creature. You don't know what a character she is. I am only sorry that of late she has quite given up reading and borrowing books. I used to lend them to her. I am sorry, too, that with all the energy and resolution in protesting, which she has already shown once, she has little self-reliance, little, so to say, independence, so as to break free from certain prejudices and certain foolish ideas. Yet she thoroughly understands some questions, for instance about kissing of hands, that is, that it's an insult to a woman for a man to kiss her hand, because it's a sign of inequality. We had a debate about it, and I described it to her. She listened attentively to an account of the workmen's associations in France, too. Now I am explaining the question of coming into the room in the future society.
And what's that, pray?
We had a debate lately on the question. Has a member of the community the right to enter another member's room, whether man or woman, at any time? And we decided that he has.
It might be at an inconvenient moment.
The Bezyatnikov was really angry.
You are always thinking of something unpleasant,
he cried with aversion.
Phew! How vexed I am that when I was expounding our system, I referred prematurely to the question of personal privacy. It's always a stumbling block to people like you. They turn it into ridicule before they understand it. And how proud they are of it, too. Phew! I've often maintained that that question should not be approached by a novice till he has a firm faith in the system. And tell me, please, what do you find so shameful, even in cesspools? I should be the first to be ready to clean out any cesspool you like. And it's not a question of self-sacrifice. It's simply work. Honourable, useful work, which is as good as any other, and much better than the work of a Raphael and a Pushkin, because it is more useful.
And more honourable. More honourable.
What do you mean by more honourable? I don't understand such expressions to describe human activity. More honourable, nobler. All those are old-fashioned prejudices which I reject. Everything which is of use to mankind is honourable. I only understand one word: useful. You can snigger as much as you like, but that's so.
Pyotr Petrovitch laughed heartily. He had finished counting the money, and was putting it away. But some of the notes he left on the table. The cesspool question had already been a subject of dispute between them. What was absurd was that it made the Bizyatnikov really angry, while it amused Luzhin, and at that moment he particularly wanted to anger his young friend.
It's your ill luck yesterday that makes you so ill-humoured and annoying,
blurted out Lebeziatnikov, who, in spite of his independence and his protests, did not venture to oppose Pyotr Petrovitch, and still behaved to him with some of the respect habitual in earlier years.
You'd better tell me this,
Pyotr Petrovitch interrupted with haughty displeasure.
Can you, or rather, are you really friendly enough with that young person to ask her to step in here for a minute? I think they've all come back from the cemetery. I heard the sound of steps. I want to see her, that young person.
What for?
Lebeziatnikov asked with surprise.
Oh, I want to. I am leaving here today or tomorrow, and therefore I wanted to speak to her about... However, you may be present during the interview. It's better you should be, indeed, for there's no knowing what you might imagine.
I shan't imagine anything. I only asked. And if you've anything to say to her, nothing is easier than to call her in. I'll go directly, and you may be sure I won't be in your way.
5 minutes later, Lebeziatnikov came in with Sonia. She came in very much surprised and overcome with shyness as usual. She was always shy in such circumstances, and was always afraid of new people. She had been as a child, and was even more so now. Pyotr Petrovitch met her politely and affably, but with a certain shade of bantering familiarity, which in his opinion was suitable for a man of his respectability and weight, in dealing with a creature so young and so interesting as she. He hastened to reassure her, and made her sit down facing him at the table. Sonia sat down, looked about her, at Lebeziatnikov, at the notes lying on the table, and then again at Pyotr Petrovitch, and her eyes remained riveted on him. Lebeziatnikov was moving to the door. Pyotr Petrovitch signed to Sonia to remain seated, and stopped Lebeziatnikov.
Is Raskolnikov in there? Has he come?
He asked him in a whisper.
Raskolnikov? Yes. Why? Yes, he is there. I saw him just come in. Why?
Well, I particularly beg you to remain here with us, and not to leave me alone with this young woman. I only want a few words with her, but God knows what they may make of it. I shouldn't like Raskolnikov to repeat anything. You understand what I mean.
I understand.
Lebeziatnikov saw the point.
Yes, you are right. Of course, I am convinced personally that you have no reason to be uneasy, but still, you are right. Certainly I'll stay. I'll stand here at the window and not be in your way. I think you are right.
Pyotr Petrovitch returned to the sofa, sat down opposite Sonia, looked attentively at her, and assumed an extremely dignified, even severe expression, as much as to say,
Don't you make any mistake, madam.
Sonia was overwhelmed with embarrassment.
In the first place, Sofya Semyonovna, will you make my excuses to your respected mamma? That's right, isn't it? Katerina Ivanovna stands in the place of a mother to you.
Pyotr Petrovitch began with great dignity, though affably. It was evident that his intentions were friendly.
Quite so, yes, the place of a mother,
Sonia answered, timidly and hurriedly.
Then will you make my apologies to her? Through inevitable circumstances, I am forced to be absent, and shall not be at the dinner, in spite of your mamma's kind invitation.
Yes, I'll tell her at once.
And Sonia hastily jumped up from her seat.
Wait, that's not all.
Pyotr Petrovitch detained her, smiling at her simplicity and ignorance of good manners.
And you know me little, my dear Sofya Semyonovna. If you suppose I would have ventured to trouble a person like you, for a matter of so little consequence, affecting myself only. I have another object.
Sonia sat down hurriedly. Her eyes rested again for an instant on the grey and rainbow-colored notes that remained on the table, but she quickly looked away and fixed her eyes on Pyotr Petrovitch. She felt it horribly indecorous, especially for her, to look at another person's money. She stared at the gold eyeglass which Pyotr Petrovitch held in his hand, and at the massive and extremely handsome ring with a yellow stone on his middle finger. But suddenly she looked away and, not knowing where to turn, ended by staring Pyotr Petrovitch again straight in the face. After a pause of still greater dignity, he continued.
I chanced yesterday, in passing, to exchange a couple of words with Katerina Ivanovna, poor woman. That was sufficient to enable me to ascertain that she is in a position preternatural, if one may so express it.
Yes, preternatural.
Sonia hurriedly assented.
Or it would be simpler and more comprehensible to say ill.
Yes, simpler and more comprehend. Yes, ill.
Quite so. So, then, from a feeling of humanity, and, so to speak, compassion, I should be glad to be of service to her in any way, foreseeing her unfortunate position. I believe the whole of this poverty-stricken family depends now entirely on you.
Allow me to ask.
Sonia rose to her feet.
Did you say something to her yesterday of the possibility of a pension? Because she told me you had undertaken to get her one. Was that true?
Not in the slightest, and indeed it's an absurdity. I merely hinted at her obtaining temporary assistance as the widow of an official who had died in the service, if only she has patronage. But apparently your late parent had not served his full term, and had not indeed been in the service at all of late. In fact, if there could be any hope, it would be very ephemeral, because there would be no claim for assistance in that case. Far from it. And she is dreaming of a pension already. A go-ahead lady.
Yes, she is, for she is credulous and good-hearted, and she believes everything from the goodness of her heart, and she is like that. Yes, you must excuse her,
said Sonia, and again she got up to go.
But you haven't heard what I have to say.
No, I haven't heard,
muttered Sonia.
Then sit down.
She was terribly confused. She sat down again a third time.
Seeing her position with her unfortunate little ones, I should be glad, as I have said before, so far as lies in my power, to be of service. That is, so far as is in my power, not more. One might, for instance, get up a subscription for her, or a lottery, something of the sort, such as is always arranged in such cases by friends or even outsiders desirous of assisting people. It was of that I intended to speak to you. It might be done.
Yes, yes, God will repay you for it,
faltered Sonia, gazing intently at Pyotr Petrovitch.
It might be, but we will talk of it later. We might begin it today. We will talk it over this evening, and lay the foundation, so to speak. Come to me at 7 o'clock. Mr. Lebeziatnikov, I hope, will assist us. But there is one circumstance of which I ought to warn you beforehand, and for which I venture to trouble you, Sofya Semyonovna, to come here. In my opinion, money cannot be, indeed, it's unsafe to put it into Katerina Ivanovna's own hands. The dinner today is a proof of that. Though she has not, so to speak, a crust of bread for tomorrow, and, well, boots, or shoes, or anything. She has bought today Jamaica rum, and even, I believe, Madeira, and coffee. I saw it as I passed through. Tomorrow it will all fall upon you again. They won't have a crust of bread. It's absurd, really, and so, to my thinking, a subscription ought to be raised, so that the unhappy widow should not know of the money, but only you, for instance. Am I right?
I don't know. This is only today. Once in her life she was so anxious to do honor, to celebrate the memory, and she is very sensible. But just as you think, and I shall be very, very... They will all be, and God will reward, and the orphans.
Sonia burst into tears.
Very well, then. Keep it in mind. And now, will you accept, for the benefit of your relation, The small sum that I am able to spare, from me personally. I am very anxious that my name should not be mentioned in connection with it. Here, having, so to speak, anxieties of my own, I cannot do more.
And Pyotr Petrovitch held out to Sonia a 10-ruble note carefully unfolded. Sonia took it, flushed crimson, jumped up, muttered something, and began taking leave. Pyotr Petrovitch accompanied her ceremoniously to the door. She got out of the room at last, agitated and distressed, and returned to Katerina Ivanovna, overwhelmed with confusion. All this time Lebeziatnikov had stood at the window or walked about the room, anxious not to interrupt the conversation. When Sonia had gone, he walked up to Pyotr Petrovitch and solemnly held out his hand.
I heard and saw everything,
he said, laying stress on the last verb.
That is honourable. I mean to say, it's humane. You wanted to avoid gratitude. I saw. And although I cannot, I confess, in principle sympathize with private charity, for it not only fails to eradicate the evil, but even promotes it, yet I must admit that I saw your action with pleasure. Yes, I like it.
That's all nonsense,
muttered Pyotr Petrovitch, somewhat disconcerted, looking carefully at Lebeziatnikov.
No, it's not nonsense. A man who has suffered distress and annoyance, as you did yesterday, and who yet can sympathize with the misery of others, such a man, even though he is making a social mistake, is still deserving of respect. I did not expect it indeed of you, Pyotr Petrovitch, especially as according to your ideas, oh, what a drawback your ideas are to you. How distressed you are, for instance, by your ill luck yesterday,
cried the simple-hearted Lebeziatnikov, who felt a return of affection for Pyotr Petrovitch.
And what do you want with marriage, with legal marriage, my dear noble Pyotr Petrovitch? Why do you cling to this legality of marriage? Well, you may beat me if you like, but I am glad, positively glad it hasn't come off, that you are free, that you are not quite lost for humanity. You see, I've spoken my mind.
Because I don't want in your free marriage to be made a fool of, and to bring up another man's children. That's why I want legal marriage.
Luzhin replied in order to make some answer. He seemed preoccupied by something.
Children. You referred to children.
Lebeziatnikov started off like a war-horse at the trumpet call.
Children are a social question and a question of first importance, I agree. But the question of children has another solution. Some refuse to have children altogether because they suggest the institution of the family. We'll speak of children later, but now as to the question of honour, I confess that's my weak point. That horrid military Pushkin expression is unthinkable in the dictionary of the future. What does it mean, indeed? It's nonsense. There will be no deception in a free marriage. That is only the natural consequence of a legal marriage, so to say, its corrective, a protest. So that indeed it's not humiliating. And if I ever, to suppose an absurdity, were to be legally married, I should be positively glad of it. I should say to my wife, "My dear, hitherto I have loved you. Now I respect you, for you've shown you can protest." You laugh. That's because you are incapable of getting away from prejudices. Confound it all! I understand now where the unpleasantness is of being deceived in a legal marriage, but it's simply a despicable consequence of a despicable position in which both are humiliated. When the deception is open, as in a free marriage, then it does not exist. It's unthinkable. Your wife will only prove how she respects you by considering you incapable of opposing her happiness and avenging yourself on her for her new husband. Damn it all! I sometimes dream if I were to be married, if I were to marry, legally or not, it's just the same, I should present my wife with a lover if she had not found one for herself. My dear, I should say, I love you, but even more than that, I desire you to respect me. See, am I not right?
Pyotr Petrovitch sniggered as he listened, but without much merriment. He hardly heard it, indeed. He was preoccupied with something else, and even Lebeziatnikov at last noticed it. Pyotr Petrovitch seemed excited and rubbed his hands. Lebeziatnikov remembered all this, and reflected upon it afterwards. End of Part 5, Chapter 1.